Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am looking everything over and hoping that there is no scuff. Is there scuff? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
No,
all
we
right.
can't hear
Can
you.
you hear the rest of us?
All right, good. Okay. Teddy Bear Paladin on the...
Already.
Before we even get to introductions, Teddy Bear Paladin, do wish to discuss Mean Cub, my lady. Action girl figure. You don't have to call her my lady, Funko Bear. He's being nice. Elegant doll. You needn't worry, gentle plush. I can speak of the heartbreaker, Mean Cub. A heartbreaker?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Heartbreaker.
Man. All right.
It's November, not
Ooh,
December.
it's getting interesting.
Shut up! I can wear my Santa hat. You just be happy I'm not.
Stop
you should be happy I'm not in full Pedoru mode right now, like my profile picture on Discord.
Guys, I had this talk with him. He's not gonna budge. I'm sorry. I did the best I could.
But yes, hello.
Listen.
I am Raymond McNeil, the Celtic Phoenix, your host, and joining me, as always, are the wonderful Twilight Guardian
Hello, I do have Smoldramon on my head.
and the foregoing Kaiser Shonen.
You're not even using that properly.
According to this list I have pulled up, it's an adjective, so it works.
Literally just opens up he has like a randomizer of just a bunch of adjectives, doesn't even care which one, just goes, that one.
Yeah.
And joining us as guest host is actually a frequent viewer of our streams and friend of the channel, Periodic Pete.
Oh, you have no idea how frequent. I'm someone who's really good at lurking. I've been following your channel since you were reading Resident Evil books on stream, man. This
Oh,
is
God.
actually
Oh,
wasn't
Well, he's having his fanboy moment.
I am,
Yeah.
dude. You're like one of my big inspirations.
okay, you're making me blush on air. Oh.
Yeah, don't worry. Just get it all out right now because the pain is about to come.
Yeah, I
soon.
was gonna say we're about to do some decidedly unpleasant things. Speaking of decidedly unpleasant things, remember everyone, if you live in the United States, it is currently the day of our national elections. If you have not voted yet, I highly recommend you go out and vote. On a personal level, I probably do care about who you vote for, but on a professional one, I don't care. I honestly, I cannot tell you who to vote for. I'm not going to try to tell you who to vote for. Go out, vote for the person you think is best to run our country, both on the local and federal levels, and do your country civic duty proud. That is my PSA for today. I hope everyone comes away from this election at the least satisfied with the results. And that's all I have to say on the matter.
Hope the country doesn't blow up. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, please, it'll be a slow motion explosion if that's the case.
Exactly.
It just means it'll be more painful.
Yeah, but it'll look cooler.
Okay, fair.
Trade off.
Yeah, it'll be Michael Bay's. It'll be Michael Bay's.
Yeah.
great
Michael
start.
Bay's end of the country.
It'll be a slow death, but damn, we'll look cool doing it though.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I see a lot of Canadians in the chat, and I said this before stream started, but we all voted many weeks ago by now. Haha.
I mean, to be fair, depending on where you are, they didn't allow early vote. They didn't allow voting that early.
I was talking about our election in Canada, our provincial elections.
There were some people that voted before Biden dropped out, and I feel really bad for them.
Ugh.
I'll be on and off the stream, doom scrolling on the election. I have fun with that, Anthony.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyway,
Happy trails, man.
on equally horrible but different topic, today we are returning to our favorite oh no, I can't even say that with a straight face. We're returning to the infamous Lily Orchard as a talking point.
Yep. Just a good old dumpster dive.
Oh, yep.
So she recently, and this was just timing, we were trying to decide what to do for this week, and lo and behold, Sunday night, she just launches off with, hey, I'm going to be releasing a video in the next 2 days. And everyone's like, yeah, that'll work. So here we are. I don't think any of us have watched this video yet, have we?
No.
No, I've seen nothing. I've dipped and dived at least as many spoilers as I could.
Yeah,
in preparation for that.
I've not peeked at it. I have no idea what's in here, other than it is currently titled The Death of Media Literacy and Other New Age Moral Panics, which, considering who Lily is a very curious title on several different levels, and it has me infinitely intrigued as to what the hell she is going to say in this. I was there as she started.
She's not gonna know what New Age means.
I was there as she started working on it, and she accused me of plagiarism along the way. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in other news, sky's blue, grass is green, water's wet.
Yeah. It was quite an interesting thing to see that Ant had been accused of plagiarism of all things.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, coming from Lily Orchard of all people, but then again, she's never cared about coming off as a hypocrite.
But you know what, guys?
Has
That
she?
big of a mistake. Oh, God.
Has she plagiarized? Like, for as horrible of a person as she is, I wouldn't just willy-nilly accuse her of something as egregious as plagiarism.
I'm pretty sure Anthony and his crew have like covered specific, like I'd have to like pull it up to see, so maybe I shouldn't be throwing around the accusation. But they're definitely
Anth is confirming she did plagiarize. He's saying
she plagiarized zero punctuation and she ripped off TV tropes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Like it would definitely have to have evidence, not just because you dislike the person, Lily.
Yeah.
There's also like the debate about like what is considered plagiarism versus absorbing someone's points into yourself and maybe repeating it in a similar way. Like there's always that thing that can happen, which is very unfortunate, where you catch yourself at some point where you're basically, I'm saying this almost word for word how someone else said it. Like, I don't know if that's fair.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. Like there's that can happen.
There was
Sai has a vid that breaks it down. Excellent. So everyone go check that out, I guess.
Well, like this is.
Yeah, I remember that one.
I mostly focus on like literary plagiarism as opposed to like academic plagiarism, but there was a deaf-blind girl like over 150 years ago that wrote a story, and it turns out that she had been accused of plagiarism because she had absorbed the story at some point in her distant past, and she remembered it just subconsciously. And then when she decided to write a story, she basically wrote the same thing, and people got really, really mad at her. She did have her defenders, like I think like Mark Twain had defended her or something like that, but she felt absolutely horrible about it. But back then, that was considered plagiarism.
I was gonna say, if Lily plagiarized anything, it's probably the back of a fucking sleep aid, if you know what her writing is like. God damn, her prose is so fucking dry.
It is.
And if you all want to know exactly how bad they are, you can check out the freaking bad fan fiction night streams where we read out freaking Sith Resurgence.
Yeah, we're
Star Wars fan fiction.
We're nearing the end of that. We're nearing the end of the first third, which is where we're going to cut it for a little while because you can't stick to the same story for so long. Why is Bird wearing a Christmas hat in November? Because after the Halloween spoopy season goes, I am listening to Carol of the Bells on loop. Damn it! All right,
dude,
I love that song.
I'm surprised people don't go out and buy Christmas trees on the same day that they're out trick-or-treating.
Don't read Sith Resurgence. Too late, man. We're already
it's a little too late.
A little late on that one, Sky Slasher. We're like 10 chapters in.
Gonna have to refund that $2 if that's what that was for.
Is your sanity holding up after reading that satanic text? No, it's not. Especially after Rey killed someone in cold blood, completely unprovoked.
Yeah.
It was fucking bizarre. End of the
Also,
first
yeah,
third. How long was it? Oh, it's basically covering the entire sequel trilogy of Star Wars films. So
Yeah.
we're ending at the first third, which is the end of the first movie.
Yeah. Which, oh gosh, I can't believe that we got that far without like going insane.
The length is...
That's an image.
Go ahead.
Like
I'm sorry.
her. Sorry.
No, I was saying I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I would like her writing isn't the worst that we've experienced on Bad Fanfiction Night, but it's the fact that she is competent enough that is what makes it as bad as it is, because she should know better. And like there's absolutely no description, there's no going into detail, there's no flourish, there's nothing really to chew on with her writing. It is just this happens, then this happens. Then there is slight introspection, which is just a repeat of something that she's already talked about in the writing that we didn't really need a repeat of. Continue on the same. It's really exhausting.
10 billion different ways of calling Kylo Ren a bitch-ass motherfucker.
It really is.
Yeah.
Elliot Rodger, like that's literally like almost that has to be like once every single chapter. That has to be the average.
Also, Phantom of the Night, plot twist, Celtic is the one who unfreezes Mariah Carey every November 1st. No. I'm sorry, that's someone else's job. My job is to unfreeze George Winston, all right? That's my job. That's the most iconic version of Carol the Bells, and that is my favorite Christmas tune. If I have to force myself to stop listening to it at the end of the year when Christmas is over, because I will drive it into the ground and make myself sick of it if I'm not careful. It is one of my favorite songs of all time. To the point that I know the a cappella version of it.
Oh, nice.
Also, we got Dederex art.
Oh, finally!
God damn it, Dederex! This is why I didn't make myself a turkey!
Wait, what
It's been a while since we got some Dederex art.
Scott Slasher, did you know Kylo Ren is a grease
my
stain?
God.
Yeah, you only get told it a couple thousand times in Lily's writing.
No, I had no idea that Kylo Ren was a grease stain. Absolutely not.
And of course, near the end of the stream, everyone be sure to stick around because the fan art that we get, we show at the end of the stream. So if you're interested at all what Dederex sent, it's going to be shown at the end. Hopefully, if we remember in time willing.
Question, Twilight Guardian, is her writing as bad as Ruby's? Her writing is on a different level than Ruby, but I would say her writing is more boring than Ruby. If I had to choose between a animated version of Lily's writing and just watching Ruby, I would definitely watch Ruby instead, because there is no way that watching an animated or live action version of Lily's writing would be entertaining whatsoever.
Okay, so
I was about to say it's around volume 5 bad. Got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Ruby is interesting because it's watching a bunch of inexperienced writers fumble around trying to make a story, progressively actually kind of improving as they go along, but they have to then deal with all the mistakes they made earlier, and they're still not talented enough to deal with it. So it's a compounding sequence of like sprinkles of good writing and cool ideas, all mixed in with this like horrible mishmash of people trying to figure out exactly how to fix things as they're going. It's a very interesting series to study for that reason. When it comes to Lily, she has enough technical expertise, but the problem is, like, she's not aware of her own faults as a writer. So, like, she'll keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And she'll also be insistent upon, like, forcing squares into round holes over and over and over again. I mean, the whole thing about her changing what a Sith is versus a Dark Jedi just so that she can have her special character that's a really kind of a good person, quote unquote, but is still a Sith. And then you have Kylo Ren, who's a Dark Jedi, who's evil. It's like, it got a lot there that's just bullshit. Also, she's just bad because a lot of the fixes she employs in the sequel trilogy end up making things worse in the long run for a number of different reasons.
Yeah.
It's actually
Like the
hilariously
plot-
bad.
Like the plot there's like a literal way that the plot could end within the first 30 minutes of the movie, just given her freaking timeline. It's that bad.
Legitimately. Like, she could just drop... She knows where the resistance is. They don't need to stop at Maz Kanata's at all. And she just... They just ignore that. It's hilarious.
Yeah. What is the little thing on your head? It is a Digimon. It is a dotted Digimon. And who knows? I might switch out the Digimon every week.
Depending
That
on
could
who
be
she
random.
has in... Or random, or maybe depending who you have while you're playing the Digimon game over on your channel.
Yeah, the reason why I have Seedramon is because when we were having technical difficulties with Streamlabs not registering my my video capture card, we decided to have a little bit of fun with my background and just put a whole bunch of Seedramon on my background, and so that's why.
That's cool.
You should have put it down at down a rookie level, not a mega level.
It's a champion.
Yeah, I was gonna say Seedramon's not. It's not even actually. I think Metal Seedramon's ultimate only, not mega even. Right?
Yeah.
Do you see they're doing a Godzilla X Digimon crossover? Are they?
Yes,
Ooh.
they are.
So
And
are,
people are saying finally, because Digimon has had a connection to Godzilla since the 5th generation of V-Pets, where all of the Digimon that were in the Gen 5 V-Pets were based off of Godzilla monsters.
Is that
Like,
Metal Greymon as Godzilla?
No, Dark Tyrannomon was Godzilla. Metal Tyrannomon was, I think, based off of Mechagodzilla.
Well, I'm looking at like this crossover event, and I'm wondering.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure that they made a brand new Digimon for the event.
Well, because it looks very reminiscent of Metal Greymon. That's not Metal Greymon. Sorry, War Greymon.
Yeah, but what they do is they take elements from both of them and then they combine them. They did that with the Metabots crossover too, where they had
I forgot they had that.
Yeah, they did that twice, like 2 years in a row, where they had Digimon like Metabots, and then they had Metabots that turned into Digimon. So now we just have Metabot Digimon as canon.
Don't worry about being late, Seawits. We're just kind of getting warmed up into the chat. It's been about 20 minutes. We'll be getting to the video here shortly. I realize we have 151 people watching. In the immortal words of Patrick Starr, who are you people? Where have you guys been? Hi, welcome to the stream. Please come more regularly every single week. Tuesday at 6. I promise you, we have fun here every week. It's a great show.
That or we might have Anthony to thank for that.
Oh, potentially.
Yeah, probably. In which case, thanks a lot, dude.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. All right, so let's get into this. So what have we covered of Lily on the channel? We covered her 50
Writing tips.
Yeah. Did we cover
Yes.
anything else other than Sith Resurgence on Bad Fanfiction Night?
Not on this channel. I mean,
No, not on
she's
this
been
channel.
mentioned in Anthony's video, which we
Right.
did cover. But I mean, I covered her on my channel twice. Pete did as well in like 2 collabs, and of course Twilight.
Yeah, I did my video on her. So like we've covered Lily a lot separately and together.
Yes.
So, and it's brought us so much closer together, guys. The real Lily Orchard is indeed the friends we made along the way, and also the CSM allegations. But let's not focus on that. Anyways,
And it really is amazing the amount of friends that you can make if you make an enemy out of Lily Orchard.
It really is.
Yep.
It's very amazing on that front. So
Yeah.
why am I not on offline mode?
Yeah.
Do not disturb. There we go. All right. Let's dive right into Lily's new video, The Death of Media Literacy. Is there anyone that wants to say
boy.
anything before we start this?
This is how we all come together. Not saving what we love, but fighting what we hate.
You know what? Enough said. No
Perfect!
words were spoken.
You know what? We don't even need to watch the video. We can end the stream there. Perfect.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, see you guys later. Stay
right.
platinum, everybody.
All right, let's do this.
Working a job on YouTube has always felt like working the drive-thru at a McDonald's that every Karen in the Maritimes is all piled into and taken an obscene amount of cocaine. But even then, I still find myself reminiscing about the period of about 15 years ago, back when we all said butthurt and the worst someone could do to you was go bitch and moan on 4chan. But since the rise of Twitter and drama YouTube, it seems we have industrialized abuse, where tons of slop channels run by the most disgusting men you've ever...
I feel like... Whoever else was gonna
Dude,
pause
she's
it
pulling
for-
a Mama Max.
Listen, like, I don't like to be person who's skeptical when, like, someone is claiming abuse, or at least not, like, immediately skeptical. But, like, when it's Lily, it's kind of...
How long has Lily been on the internet? What was the timeline that we got from June?
She's been on the internet at least since she was like 15.
So the mid 2000s.
So
Yeah, around that.
yeah, I don't know how to describe this to people who weren't on Web 2.0 like a lot of us were back in the day. Web 2.0, no one gave a shit. Everyone was anonymous, and like legitimately, the words of other people shouldn't bother you. Like I honestly, I want to say it was the rise of Facebook that made things a lot more personal, because it was much more about connecting with people you knew in real life. And I think that changed a lot of dynamics. But it used to be that you didn't know anyone online unless it was a personal friend and you like got them into a hobby and you got onto a forum together. Like, I remember I had friends on RuneScape or,
Neopets.
Neptune Circle.
Gaia Online.
Oh, Newgrounds, I guess, was the biggest one. Newgrounds was big for
Newgrounds.
me.
Yeah,
Xbox
definitely.
Live?
Xbox Live started to kind of come into the Facebook era, but it started before then, definitely. I mean, Xbox Live was notorious because, my God, just no filter. Everyone, like, you got called everything under the sun there, and no one cared. Everyone walked away fine because everyone could do it without a care in the world. It was fine.
Yes, Synthetic Man's home planet.
Yeah.
I mean, even back then, like swearing at each other and being on like Xbox Live, that was considered, that and also being on 4chan were considered the most toxic things that you could ever do.
Yeah.
Right.
And even that, like, when you look at how, like, we have evolved into things like doxing and stalking and that kind of shit.
Yeah.
My God, Web 2.0, I don't know if it's just nostalgia goggles but like it was just a magical time. So what we have devolved into, like what she's talking about now isn't anything different than what it used to be necessarily. I don't know. The worst things aren't being referenced here. Like the doxing and shit and swatting and shit. Like, that's the really harmful shit.
It's just being a bit rude and saying mean things because you have a bad history and you aren't seen in a good light. And if you're not seen in a good light because you're a terrible person, then you're just being bullied.
Yeah, I wonder how much, like, a good example here because she has it pulled up. I wonder how much transphobic stuff that she said when she was young. I'm curious, actually.
Probably a lot.
I almost guarantee that she had one hell of a sailor swear when it came to this shit. Anyway, let's roll that back a little bit and try and get more of a context from her. Also, can you guys hear enough? It's actually really quiet on my end, so I'm wondering if I have to boost it for the people at home.
I can hear it just fine. If anything, I have to turn down my audio a little bit.
Fine, yeah.
Okay.
Every Karen in the Maritimes is all piled into and taken an obscene amount of cocaine. But even then, I still find myself reminiscing about the period of about 15 years ago, back when we all said butthurt and the worst someone could do to you was go bitch and moan on 4chan. But since the rise of Twitter and drama YouTube, it seems we have industrialized abuse, where tons of slop channels run by the most disgusting men you've ever heard of churn out screeds and rants of dubious credibility about every single human being who looked at them funny. And if drama YouTube is a smog-spewing factory of harassment and human excrement, then might I welcome welcome you over to the tech bros of this dystopian nightmare. Back in 2008.
Okay, so that was very targeted, wasn't it? That was strangely. I recognize that thumbnail, don't you?
Yeah.
Lily, I don't think you want to be saying that about June when considering the kinds of people he covers.
Also,
I don't think.
And not only that, but like women have been shitting on Lily longer than the men, arguably. So like, what?
Was she taking a pot shot at like the likes of Goddammit Malcolm?
I don't know Goddamn
I
Malcolm,
mean-
so I don't know.
I
I did.
like
oh god.
when it comes to like the different genres on YouTube, like she is talking about the what she called the slop channels, the drama channels, which I think Goddammit Malcolm does fall into. That would be also like just other channels like that. I wouldn't necessarily call the likes of June to be part of that, because he's more of a drama essayist than a drama channel.
Yeah,
but someone
he's-
like Lily doesn't understand the difference because
yeah.
I was gonna say he's a documentary, like he's a documentary, or what you call it,
documentarian.
documentary.
Yeah,
thank you.
documentarian.
Like, so it's like that's more accurate, because like there's Down the Rabbit Hole that's also like that, where they actually go in and do a lot of research and try to figure out the history. It's basically just doing biographies. It's not so. Honestly, biographies that are useful because they're warning people of what's happening now. I mean, Jesus Christ, no one wants to associate with Chris Chan, or those that do are doing it for a lot of number of reasons. They probably shouldn't at this rate anyway.
Well, I mean, he does have a girlfriend now, like a legitimate one.
Ugh!
That's
Oh!
news to me.
That lady.
Oh!
Also, what Raymond said.
Yeah.
God!
That's
Can you imagine your opening line? It says, "Oh, by the way, I slept with my mother." Jesus Christ! Oh!
also.
Yeah, no, it's confirmed. Like he's been over to Europe in order to visit her a couple of times.
I'm sorry. Wait, he broke containment.
I just,
Yes.
Rest of the world, I am so sorry. I am so sorry that it's not our fault, but we'll do our best to try and fix it.
Dude, I have to call my English friends. I have to warn them.
Yeah.
It might be too late. The curse is already spreading.
I am sorry, chat. I have apparently traumatized them all by telling them about Chris's girlfriend.
Where does Chris get the funds for flights? That's a very good question.
Yeah.
But like, bringing it back to Lily, it's weird to be describing like these kinds of people who talk about or like document the things that lolcows do and this kind of stuff, and like equating that to harassment, or at least it would maybe be more strange if she had like very specific examples, although I get the impression that like the usual suspects like June would be one of her examples.
Right.
She always vagues though.
Yeah. All the time. All the
Shadow
time.
boxing, let's go!
Ding ding ding.
God.
Reigning shadow boxing champion of the world, Lily
Oh,
Orchard.
no, dude. You can only say that if she wins against the Shadow.
You know what? You're right.
Wait, no. Who do you think he was talking about? He was talking about the Shadow. What, you think he was going to say Lily Orchard? No. Lily Orchard Shadow.
I was gonna say she's a Persona character that just walks into the TV world, just looks at the Shadow. She doesn't even like reject it. She just walks past. She's just like, oh, that's so misogynistic.
Oh, she's a
She compared June to Turkey Tom. Well, Turkey Tom's kind of like in the middle. Like, I think his Turkey Tom channel is much more documentarian, but like Tom Dark is much more in the slop pile sort of thing.
Also, can I just say, I hate how fast she talks. Like, she is absolutely. I know that's a whole shtick of hers that she's ripping off from Miyasi, but like, it's so irritating because I'm like, wait, I'm trying to process what you're saying, but you're already jumping onto the next topic. It's so fucking annoying.
It's a gish gallop. I mentioned this in my video. Why do you think I had to pause every 5 seconds?
You know what?
Much?
I'm gonna do something. Taking hint from EFAP. I'm going to do something.
God.
Yeah,
I know
let's
exactly
go,
what you're
buddy.
doing.
Let's slow her
it
down to 0.75 speed and see if that helps us parse about what she's saying.
Hey,
Little
she
human
can't
being.
DMCA a stat point.
Who looked at them funny? And if drama YouTube is a smog-spewing factory of harassment and human excrement, then might I welcome you over to the tech bros of this dystopian nightmare. Back in 2008,
almost
Lindsay
sounds
Ellis,
normal.
this is not a video about Lindsay Ellis being bad, I
Almost.
need to set the scene here, was hired by Channel Awesome to basically take a gender swap brand name and proceed to run circles around the guy who ran it. Then in 2014, after some things happened, she left and went independent. During that time,
So I said
Lindsay Ellis
almost.
and a handful of
I want
other
to say
creators...
I find it funny that like she says that about the nostalgia chick when I was one who never even found out who she was until after she had left the channel.
I
But no, she ran.
I did not like her content when she was Nostalgia Chick because her whole shtick was to just be miserable talking about female directed content. And
I remember
it was a miserable experience.
I remember
honestly.
when they had the auditions for the Nostalgia Chick and they couldn't decide who wins, so they just gave it to 3 different people for 3 different roles. I remember that happening, and I also remember the fact that no one remembers the other 2 people that were on the channel for, I want to say, like half a year and then just kind of faded away. I have no idea what happened to them. I honestly, I mean, Channel Awesome had so many fucking problems. But like I never clicked with Lindsay Ellis. I mean, even in her current stuff, I've never quite clicked with it. But you know, probably just not demographic lineup, that sort of thing.
I actually really, that chick with the goggles. I liked her.
Was that chick with the goggles and Mars Girl? Okay. Oh.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, that makes
I've
sense.
seen Mars Girl stuff before. I think I only
Mars
ever seen
Girl-
like that chick with the goggles like once.
Mars Girl's. She got wrapped.
I didn't like Mars Girl.
She got wrapped up.
Even back then.
She got wrapped up in the Vic stuff because she went on to become, I think, a Funimation person. That was not fun.
Right.
I remember the meme that came out about her. There's a photo of her that like something is weird with it, and it just makes her arms look insanely long. So like she has like these weird like super long like monkey arms, and that just became a running gag for a couple of internet people. Probably wasn't the most kosher of jokes, but I did find it mildly amusing.
Anyway, moving on.
How'd Lindsay run rings around Doug? Are you just saying she's just saying it's a suck up? Look, Doug sometimes has good content. I imagine Lindsay has good content too now. I just don't.
Well, she does. She does have good content, but it's a lot different than her old Nostalgia Chick content, where it was a very miserable experience to watch because she acted like she was in pain to even be there talking about the movies that she had to talk about.
Yeah, I figure like I didn't like her as Nostalgia Chick, and she didn't stand out as Nostalgia Chick. Like it didn't seem. It wasn't her niche. It was a poor match, and I think her new content fits her a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's basically pioneered the modern video essay, which was a genre that had always been around on YouTube but was in its larval state at the time. We used to call it the slideshow, or the rant video. But in the 16 years, fucking really? But in the 16 years since then, the video essay rose to prominence, with mostly Ellis to thank for making it popular in the first place.
No.
No,
not even
Red
close.
Letter Media, dumbass.
Not even close.
Like Red Letter Media was formative in that idea.
Okay, well now we know what she means by running circles around Doug.
Like, I'm sorry, but as much as I do like Lindsay Ellis's content after she left that guy with the glasses, she was a latecomer in the video essayist space. I'm sorry, Lily. Do your fucking
I was gonna say
research.
Red Letter Media, Movie Bob. Shut the like I don't like Movie Bob, but fucking hell, he was on The Escapist back in like 2005, 2006. I remember him starting his fucking his video reviews. Literally anyone on Channel Awesome. Spoonie was like the earliest one that I found. And okay.
Pretty sure Bennett the Sage had video essays.
Lots of Channel Awesome people.
I hate to see the guy.
anime YouTubers had video essays long before Lily Ellis came into the picture.
Yeah.
Lily Ellis, their fusion.
Oh no! Oh, poor Lindsay. I would never inflict her being fused with Lily Orchard.
There are too many L's, okay? There are too many L names.
Izanagi says,
Sorry.
I hate to be that guy, but didn't Folding Ideas do stuff around the same time as Lindsay Ellis? Yes, literally everyone.
Yeah.
Lindsay Ellis probably came in, and she actually had, I think, a very clean format from the get-go, because I think she learned a lot of lessons from being on Channel of Awesome and watching other content creators. I think she actually probably has a consistent format that's stayed the test of time, but I don't think really you can point to her as the one to solidify it. I think it's just like a thing that's ever evolving, because like I can always point to, like, you know, for like it or hate it, I think Mahler's videos are incredibly detailed and incredibly thoroughly researched and shit. And he has his format was kind of alien at the beginning, and now it's pretty standard across a huge swath of the critical space. So I don't know. It's an ever evolving process. I don't know what you're talking about. It's been around since the internet.
Yeah, dude. Like
Spoony and Linkara were doing reviews in text before they were doing the videos, and then they migrated over.
Yeah, I
That is
remember
true.
the old text days. Like,
Dear me.
that used to be pretty standard before YouTube became a thing. That used to be the go-to for long essays.
Chrono-
was
the days
text
when-
form.
Reading massive multi-paragraph long posts on the internet about how bad X game or X movie was.
Chronosphere,
Yeah.
it's so cute, but like I already have a Celtic Padoru. You didn't have to make me one, but I appreciate it. I'll try and get. I'm gonna color this one in, and I'll try and use it for another stream in the future.
Aw.
It's I love it. It's so cute. All right. Anyway, back to Lily's babbling.
Show. Or the rant video. But in the 16 years, fucking really? But in the 16 years since then, the video essay rose to prominence, with mostly Ellis to thank for making it popular in the first place. Unfortunately, her work had an unintended side effect. Now every drooling Yahoo had a whole box of academic terminology to throw at people whenever they were in a rage. And thus began the death of media literacy.
Yeah, I don't
Oh my
think Lindsay
God.
was responsible for that either.
Yeah, no, she was not. Also, there are a lot of other people with good qualifications that are on YouTube that isn't just Lily Ellis. The Closer Look is another one. He does really good content as well.
Lily, you don't need. Are you forgetting Anita Sarkeesian? She also did shit like this.
Wasn't very
God.
good at it, but she did
She's
it.
not, but like, Lily, I'm college educated. I have a degree. Like, are you saying that only Lindsay Ellis could have done this kind of shit because she has big words that she has somehow bestowed upon the internet her knowledge, and because of that, people took it like Prometheus taking fire from the gods? No.
God damn it, you took
she's
my
like-
joke.
She's like Joel. Every video essay after this is her fault.
Lily, once again, blaming women for the bad things that happen in the world.
Lily
Well,
won't
to
mention
be fair.
CinemaSins. You're right. You're not actually
Oh,
wrong.
yeah, that is true.
CinemaSins. She, 2021, she won't mention them.
Mhm.
Even though that her content started as a blend between Yahtzee and CinemaSins.
Oh,
And a bit of movie Bob, but yeah.
and
I mean, he
without-
was also-
Oh, like no, she directly, like, her earliest videos were just aping off of CinemaSins.
Oh, were they really?
is Lily
I mean,
the
I guess-
Prometheus of this, or are we getting an Emperor album dedicated to her?
I guess I'm mainly only familiar with like the days when she was really, really emulating Yahtzee and to that same
Well, I'm
effect. I
talking
mean,
about like the videos that are still up on her actual channel,
Oh,
not
don't
like
The
before
in-a-minute
when
videos.
when Lily was ball spawn and all
yeah.
that.
Oh, okay.
God, the fact that she willingly called herself Ball Spawn.
I know.
I mean, I know Baal is an evil god deity and like different things, but still, not. I've always
like
thought
I
the name
said,
was
the
funny.
best jokes in life are the ones that make themselves.
An hysterical moral panic through which entitled brats would find increasing ways to overreact to someone expressing a contrary opinion over something that doesn't matter. Did you know
It
we're living in
does.
an
Okay, hold
unprecedented
on.
time?
If it doesn't matter,
Wait
okay.
a second.
Hold on, no,
It
no, no.
does
What?
matter.
You saying that like the media that they are talking about doesn't matter? I want to clarify first if that's what she said, because there's a lot of hypocrisy there for Lily Orchard to be saying that. But let's be sure. Let's give her some good faith and make sure that's actually what she said.
An hysterical moral panic through which entitled brats would find increasing ways to overreact to someone expressing a contrary opinion over something that doesn't matter.
Okay. So, I mean, if the contrarian opinion is about like whatever show or movie or game that they are talking about, then I guess, yeah, she is saying that the media being talked about in question doesn't matter.
So I hate there's a mentality that's been pervasive, and to some extent I've contributed to this. I can admit to that, but like I've been thinking about it more and more. People do dismiss discussion about media as superfluous because to a lot of them media is superfluous. To them it's just entertainment, and this is kind of an irritation I have with the general populace. They don't understand the value of art, not realizing that art does have a massive effect on our lives. If we were to go and serve our entire lives living in a brutalist hellscape, like if we were to go from our brutalist home down our brutalist streets into the brutalist city and go to work in a brutalist building, and every single day just sit there, maybe getting a brutalist window at best, or sitting in a brutalist cubicle, we would want to blow our brains out. It would drive us insane. We need entertainment.
Brutally.
Entertainment is absolutely necessary. Brutalism as an art style has a point, but like anything, you need variety. You need something to energize you. You need entertainment, and you need entertainment that nourishes you. And analyzing it is very important to not only understand what you like, but what other people like and how you communicate with them different ideas and concepts. Sometimes some people need to be introduced to one idea through a different avenue than you do. Sometimes they just have a proclivity or a mental block or something that doesn't allow them to interpret it in the exact same way. And this is the value of media literacy and analysis. It is vitally important that we do it because expressing ourselves through art is one of the key ways we communicate with our fellow man and even with ourselves. So
not only that,
Yeah.
it is the oldest form of communication. The oldest thing that we have found of human culture is art. It is one of the most important things to humanity that you have. Art art was probably used and has been used actually as a form of communication before written language was a thing. Like, there are videos out there that I've seen where there are forms of communication using pictograms that have been lost after the invention of writing, because we just didn't need that form of communication anymore. So that form of a communication was lost. So before we had the written word, we had art. That was how we communicated with each other. So yes, art is very important for conveying things, for communication. And that's why it pains me so much that nobody values art as much as it should be valued.
Especially not a critic like Lily. Like Lily, let's bring this shit down to brass tacks. You suck at what you do, and you're upset that people are calling you the fuck out for it. That's why you're saying this shit. There is no overreaction to any of your takes that people have had. Like, not like any YouTubers anyways. Like, hiding in public was way more respectful in regards to your Steven Universe takes than most people here probably would be. And I definitely was respectful in regards to, like, me and Pete explained thoroughly why you were wrong about the Mary Sue trope, which you fucking lied about.
So I want to draw a distinction
No,
here
man.
too between what she is saying and typically how I say chill out. It's not a big deal when it comes down to kind of stuff. There is a point where people can become over involved in media literacy. Either they get stuck in a belief about one thing or another, and they cannot and they refuse to try and see it any other way, which that depending on circumstance is either rational or irrational. But a lot of people become emotionally attached, regardless rational or irrational. They become emotionally attached to something and can get very, very heated about it. And at the end of the day, what you do have to realize is the importance of media literacy is the communication aspect. That is the most valuable aspect of it. And if you lose that, if you lose sight of it and you start actively miscommunicating with people, you're losing the purpose of it. And it is very painful for a lot of people. It gets annoying for a lot of people, and it shuts down the conversation that you're supposed to be having. What she is doing here is just, she is taking any kind of like the spirit of that motion of like, hey, don't get so heated about it. She is then using that and taking it to an extreme to completely erase the hard work of all these people that are trying to analyze something and trying to figure out exactly how people understand media. Like she has gone so much more extreme than she needs to here. It's really annoying.
And most importantly, she's blaming, the advent of video essays for this problem. When like regular reviews have had responses, given back to them before. People can be bad in just regular short form reviews as well,
Yep.
Ant is right. She is also the poster child for getting heated.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other point about this.
You're criticizing me over my media takes? False DMCA strike.
Well, that was exactly
Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
That's like exactly what I was like getting at when I heard this, because like this is absolutely insane coming from Lily of all people, whose entire channel is dedicated to talking about these things that like apparently don't matter. It's interesting because like in the big speech of yours, Raymond, that I'm absolutely going to add epic music into an edit on my channel, complete with the American flag or some shit. I don't know, but like. Something that like I had thought about is that there was like an episode of South Park, I want to say, that was kind of talking about this, or like ended on like a topic kind of similar to this. It was the Imagination Land one, where the climax was the lesson that Kyle had learned that day was that like a lot of these fictional kind of characters in a way do feel very real to us because of like the kinds of things that those stories can communicate, and how like just how you guys were saying, part of the reason why I imagine art, like not only because like art is probably a lot easier or just like any basic art is a lot easier to make than like inventing rules for a language is probably the reason why it predates it, but also because in a way art can communicate things that like words and your voice really can't express in a way. Like I think about like a lot of different kinds of stories. I think about like just Arcane and how many different kinds of like concepts, different kinds of perspectives from different people around topics like progress versus weaponization of technology, classism, all this other kind of stuff. People from like all sides of all of from every like possible perspective, and seeing like all these different, it's communicating all of these different kinds of things, and that's just from one show. There are like artists are like, and especially just stories in general are some of the greatest ways to communicate anything, whether it's like events that happened, a person, or a society, fucking ideas and shit. And like you want to say that that's unimportant, Lily, you're lying.
Yeah,
I also want to say very quickly, there was a study done about how the brain reacts to real life people versus fictional ones. The brain lit up the exact same for a real life famous figure and Spider-Man. Like there was no difference.
Yep.
Which only proves to me that Spider-Man is real, damn it! I want pictures of him on my desk tomorrow!
He's real to me!
Listen, Kyle Broflovsky said so of course he's real.
The reason why people can get so passionate about fictional characters and stuff is because subconsciously, on some level, even though that we know that they aren't real, on some level, the brain doesn't consider them any different than real people. We do emotionally view them as real people.
Well, you say that, Twi,
I mean,
but like we've seen a lot recently where a lot of people treat these characters as real and thus are morally abhorred by the actions certain characters take as a result of it, which gets like the opposite direction of what we're discussing here.
Yeah, I never said that it couldn't go in the opposite bad direction.
I know, I just wanted to raise that.
Yeah.
Okay,
but in the former direction, though, it makes, a whole lot of sense, because part of what makes storytelling work, not even good, just work in general, is that you have to create it in a way that evokes a feeling in the audience. And if it's strong, that's like that's the whole game. It's a give and take. But yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Lily can't get passionate about anything that is lewd. No. No, I am that cat. No. You don't want to know what lewd things Lily gets passionate about, all right?
Yeah,
like,
let's not.
I'll preface, like, I don't kink shame, all right? But the things that she's done make it a whole nother level of I will fucking kink shame and I may call the police.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Did you know we're living in an unprecedented time of media illiteracy? The proof is all around you. I mean, I'm telling you in confidence.
I mean, like, she's not wrong. We're looking at an example of that.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, I heard that someone doesn't like your favorite show. I also heard that they think it's bad. Okay, so this isn't anything new.
Disliking a show doesn't mean that you're media illiterate. Taking away a wildly inaccurate view of that show means that you may be media illiterate.
Case in point, your wife.
Jesus.
Your wife with Arcane, lady. Case in fucking point.
The good example, like, there are a couple of examples that I can give, but the one that I found most poignant was from a number of years ago now in the Tundra server, which was that guy that severely misunderstood what Squid Games was all about.
Oh.
And he, like, what would you say that Squid Game, like, the main theme of Squid Game is about?
That's a long and arduous conversation, and one that I'm not the most...
No, like, just give me a one-word answer.
The intended, it's about capitalism.
Yeah, that's not what that guy said that it was about. He said that it was about, what did he say? It's been so many years now, but it was something about, like, the rich abusing the poor or whatever, which, I mean, is partially there, but the way that he worded it made it seem like it was a completely different show. Another example is much more recently with what Raymond's latest video, which is My Hero Academia, and how people don't seem to understand the themes that My Hero Academia is trying to show and trying to talk about, because they have expectations of what the show should be, and therefore, when it doesn't meet their expectations, they get mad at it, instead of trying to understand what the show is trying to say.
And
I mean, it's a very... it's a very similar phenomenon with Naruto, right? Where it's like, okay, the second half of the series, the last arc, let's be honest. The last arc of the series rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And
who cares? Who cares about this discussion, really? But, like, the point is that I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get us off on, like, a very long tangent about that, because we could talk for a very long time about MHA. But, like, my point is ultimately is that there is a difference between liking something and disliking something, and understanding what the show is trying to convey and what you want the show to convey. And whether or not you understand whether or not what the show is trying to convey is done poorly or done well.
Yeah.
Right,
We
there's
need to
nothing
continue
wrong
the
with
video.
arguing with somebody about that.
We need to continue the video. That way I can make a joke about the fact that she has terrible taste in Star Trek. Oh, I forgot there's Star Trek in this. Okay.
Oh.
Phantom of the Night. Remind me
y'all
of a
can handle
YouTuber
that.
I watched that I thought the moral Madoka Magica was girls shouldn't have ambition. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah. You want Lily Orchard and Lilith Farron. I have not seen the two in the same room together, so I am presuming they're the same person.
Lilith also had really garbage takes about Madoka Magica too.
Yes, that's basically it. Like, it's
New, if we're being honest. Hardcore fans of basically everything have always shouted down contrary opinions with shit like, "You just don't get it," or "You need to spend at least 100 hours."
Speaking from personal experience.
Or BRB reporting this for promoting terrorism for years. It's been the status quo of
Whoa.
someone
All
doesn't
right.
like your favorite show.
Let's roll back.
I also heard that they think it's bad. Okay, so this isn't anything new, if we're being honest. Hardcore fans of basically everything have always shouted down contrary opinions with shit like, "You just don't get it," or "You need to spend at least 100 hours," or BRB reporting this for promoting terrorism for years. It's been
What?
That one is oddly specific. Also,
Yeah.
like, it's fair to someone to say, like, you don't get it, potentially. The 100 hours one, that's an appeal to, like, I guess it appeal to temporal, which might not be a fair, or I mean, honestly, any of these, especially that last one, can be good or bad in the context. That last one probably mostly bad. I don't think anyone should report you for that. Bad Cube Company. Is that just a joke? I actually don't like that joke.
Maybe.
I would not be surprised if someone said that they were going to report Lily for terrorism, considering the things that she said in her Magneto video.
Yeah. Also,
There is that.
just try not to pause until she's finished a thought. I know it's really hard to parse when that is, but I try to, like, let her speak all the way so we can get all the juicy bits in one go instead of, like, stopping, rewinding, and starting.
I have never touched
Yeah.
I have never touched it.
I'm looking over at Pete. He doesn't know how this works yet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because, like, I gotta adjust to this because, like, Kaiser, the way that, like, Kaiser and I react to Lily Orchard videos is, I'm noticing, is very different from this. So I'm trying not to be, like, too imposing.
Yeah, think of the viewers, Pete. Think of the viewers. Think of the
All right,
audience.
let's go.
been the status quo of the internet since a bunch of pedophiles got kicked off something awful and created 4chan. But ever since the internet moved on from its primitive roots, ditching the rage comics in favor of Wojaks apparently, there's been an effort from the biggest punching bags of the internet to rebrand themselves as intellectuals, and thus all the usual flame wars have been replaced with hysterical moaning about media literacy. Well,
Wait, okay, so first of all,
what?
You pine for the halcyon days of the internet.
Yeah.
So are you saying that when all the pedophiles left and formed 4chan, things got worse? So you want the pedophiles to still be around?
Yeah, that's.
Um,
Damn it,
I mean, it'll make it harder to spot her. Am I right?
Oh! And secondly, are you counting yourself in what you just described there, Lily? The downtrodden that tries to reshape themselves into an intellectual.
No, Raymond, obviously what she's saying is that she's one of the one who didn't go to the Exodus to 4chan. And that's what makes her intelligent on their level.
that feels like it's like in a parody. It's like a really dark, like a dark comedy parody type thing. It's like some person gets elevated. It's like, ah, yes, you're now moving on to the upper echelon of intellects in all of the world. Here's your complimentary child. It's like, why? Oh, you know why? It's like, no, I don't. It's like he's like a straight man. It's like, I don't understand what's going on. It's like, every intellectual is this way. We all know it. You know. It's like, no, what the fuck?
By the way, here's this island you can go to. Free tickets.
Yeah,
all
free
expenses
tickets.
paid.
Oh Christ! We might already be demonetized. Oh.
Listen, if YouTube doesn't do it first, Lily might.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, media literacy ain't dead or dying, and I can fucking prove it.
First speech censored, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, chains us all irrevocably.
Do not put his words in your fucking mouth. That is one of the most poignant fucking speeches in all of Star Trek. You do not get to use it. I will listen to your point, but my God, am I angry right now because of you.
I'm just gonna say... No, go ahead.
This isn't the first time that she's done that, too. Because remember in my video where she tried to equate Martin Luther King Jr. with fucking Ultron.
Yeah.
Let's take probably the most
I'm just gonna say, like, because I know absolutely nothing about Star Trek, and looking at the timestamps that she has in her description, I'm probably not going to be able to add a whole lot. I'll try to, but I'm not gonna be able to add a whole lot until like the 12-minute mark, I imagine.
Just wait till she says that the Federation is commie. Well, the Federation is commie, but it's a post-scarcity society, so that's why it works. It's a whole thing. It's this world building in Star Trek. Anyway.
Nah, Lily hates that.
Yeah.
Example of the death of media literacy, the right-wing Star Trek fan. On the surface, this is an obvious case of no media literacy. Star Trek is one of the most unapologetically leftist shows in the universe. It's a show about racial diversity and fully automated luxury communism in space. But it's also a show about how a strictly American-coded organization staffed predominantly by white men is the benevolent peacekeeper of the world, single-handedly holding up galactic stability, surrounded on all sides by cartoonish depictions of African people.
No!
Here we fucking go.
Holy shit! No, they're Russians at worst. Like, okay, if you wanted to go with a racist allegory, you could probably go to the fucking Romulans because they're the closest to the Chinese. But even then, we have the Vulcans who are the same species contradicting that. I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck?
I'm trying to count what the fuck's in chat.
that was gonna be my next guess. Was that like she was gonna throw up the Vulcans and like compare them to Asians or something? I'm calling it now.
No. She's going to compare the Ferengi to Jews because the Ferengi are notoriously money-grubbing people, and they have big noses and ears, and she's going to also ignore there's a bunch of fucking world building that went into the Ferengi, and they're actually a really fascinating culture, and they actually have a lot of different characters that are morally along different stretches.
So they're not just their stereotype.
They're not just their stereotype.
It doesn't matter because the only thing that you're going to notice is the stereotype. And therefore, as long as you can twist it to be the stereotype that can be equated to a real life culture, they are suddenly that culture and therefore a racist representation. I fucking hate that people can just boil something down, whether it be a fictional or real life group of people or a concept, and just say that boiling it down in their own minds makes it somehow your problem and therefore you're a bad person.
Also,
it gets my goat so fucking much.
Let's break down more of this because she also says it's a commie organization. Like, great, sort of. Sort of. DS9 is my favorite of the Star Trek series because it has a lot to actually refine the stable world building, whereas the original series of Star Trek and Star Trek The Next Generation are the is it the wagon train to the stars, I think is what Gene Roddenberry called it. It's a Western, effectively going out to adventure to lands unseen and unknown, experiencing new cultures and discovering new things. DS9, meanwhile, is the Old West town in space. And the idea is you have a bunch of different people drifting in and out and people constantly fluctuating. It becomes a central part of like a major war arc. Like there's a whole bunch of different things that pass through the town, and they use that to help characterize the rest of the world building that has been so far only really touched upon in certain regards in the original, the first two series. And they do a really good job of it. But throughout all of the series, especially past the original series, they have diversified the cast. You have leading people on the ship who are, you have women commanding officers. You have a black lead engineer. Like your chief engineer is Geordie LaForge, who's awesome. He actually gets a really complicated and kind of messy side plot all of his own, where he kind of falls in love with a woman on a holodeck, only to meet the real life equivalent, the real her later on. And it becomes really awkward between them. That's a really interesting subplot. Obviously you have Worf, who is the chief security officer who gets promoted after the previous chief security officer, Tasha, I'm blanking on her last name. Tasha, she was only one season. She dies. She was the chief security officer and gets killed. It's like Tasha Yar, that was it. And she ends up having actually a really cool reappearance later in the series. And then DS9 did even more to diversify that, where the main commanding officer, Captain Sisko, is a black dude. And for the record, best captain. I will hear no argument. Then you get into the entire element of how how commie the Federation is. In DS9, I do a lot to flesh that out because, sure, the Starfleet is post-resource. They can generate food, clothing, supplies, housing.
Yeah.
Even then, you have things where you actually have to argue and basically fight for different property that you live in, like familial living spaces. Making an argument that we have a restaurant here, we have to keep it running, we have to keep it supplied. It's a historical site. But then outside of people, members of the Federation, like the Ferengi, there's regular trade. In fact, there's an episode of the original series where we see the Federation trading for dilithium crystals, the power sources of all these magnificent things that fuel their technology, and it deals with the fact that they have to trade for it, and the Federation has to actually barter. It's not that they can just do things for free. They actually do have to participate in some way in a larger economy, but because they have such a technological advantage, they have so many benefits that allow their member states to actually behave and benefit in such a comfortable lifestyle. It's so much more well established and built than you are making it out to be. And the fact that conservatives can like that and can understand that, hey, we might get to the point where we have so much technology that everyone is living in the lap of luxury and we can dedicate our life and time to exploring the galaxy and discovering new things to benefit ourselves, not only resource wise, but also culturally. Do you think that conservatives don't enjoy culture? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm baffled by this.
If a show like that is that leftist can bring those conservatives into it, then I say that's a plus,
Yeah, and what's great about Star Trek is that oftentimes, I mean, it does flop on a few things, but with occasional episodes, but most of the episodes that present an ethical dilemma, it's an actual dilemma, and it asks you to decide what side of it you're on. There's a great episode of The Next Generation where a man, because of his culture, he's a massive, brilliant scientist. He's actually on the way to cure a huge disease. But because of the culture they live in, every single person that hits the age of 40 gets executed. And this is like a cultural thing that's been done over generations, hundreds of years, maybe even thousands, because it's how they figured out how they prevent spiraling into war, spiraling into bloodshed and needless death. They just have everyone die at a Measure of a Man. Measure of a Man is amazing. But like this one episode I'm talking about, the entire dilemma is whether or not the crew of the Enterprise basically kidnapped this guy to try and keep his research going, or they let him be taken and executed at the very end of the story, in adherence with his culture. And at the very end, they decide, the guy actually like refutes them and says, you know what? I've decided I'm going to go back to my planet. I'm going to die. I'm going to go through with it. I would like you guys to join me at my celebration. And so it's like, it's this really bittersweet ending because like, he's like, I need to go down there. I need to inform the next scientist in line. It's a really good episode, and it makes you feel like, what was the right solution there? Because that man could have contributed so much more, but his culture has a reason why it does the things it does, and he feels like that's the right choice to make. And it's like, it's God, Lily, you are missing so much. Sorry, I had to go on that rant because I love Star Trek, and there's a lot of reasons why modern Star Trek doesn't scratch the same itch. It always tries to tell you what the right answer is at the end of the day, as opposed to taking the lessons from the best episodes where it kind of leaves it ambiguous and asks you as a viewer to decide what you think the right course of action was, no matter what the characters in the story took. Also, Izanagi said, isn't Measure of a Man a popular episode? Yes, it is. It's considered one of the best out there. Anyway, Raymond, get on the green mouse. Sorry, her back might break. Anyway, let's continue this. I've taken too much time just ranting.
Organization staffed predominantly by white men is the benevolent peacekeeper of the world, single-handedly holding up galactic stability, surrounded on all sides by cartoonish depictions of African people, Jewish people, and Chinese people,
There we go,
where
there's
the
Chinese.
military is the ultimate force of good and benevolence.
Completely ignoring that the Vulcans are basically the Taiwanese. So it's more of a cultural thing that you're criticizing, but anyway, whatever.
Protecting
Well, I mean,
you
this
from
video
those...
is about the death of media literacy. We're witnessing it.
We're witnessing it
Yeah.
at first hand.
Real
You know
time.
what? I take it back. This video is actually very informative. I'm learning quite
We
a
all
lot about the
learn
death of
from
media
bad
literacy.
examples.
Yeah.
Evil outsiders. Gene Roddenberry was a very progressive man, often dreaming of a brighter future where humanity has grown up, and often believed that humanity couldn't get to space before it grew up. But he was also painfully American in the 1960s, so all of Star Trek's political messaging is still glazed in American exceptionalism. Watch the first two series and you'll find way more of the Federation bringing civilization and enlightenment to other people than you will see the Federation dealing with an internal problem. And when it does, those problems are often the result of bad apples, individual admirals or captains. Anytime a problem is caused in the Federation, it's the result of individual people itself enabling and encouraging them.
Okay, so a couple things to address there. Gene Roddenberry was not as strictly progressive as people make him out to be. There's a little show called Have Gun Will Travel that he basically wrote on his own that is incredible. Like compared to Star Trek, it has incredibly conservative values. Incredibly conservative values. It's a straight up Western with a lot of those things in it. So people want to say like,
Wow.
oh, he's purely this progressive, brilliant person. No, he's a complicated man with a lot of complicated thoughts that wants to analyze the nature of humanity, and he has certain values that he puts above others.
It's almost like you can write something that doesn't necessarily align with your personal beliefs, or because you are a human being, maybe your personal beliefs can change over time. It's almost like we're human.
Yep.
It's the exact same thing that I said in my video to Lily, that you have the ability to write things that aren't necessarily lining up with your politics because you are a creative person, and you can explore things outside of your personal purview of the world.
Can she though?
She can, but
Other
other people
people
can.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, us real people.
Oh yeah, for
But,
sure.
Also,
Yeah.
don't use measure. Fuck you, Lily. Ah, it's such a good episode. It's literally putting that one's all about the moral panic of putting someone on trial because they're half Romulan. That's a whole, God, such a good episode.
Of bad apples, individual admirals or captains. Anytime a problem is caused in the Federation, it's the result of individual people going bad, not the system itself enabling and encouraging them. What?
She's saying that there is no such thing as individuality, there is only systemic.
But like on top of that, it's like, so do you believe there is a such thing as a perfect system when humans are involved? No. My God, no. Like this is like where I rub against a lot of people. I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect system. You're never going to get one. Everyone's human. Everyone's flawed. You're always going to get the person in power that's going to do shit things because they're a person in power. Power reveals the flaws of humanity. It is one of the worst things about us. But it also means that we have the ability to show the virtues of humanity too. You can have good leaders, you can have bad leaders, you can have conflicted leaders, you can have complicated leaders. Yeah. You can have people across every part of that spectrum, and it can be very personalized, or it can end up boiling down into an entire system that was never intended to handle the way that a certain type of corruption comes about. Lily, you can't just boil it down that way. And let us not forget, the fucking Federation has an assassin team. Section 31 exists. They kill people frequently. They are horrible, horrible people. The Federation as a system is not absolved in Star Trek. There are problems everywhere in the fucking universe in Star Trek.
She's specifically talking about like first two seasons. So was that like a thing within like the first two installments of the franchise?
Once again, I point to DS9. It's the one that introduced a lot of these elements. Although I'm not sure. I think Section 31 eventually showed up in TNG, but I'm not entirely sure.
But even putting that aside, like I would imagine that the reason why there wasn't a whole lot of like plot lines about the Federation itself being having systemic intrinsic like machinations that enable really bad actors or bad actions to happen is because I would imagine it's a lot easier to write in such a long running episodic story.
Yeah, no,
like, I mean, it's like much more interesting for a lot of people to watch these villains who are personally responsible for the things that they are doing.
Yes. And like, let's not forget, there's actually an entire episode in TNG that's actually really good. It's one of it's Wesley Crusher's shining hour as a character in the show. A character that a lot of people hate. He ends up becoming a cadet at Star Command, at Starfleet. And he basically, there's a massive, massive cover-up that happens as a result of a training accident that happens. Ends up killing, I think, 1 or 2 recruits. And Wesley and his wingmen are basically on the hook for the entire disaster. And that's another episode that ends very much in kind of a bad way. Wesley gets completely kicked out of the Starfleet. He's not allowed to return. His entire dream of becoming a Starfleet officer gets shot down, or I'm pretty sure that's how it ends. I remember it being very brutal because a lot of people tried to cover up this massive mistake. It wasn't just one person. It was multiple people. The system tried to make sure that Starfleet was peerless. Anyway.
Defines a conservative, the bedrock upon which all of their beliefs are built is that the system we live in is fine and doesn't need changing. And that's a belief that the most popular and well-known entries in Star Trek support wholeheartedly.
No. Conservatism is about preservation and about looking at the systems that we have and whether or not they are serving their purposes effectively. And then, if they are not working effectively, that is when change needs to be had. And when they are changed, we look to the past. That's the entire concept behind it. I don't want to talk about politics on the stream. But Lily,
you're gonna have to talk about politics when you're dealing with Lily Orchard. That is something that I found out when I was doing my response video, and I will never forgive Lily for that.
Yeah. Teddy Bear Paladin, Lily goes on a spiel about representing a group in propagandist fashion. Let me write Sith as victim of Jedi bigotry. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Teddy bear.
Legitimately. Good point.
The original series is preachier than Ferngully crossed with Steven Universe, but it still maintains that
Gully
us
wasn't
versus
all that
them meant
preachy. Shut up. I'm
Remember-
sorry.
Remember,
but I'm going to.
she's only
I'm
consumed
going
it
to
through the
defend-
nostalgia critic and nostalgia chick. So
Yeah, I know. I'm going to defend my childhood favorite show, okay? I do not think that Ferngully was all that preachy. Have you fucking watched Captain Planet and the Planeteers? That show was
I was gonna
preachy.
say, did you watch G.I.
I have.
Joe, bitch?
Izanagi says, I'm liberal and I'm pissed off. Oh god, this makes me feel such an awful mess. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what? I'm liberal and I'm pissed off. That sounds like something that would be on a shirt.
Interesting.
Get out.
Watchface says, this is a reminder that Lily's hate boner for conservatives comes from her being bitter over an unrequited crush. Can someone confirm that?
Oh,
Okay,
this
yeah,
was in
no,
June's-
okay. So that's from the June video. Go ahead, Pete. Do you want?
Yeah, let Pete do it.
Yeah, so I mean, there was an entire section of June's video. I forget what the name of the guy was. It was
Josh
the one.
Scorcher.
Huh? Oh yeah, just Scorcher. It's the one part of like June's video where I feel most of the hate towards June dead naming her comes from, because he plays parts from his own. He plays a video from Josh's own experience with Lily where he intentionally dead names her multiple times. And
No,
so
that wasn't
basically,
Josh. That was somebody else.
that wasn't. Oh, I thought that
No.
was okay. Well, I mean, all right. So, but but like, long and short of it, Josh Scorcher was someone who apparently, like, Lily Orchard had a crush on, did not reciprocate the feelings, and basically after
God.
things basically fell apart after that, she went on a massive hate boner towards him and everything that he believed in, which included conservatism.
I did
Yeah,
not know Josh
including,
Scorcher
like-
was a conservative, but that just tells you how much I care about learning about anyone's political views on YouTube. So
Yeah, for freaking
Yeah.
real, dude. Josh is
Oh,
just
yeah.
living his best life. But like, it's so bad because Lily basically used the drama at the time about a chick getting somebody getting what was it, preyed upon by someone in the brony community in order to try to get Josh to take his 2 response videos to Lily down, even though they had absolutely nothing to do with that whole situation.
Jesus.
Yeah, if anyone's
Quickly.
wondering, it started 44 minutes into June the King's video on Lily Orchard.
That
if
is
anyone wants to-
exactly where I like stopped watching. I'm still paused
is
there.
Oh my god.
Well, now you can
Raymond.
find out for yourself after
Get
the
on the
stream.
ball.
I'm sorry that listening about Lily's past made me physically ill.
Yeah, you got doing a live stream like I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
make everyone, like, share the suffering.
Because I totally want to
Okay.
vomit on stream. Anyway.
Quickly, someone said all I remember about Ferngully is Tim Curry was the villain and he was fantastic. I'll do you one better, because she says that Ferngully was preachy. Not only do I think that it's not preachy, I think that it actually does a good job showing that both sides can be victims, because the 2 human characters that were friends with the main human love interest, they were just doing their jobs. They had no say, and they almost got killed with Tim Curry's character with Hexus. So they had no idea what they were doing. They had no idea about the actual harm that they were causing. They were innocent victims as well, and they just got caught in the crossfire.
Okay.
mentality in that it is quite rare for Captain Kirk to reconsider the founding aspects of the Federation. At most, he himself has to be individually nicer. There are often episodes that deal with 60s era racism or abortion issues that were still hot button rage points for conservatives of the day. There's an episode that deals with a very obvious parallel to American racism with aliens who are black on one side and white on the other, and discriminate based on which side is which. subtle. But that episode is fundamentally about the Federation educating a decidedly less modern people. And conservatives love anti-racism when it's them educating or feeling superior to others. We are, remind you, talking about a nation that was doing ghettoization and eugenics while simultaneously being horrified by Nazi concentration camps, despite being their primary inspiration. I'd argue
That's 20 years apart.
Yeah, that's 20 years apart. And also, you don't want me to start getting into the people that put a lot of those kinds of policies in place because you're not going to like the answers. Trust me. The history of conservatism and progressivism gets real back.
And the fact that it is, and it's election day is only going to multiply that.
Yeah, this is not what I wanted to be talking about, Lily. Can you please? Can we please not? Can we please not?
The stars align.
Honestly, I think that it is a bit of a red herring when you get into what people were supportive of like 70 years ago and beyond. Like, who the fuck cares? It's not really relevant to what's going on today. Can we please just move on from that and focus on what's going on right now? Because the more that we focus on what happened before our grandparents were even born, the less that we're actually going to get done today in the now.
What I appreciate about it is I've seen this episode, and everyone always brings up it's so blunt force trauma when it comes down to the allegory. But forget, this isn't just a show where they show up, there's two guys of a differing race, and they hate each other and want to kill each other, and then you show up at their planet at the end, and everyone is dead because they've all killed each other, and that's the lesson is, don't kill each other. This is an hour-long show. They have conversations. The characters are constantly talking to each other about the situation that they're encountering and the conflict at play. They don't just let it sit there and be point and blunt force trauma. They go into the nuances of the reasons and justifications why, good or bad. It actually discusses the topic. And that's what people like, conservative or progressive, about Star Trek. It's actually having the conversation about the nature of the problem. And that is where we are trying to find a solution, because if people don't understand what the problem is, we can't form a solution.
Which oftentimes than not kind of also leads to a whole like death of media literacy quote unquote thing when people are not willing to look at other people's perspectives.
Yeah.
That kind of other people.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I find it very interesting that so far, we're only 4 minutes into this video, but so far, her point seems to be that media literacy and the death of media literacy and all of that just seems to be people like really old stuff, and then they don't understand that things are different and that these things that they like are old and dusty.
Yeah, she's not trying to understand. Maybe we like older things because there was something intrinsically good about them that we actually enjoyed and liked consuming. Like Raymond, why do you do
and
this
even
to
if
yourself?
there was something wrong with it in this case with Star Trek, she's taking such an omnipresent freaking reductive view of it from what I'm hearing.
She's so surface level. It's very much Star Trek was progressive. You guys like it now, but you hate it. You like it then, but you hate it now. And it's like, maybe the quality of the product that we're receiving has changed in that time in some way that we find not in line with what we liked about the old stuff. Like, she can't fathom that just because something has the same name slapped on it, it's not the same thing that we were looking for initially.
Remind you, talking about a nation that was doing ghettoization and eugenics while simultaneously being horrified by Nazi concentration camps, despite being their primary inspiration. I'd argue that kind of other people's problem mentality is the bedrock of conservatism, and it's a bedrock that Star Trek generally doesn't actively try to fight, because the entire premise is, well, humanity has grown up, all that shit is behind us. And not...
You are ignoring that there's this thing called NIMBYism. Not in my backyard. And that doesn't apply to conservatives. That applies to everyone. No one wants the bad shit in their own backyards, and everyone is going to do everything in their power to get it the fuck out. No one wants... What?
Don't even talk to me about NIMBYism, because that is a big problem in Vancouver. And part of the reason why we're having a severe housing crisis in that city, because so many people don't want apartment buildings near their house, because that means that there's going to be poor people that live near them, and ew, gross.
I was gonna say, no one wants to live next to the fucking mine shaft where all the dust and debris is gonna come out, but someone might have to. There's a thing about that, but no one wants to live there. No one likes to live there. Like, it's just the factor of human life that we all want to live somewhere nice, eat good food, and go to sleep comfortably. That's all we want, and if we don't get that, we're gonna try and change that. Anyway.
Sure.
Not for nothing, but both Kirk and Picard are white men who project an attitude of dignified authority, and both the original series and the Next Generation are constantly part of arguments regarding which one is better. Conversely, Voyager is often derided as the weakest entry in the
Because it is.
series, and it's derided that way because one, a woman's in charge, and Vision are constantly part of arguments regarding which one is better. Conversely, Voyager is often derided as the weakest entry in the series, and it's derided that way because one, a woman's in charge, and two, it's the first time the Federation's policies themselves are really called into question on a fundamental level. It's
No! Holy shit, no! Oh, no. First of all, I dropped Voyager after 3 episodes because the core conflict they introduced at the very first fucking moment of the series gets dropped in favor of just everyone cooperating and getting along on a level that makes absolutely no fucking sense, considering that you have the Federation teaming up with a fucking terrorist faction to try and get home. There's a billion different stories you could have done with that, and they focus on none of them at the very start of the story that I thought would be the most, like, bombastic moment for that kind of alliance. Secondly, you skip over Cisco in DS9, which is constantly taking potshots at the Federation and analyzing it down to the fucking granule. In fact, it can do it even better on this level because it's already in Federation space. They're not thousands of not thousands of light years away, hundreds of years away from getting home and isolated from everything and thus basically unaccountable for anything they do. No, they are within Federation space and they have to.
Black guy.
And it stars a black guy. Like, you get. And no, not only that, but his second in command is a fucking alien, a first for the series. Like, Lily. Lily.
Down, boy, down.
I love how, like, Lily basically encompasses that stick your fingers in your ear kind of mentality that we deal with a lot of people, where it's like, you bring up a lot of criticism and then somebody just brushes you off being like, well, the only reason why you don't like this is because there's a female main character. When you're not even talking about that.
It's
Yo,
like...
Pete, remember the Mary Sue video? Remember that she did this exact same thing in that video?
Oh, what did she do in that?
Several times.
What was that? The
Kaiser.
I'm trying to remember.
Also,
the Mary Sue. Hello? Am I back?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, remember when she did that in the Mary Sue video, Pete? Remember that?
What did she do? I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that she jumped in.
Oh, okay. So she was basically saying that, like, people only use the Mary Sue trope as a criticism only against female characters.
Yeah.
That's literally
Blade Charge. Literally, do you even watch other Star Trek series?
Untrue.
She apparently watched 3 of them. Apparently.
It's a big difference between watched and processed.
Yeah, but like I'm still like baffled. And DS9 I think was airing 3 or 4 seasons before Voyager got off its legs. So it's like it's sequentially the next in line. So you just skipped over an entire 4-year span of TV.
That is universally beloved, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, DS9 appreciation has only grown in years, whereas like appreciation of TNG and OST and the original series has kind of stagnated. Voyager has also increased in stock. I've seen more people liking that more and more. And is that Pete?
Sorry.
That's Twilight. Okay.
No, that was me. I'm having problems with my Rahi taper, so just give me one sec.
Curious, can anyone see this message? Hi, Dederick. Are you okay? Everything okay? You all right? Are you secret? Are you safe? All right, let me try. Nope, gotta do this.
Well, he's not secret anymore.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go.
Yeah, if that's what you're asking, if we can see it, there might be a problem.
Also,
He's checking if we're media literate. Okay, he's checking our reading comprehension.
But yeah, no, like I can list off, like, there are so many prominent characters in DS9 that are against the grain of everything you're talking about and are beloved. Like, you ask anyone about any character on DS9, even the weakest one, Esri Dax, I actually generally enjoyed. She was fine. She had her moments of being annoying, or she had a lot of moments of being poorly written. She, unfortunate late addition to the crew. But like, she was easily the worst character on the show, and she was tolerable by modern standards. That's really good, all things considered. Everyone else was fantastic. Male, female, black, white, mixed race, what have you. Everything, every person, every character was great in DS9, and you cannot tell me otherwise. Cisco punched Q. It was great.
It's the first time
this is the thing. Lily Orchard doesn't actually talk or engage with these communities. She just wants to vague post about them.
Yeah, and you can find plenty of people that love Voyager. Like, that's fine. But still,
series, and it's derided that way because 1, a woman's in charge, and 2, it's the first time the Federation's policies themselves are really called into question on a fundamental level. It's the first time the Federation really has to learn from other people. There's also the way in which the generation for the original Star Trek has shifted. The late 1960s was the beginning of an age of anti-establishment baby boomers who proceeded to grow up and become ardent Republicans after diverting all the money to themselves. And as we're going...
Oh, what the fuck is that statement?
No comment.
Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna get into that.
Nope, certainly not today.
Going to see
also,
later in this video what...
I think it's Pete. It has to be, right?
Is it me?
Are you wearing headphones?
Yeah, I can hear the video vaguely through your microphone.
If I play, 1 minute, I'm gonna watch.
How? I'm wearing headphones.
Everyone quiet.
Hold on.
Everyone quiet.
1960s was the beginning of an age of...
It's Kaiser.
Okay.
Oh, it's mine?
Yep.
Maybe I should lower the volume on my headphones then.
Are you deaf?
Are you
on
safe?
A fundamental level. It's the first time the Federation really has to learn from other people. There's also the way in which the generation for the original Star Trek has shifted. The late 1960s was the beginning of an age of anti-establishment baby boomers who proceeded to grow up and become ardent Republicans after diverting all the money to themselves. And as we're going to see later in this video, what tends to happen when people adopt a new philosophy is trying to bend and twist the things they already like to fit into it. Sure.
Oh, so that's what she's trying to say, is it's them twisting things to fit into their worldview, not that they appreciate what it actually was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, because like that's the whole point that she's trying to make. Is that
ruined everything.
So I believe what so like does that mean that she's saying that like a lack of media literacy has just always been well, wait, I think that's actually what she did say in her like introduction, and that this is just an example of, oh, look at all these people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Although, Lily, look in the fucking mirror. They who you speak of is one in the same. Izanagi says, sorry for leaving. I just really can't take the overly political mess. I was expecting culture war crap, not this. Take care, and I might come back if I calm down. Do you, man. I don't blame you. This is bullshit.
Yeah, no problem. This is completely fucking irrelevant to the actual point. I don't even know what the point is at this point.
Surely you must have noticed that Star Trek went from political science fiction with the occasional dalliance into nonsense of the original series to the Safe, toothless next generation, where Picard gives conveniently bipartisan speeches and the series tacitly avoids hot-button political issues entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm sorry, Measure of a Man was kind of criticizing the nature of something that was happening at the time where people were being politically persecuted because of their relation with people, because of their blood relation. The entire allegory was people being accused of being a Chinese spy in modern day America because they themselves had a Chinese parent or grandparent. That was the analogy that was going on. The reason why that was such a good episode, it was reminding people of the values that Americans have that try to prevent bullshit like that from happening through our court systems. I am sorry, Lily. I really think you should not be talking about people missing the fucking point of media literacy when you can't even contextualize the most basic of fucking things.
Raymond
is okay. Time for me to abuse the soundboard now. This is basically Raymond in a nutshell.
Ooh, don't get me started.
Raymond, you need to take better care of your mics. You can't always be dropping those all the time.
The mics, they crave the abuse.
No, dude. Freaking, you pull a Seto Kaiba in Dark Side of the Dimensions, being like, whoever made that microphone, fire them. Kaiba Corp mics should not be that weak.
The children, they yearn for the mines.
Also, thank you for fixing my avatar, Raymond.
What? Oh, thank you
for fixing.
Of course, I try to catch that as soon as I can. All right.
Save for the episode where it appears the singular they has been conveniently scrubbed from the English language.
Commander, there are no he's or she's in the species without gender.
Okay. For 2 days, I've been trying to construct sentences without personal pronouns. Now I give up. Where should I use it? To us, that's rude.
We use a pronoun that is neutral. I do not think there is really a translation.
And then into
Are we going to have to get into the etymology of the singular they? Do we need to dig into that? And the nature of the culture of the time as well?
I don't think so.
Yeah, let's not. But
it wasn't even a point that like she took the time to record. She put it in text. Is that really something worth responding to?
Yeah, not.
Deep Space Nine, which was certainly political in the war room and treaty sense, like the Star Wars prequels, and which devolved into pitched fantasy space battles where they build experimental ships and, like, I don't know, the Ferengi get feminism, maybe. The teeth would...
Very quickly...
You go, before I start going off on this.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking about the thing with the singular they and all that. It reminds me of fucking Gargoyles, where they said that they don't have personal names for each other. And somebody asked, well, what do you refer to each other as? Friend?
Does the river have a name?
It's like, okay, but like, what's gonna happen when you're looking for a very specific person and you don't know how to refer to them as? Because you just call everybody friend.
A friend with number afterwards.
Friend, yeah.
Okay,
no,
so
friend with letter and number.
You're like, oh, the Ferengis get feminism afterwards. You're just ignoring that there was a massive, like, restructuring of all Ferengi society. Their rules of acquisition got challenged on the regular by several different characters and also made fun of in several different ways. Like, you're ignoring that element. You're talking about, oh, it's in the Star Wars prequel sense, which is derogatory because most people hate the politics in Star Wars prequels. But no, the politics were actually very realistic and grounded. It was basically kind of discussing the war narrative, like at the most equal parallel, it's discussing things that happened in the first Gulf War. Like, it's all talking about the nature of an occupied space or a recovering space, or like a superior power stepping in to help lift up one that had been under occupation for a long period of time, and all the messy intricacies that go into that. It is a very fascinating deconstruction of a lot of different elements of things, and you're also ignoring how much the Federation gets shit on in that show properly. Oh! I can't believe you've seen DS9 and you think these things.
Didn't come
Those
back
stick-
until Voyager, when the deeply personal writing of the characters made a lot of that hot-button political allegory return, along with the uncomfortable racism. Only this time, instead of handsome Captain Kirk, it was the unyielding Captain Catherine Janeway, the birthplace of 1,000 mommy kinks, who would fly the ship into a binary pulsar just to spite some aliens and actively shut down the Nuremberg defense.
Please, show them leniency. They were only following my orders.
Their mistake.
And
Can I just
Well,
Okay, look, I know nothing about Janeway from the few episodes that I saw, effectively. Like, there was very little other than she's a complete hard ass. I know people love Janeway. I know a lot of people love Janeway. I also know a lot of people criticize her very heavily. So I'm not going to try and come down on either side of this argument. I don't know enough to argue it.
I know nothing about Star Wars. I watched like half
Star
of
Trek.
season,
Excuse you?
half of the first.
yeah, I was
Excuse you?
What?
How dare you? You
Says
come on
Star
my
Wars.
stream and speak blasphemy by conflating Star Trek and Star Wars. You've committed the capital offense, Twilight. I'm
Oh my
sorry.
god!
uh-oh.
I'm just not functioning today. Apparently, I know nothing about Star Trek except for the like first half of the first season that a friend of mine got me to binge, and I barely remember any of it because it kind of all blended together.
The aspiring writer
So-
says she's a war criminal. A lot of people consider her the worst captain. I honestly, from what I've heard, that's kind of general sentiment for a lot of reasons, and I kind of understand it, but I don't know enough to make my own judgment on it.
No, Josh, Lily hasn't fried my brain. A sleep disorder has fried my brain.
yeah, Lily just made it worse.
Yeah.
She caught it from Dashi.
Yeah. Dashi came on to Team Jacked one day, and I just caught the disease. I wasn't inoculated. I needed to get my shots, and I didn't.
I mean, you need to get your shots for a lot of the reasons you're around Dashi. Anyone does. Anyway.
her indigenous first officer, and her black security officer and Hispanic chief engineer. In fact, the only white guy on the bridge is the criminal fuck-up. And also, that whole Federation as the bastion of morality thing falls apart here because Voyager often has to break those rules to get home, implicitly showing the Federation to be flawed and not the best decision in every situation.
There is an episode of DS9 largely considered to be one of the best moments in all of Star Trek history, where Cisco willingly goes along with an assassination plot against an ally senator in order to justify the Romulans entering into a war with the Dominion.
Also,
Are you saying that's not flawed?
Yeah, yo, like, also, can I just say that, like, I cannot believe that over like what, the 20 or 40 years up to where Voyager was made in the timeline, that Star Trek has been a thing, that the freaking Federation has never been fucking criticized. That is ridiculous.
Even in the
idea
original
that you
series,
can
they've
have a story
criticized
run
it. Yeah.
that long. Yeah, there is literally impossible in my mind for a show like this to run that long and for them to never dip their toes or even dive into something like that. That's ridiculous.
Sky Slasher says Star Trek Voyager ? Yes, apparently. Phantom of the Night. I watched the first episode of OG Star Trek not too long ago, and the fact that it's literally just Among Us will always make me laugh. Is it?
Huh.
I guess
don't
it
remember.
is. I guess it is. That's oh, my brain, because I know the Menagerie was the pilot episode that me and my dad watched first. That was with Captain Pike, and then there was no, because the first episode had the guys that get like the super, like the guy and the girl that get super brain. It's like the second episode that has the monster that's in disguise. Anyway, or was that the Naked Den? The Naked Time. Oh god, I have not refreshed myself. Like maybe Fat Man would have been useful here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lily just flashbanged us.
But then
with
again,
Star
I know
Trek.
Fat Man loves Voyager, so I don't know how impartial he could be.
Cracking that mythology that allows conservative ideology to flourish. Hey, I wonder why Trekkies often call this show the weakest. It's a fucking mystery, ain't it? If anything,
The entire thing is like, oh,
Are you saying-
because it has a bunch of racially diverse cast. It's they conservatives call it the weakest. Completely ignoring again. I will point you right to DS9.
Yeah,
Well, that and also, I
like,
believe what she's also saying
Go
is that the crew of this one gets questioned a lot, whereas the other ones, they were always right. I think is something else, another vibe I'm getting.
There was an
Yeah,
episode
and like
of the original
another-
series where Kirk and where Kirk and company have to continue lying and misleading an entire civilization of people that have built up their entire civilization around the nature of 1920s gangster crime stories that they had found as a result of like time shenanigans. Like they had to continue feeding into it in order to escape with their own lives and also maintain stability of the world itself. Because if they ended up blowing the lid off of what the 1920s, gangster crime stuff was, it would dismantle everything these people knew and lead to just widespread chaos. Like, that is not a morally simple situation.
Yeah, and also like I don't think I didn't catch that, Lily. That the way you said you went from just talking about conservative Trekkie fans or whatever the fuck to saying, "Oh, I wonder why Trekkies, plural, general, don't like this installment."
It's almost
You
like
know what I mean?
progressives
Like
are in
she's-
that loop as well.
Yeah, but like but the implicit thing is that she's saying most Trekkies are fucking conservatives, which after saying that Star Trek is one of the freaking most progressive shows in existence, I feel like you're talking at both sides of your mouth. But
That's an interesting
it is
slip
what it
there.
is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah.
modern Star Trek takes an almost perverse glee in tearing that idea of the Federation down in the name of the almighty Grimdark, which certainly explains why conservative Trek fans are complaining now, as opposed to years ago, aside from the usual woman bad arguments. So when you
No, it's because it
arguments that-
does it with absolutely no fucking tact or interest. It is purely Federation bad because it wants to be an allegory for America bad. That is all that it has devolved into, and it's the reason why a lot of people are upset at it. It is a blatant metaphor for the current state of affairs as opposed to any kind of deep dissection of the current state of affairs. It's not really anything other than just them yelling at the viewer. It's
America's bad. Okay.
Also,
America's bad.
Do we even need to point at the lack of any citations to such woman bad arguments, or do all of us just assume that shadowboxing is just something that Lily does on
Shadowboxing is something that
Yeah.
Lily does all day, every day. She is like level 70 in shadowboxing.
like there's like three
Yet
levels
she's
of this.
never won a single match.
I don't doubt for a second that there is like a small minority of people out there that think Janeway is
Oh, for
bad
sure.
because she's a woman. I don't doubt that, and I'm
Sure.
pretty sure Lily could probably dig them up if she bothered to actually put any effort into her fucking video. But Then you get like another subsection of people that probably don't like Janeway, but they will crack woman jokes about her. Like they will probably do that to some extent. And then you get the next grain of people who don't like Janeway but won't crack the jokes. People that don't like Janeway but can see the merit of her, and like gradually up and up and up and up until you get people who do like Janeway, people that love Janeway, people that adore Janeway, and people that are sucking Janeway's cock like Lily is. Yeah, so that's basically how I see it, and you're going to get that gradients, and most people are going to wind up somewhere in the middle. A lot of, you want to know why? Unfortunately, a lot of people are going to be indifferent towards Janeway. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, not everyone is freaking synthetic, man, lady. Wake the fuck up.
You really look at it, the concept of a conservative Star Trek fan, at least for the earliest works, is actually really easy to understand, and isn't the searing contradiction people make it out to be. In fact, the only argument in support of this being a completely inattentive act of idiocy is authorial intent. And authorial intent counts for pretty much nothing to most people. Sure, it's the win card for online arguments, but online arguments don't matter and have never mattered.
They mattered about as much.
You guys take this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
So
They mattered about as much as any other kind of argument.
To elaborate about this stuff, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, so this is, I feel like, again, this might be a little ironic, depending on where this video goes afterwards, because it was my understanding that, or at least it was my understanding, I'm still waiting for this part, but that a part of this video was meant to be a response to Anthony, Sai, and one other person in their circle.
Crimson Ender.
Yeah, Crimson Ender, who had been talking. How do I like explain this? Like, I guess I might as well like go in. So a little while back, there was like some stuff on Tumblr about people who someone made a comment to Lily about they were having a conversation. I'm trying to. I didn't think that I'd have to like explain all this.
No, it's
Breathe.
okay. It's okay.
Breathe.
Yeah,
use
breathe.
your words.
I am breathing. I could. Okay, so the. So they were talking about villains and whether or not it is possible for a villain to have a point and still be a villain, and feels like that question has a very obvious answer. So someone gave that very obvious answer that yeah, they can. And Lily's response was essentially name 50. So Anthony and a bunch of his friends, Sai and Ember. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names.
Yeah,
Crimson. Ember. Yes. Yeah. And they all basically got on a stream and provided examples of 50 villains that all basically 50 villains that all have a point as a rebuttal to Lily's point. And it was my understanding that this video is responding to that. And again, it's very weird for you to undermine internet discourse because if this video is in response to that stream or things mentioned in it, it is very interesting for Lily to be undermining internet discourse when I'm expecting part of this video to be engaging in such internet discourse. I'm just...
Pete, you should have learned your lesson with the collab video that we did, that Lily never stays on topic, ever.
I will never learn. Never. No.
I like, she didn't even stay on topic with half of the thing about Star Trek because, like, she just went off bitching about politics and stuff like that. And, like, she needs to learn to be concise with her points. Yep. Like, there's a point for us going off on tangents and kind of going around in a roundabout way with our points and stuff like that, but we're live. We have to think about these things off the top of our heads. And right now, apparently, my head is full of cotton for reasons that I don't know about.
Yeah,
I swear I had a good night's sleep last night. I don't know what's going on, but like, she has the ability to script her video. She has the ability to go back and refine her points.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is that I'm not one who is like against, quote unquote tangents in your video, if they can like help make a better point, if you are pointing to like a movie or a TV show or something as like emblematic of the point that you're trying to make, and that's clearly what Lily is trying to do, but there is so much other stuff here. Like, if you want to like do a brief tangent to like Star Trek or Blade Runner, because there's something about it that, you know, can better help make your point, but like there is a point where you're not making that point. I said point a lot, and I need to like find better. Somebody get me a syllabus, please.
You need to change your name to Periodic Point.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No. I need to change it to periodically repeats himself.
Periodic Point's funnier. Just okay.
Periodic repeat. There you go.
I was kind of
That's
hoping
much
that would just
simpler.
Periodic repeat. That actually is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Authorial intent has always ended where execution begins, and while Roddenberry certainly saw himself as a high-minded thinker, he was still just a guy with his own fixations and biases, especially moving into the next generation,
Yeah,
now
like all
richer and more
people.
entrenched.
Yeah, we're all just like. I really hate that I have to invoke Joanna Pierce. Is that her name? That games journalist that recently had the really bad takes about why IGN has all the 7 out of 10s. She says over and over that, it's just the reviews by just some guys. No, and yes, everyone's opinion is different, and you understand by the author what they're writing and why. And in reviews, it can often be informed in different ways, shape, or form. Gene Roddenberry thought very deeply about his writing, thought very deeply about the themes of his show, thought very deeply about his characters, and he loved it very much. And he did his best to execute what he thought was right. I don't... Anyway, we gotta continue.
Entrenched in the system, which is why the backstory for Star Trek always tacitly avoided specifically mentioning what it was humanity was throwing aside. So while a progressive got to see, now that we have...
No! Motherfucking Khan from the original series, the Eugenics Wars? I'm sorry! The 1990 Eugenics Wars that led then to World War III. That's what we threw away, Lily! We threw away eugenics and World War III! Oh my god! Zephyrin Cochrane only built the ship under threat of being killed because he was trying to do things that other countries didn't like. And then we welcomed the Vulcans, who then showed us a better way forward for our world. And then we had a whole universe to explore out there and helped unite the world in a common goal of space exploration and technology. Oh my god, Lily, you're a fucking idiot. We had a whole movie towards that thought.
You just progressively become a nostalgia critic the longer that way.
Complete with goat scream.
I have never seen someone have so little media literacy while trying to claim that other people don't have media literacy in my life.
That's the
No,
main issue
she
there.
doesn't. I think that she's trying to say that media literacy isn't even a thing in the first place.
Oh, so she's just destroying. She's trying to destroy the term, just like the freaking Mary Sue video again. She doesn't even want to explain what it is or provide an alternative way to use the word. She just wants to freaking throw it out. That's how language works.
I thought this video was going to be more about you guys. Like, I had my fun with Silent Hill 2 remake and all the different coverage of that. I thought, you know what? This is going to be great because not only is it topical, it's coming up right here, right now, and it's about Lily Orchard, of which the 3 people as my co-hosts for this particular stream are the much more exceeding experts on that topic. I'm glad that I can just take a sit back. I can relax. Meanwhile, now I'm here literally about to scream my lungs out because Lily Orchard is a fucking idiot. Oh! Man!
She can take away your house. She can take away your name, but she can never take your Trekkie
Literally,
status.
the most iconic villain in all of Star Trek came from the period of time that we tried to throw away. Julian Bashir from DS9, his entire character arc retroactively gets fixed because it's revealed that he was eugenically manipulated and he's been living with that secret his entire life and trying not to be found out because his parents made a really shitty decision when he was young. It was...
Just a reminder to everyone in chat, we are only 8 minutes and 20 seconds into our flight, so buckle in.
I cannot wait till we hit 12 minutes so we can finally get you guys into more of a conversation than me just
And then-
ranting.
Yeah, what's the next section?
Well, that
even
or we can
about?
see you pop off even more.
And we'll see. Maybe she gets
I
even
want to
worse.
see what happened. Let's follow this rabbit hole down.
Yeah, there was a point where we clearly should have stopped, but let's keep going and see how far we go anyway. Blade Charge. I barely remember Star Trek, but come on, Lily. Sky Slasher. Raymond, breathe. I am breathing. I am.
Yeah, Raymond and I both need to learn how to convert oxygen into carbon dioxide.
Oh, two-parter.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna try and get through this. Actually, I think I might have a little bit more leeway tonight because I think a lot of my family are gonna be up watching the election results. So I might not have to go to bed quite or cut off the stream quite as late. Anyway,
Yay.
Proper social equity and have gotten rid of all that bigotry.
Wait,
With
go back-
Trek, all
let's go.
high-minded thinker, he was still just a guy with his own fixations and biases, especially moving into the next generation, now richer and more entrenched in the system, which is why the backstory for Star Trek always tacitly avoided specifically mentioning what it was humanity was throwing aside. So while a progressive got to see, now that
and fewer of our weaknesses. It's literally just the Carl Sagan speech. That's all you need to know.
we have proper social equity and have gotten rid of all that bigotry, we have reached the future. While a conservative got to see, now that we have meritocracy and have gotten rid of that affirmative action, we've reached the future. Intent has never been the win
What?
card that online had bigotry, we have reached the
How
future.
How the fuck
While a
is this getting
conservative
rid of it?
got to see,
You have
now that we have
aliens and black
meritocracy
people.
and have gotten rid of that affirmative action,
on.
we've reached the
Is it maybe even this is coming from someone who has no experience with Star Trek except for maybe like a couple episodes I saw when I was a literal child and I can't even remember anything beyond that. Is it possible, Lily, that maybe it's both and that each side just saw like different things?
Yeah.
Could it be both?
It's possible. Like, you want to know why, like, conservatives typically don't like affirmative action? It gets in the way of meritocracy, which means that your skills as an individual, devoid of your intangible, unchangeable traits, the skills that you develop and what you bring into a particular workplace or what have you, are what define where you end up. You do hard work, you end up better. That is the typical, like, ideal from a conservative point of view. So, like, you're trying to say this is a bad thing in this circumstance when it's like, no, it seems like Star Trek, they've gotten rid of any kind of racial bias and now everyone is treated on an equal playing field. And there's no one that's like born below a certain line. No one's been detrimented, which is like the biggest thing that conservatives face as a counterpoint to a lot of their meritocratic ideas. There's a lot of people that are born poor or disadvantaged in some way. There's people that are born disabled. There's a lot of questions that conservative ethics struggle with. And a lot of the very good conservatives out there acknowledge this and they try to propose solutions for it. And that's one reason that people like Star Trek. It tries to provide answers in certain places all over the place when it comes down to these kinds of questions. And it does it through different allegorical ways, but then it also, at the end of the day, leaves it open for you to decide or come up with your own solution even. One of the things that gets me is like, there are flaws in episodes where it's like, why didn't they do this if they clearly had this technology? Well, it's like, oh, congratulations, you thought of something better than the writers did. Can you think now about something like a solution about that in our real life, about a similar situation? Can you think outside of the box in that way by remembering that we have different advantages that can be applied elsewhere? It's one of those shows that even when it fails, it gets you to think, and it's great at that, and that's why it was so beloved by everyone across the board.
I too think that people are porn.
Porn?
You said porn instead of bored. Like you corrected yourself, but it was still funny.
Kind of like how you did with Ruby.
I didn't even hear that.
Yes, I did in fact porn Ruby. That is correct. Anyway.
Future. Intent has never been the win card that online fandoms like to think it is. In my experience, authorial intent changes with the wind, and it's always struck me as lazy
No, it's
to
not.
avoid
No, it
making
doesn't.
your own analysis and ask the author to tell you the correct answer.
One, that woman looked
I
like
mean-
Hillary Clinton, and I find that amusing.
I mean,
Secondly, secondly, Lily, mirror meet face.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Look, there's a lot of media out there where it is very important for you to understand the authorial intent. And death of the author doesn't mean what a lot of people use it as. A lot of people use death of the author as what the author thinks doesn't matter. Therefore, I'm going to ignore what the author intended and substitute my own thing. Whereas what death of the author means is the author cannot control what the average person is going to take away or what the individual person is going to take away from their work. They have no control over that. That is what death of the author means. It doesn't mean actively ignoring the author for various reasons because you think that they're an asshole or because you think that you're better than them or whatever. That is not
Yeah,
what
in
death of the
fact-
author means.
In fact, like understanding the author's intention with a certain story can be a good first step in starting the process of evaluating whether or not how well the story conveys its themes and all of that stuff. Because
Yeah.
I mean, The Last Jedi is a textbook example of how this completely falls flat. We know the message of the movie, the way it conveys it, and all the moving parts is just absolute dog water.
Yeah.
I feel like the reason why we do get people who use death of the author as an excuse to like dismiss what the author says, at which like I should know I was once upon a time guilty of that. I will admit that. Is the fact that it is the idea that like it is possible, albeit probably rare, but possible for the author to make a claim about like their own work that they don't understand, or like something, because think about like the most wild. All right, so this is obviously like a hypothetical that will probably never happen, but like imagine an author, imagine Tolkien comes back from the dead and like he describes what Lord of the Rings was about, was that it's about a penguin sitting on a chair, and that is all of it. And then like whenever anyone asks him, well, what about like all this other stuff about like the hobbits and corruption of humanity with the ring and all this kind of stuff, and he just said, nope, it's about a penguin on a chair. Like that would be like, obviously that's taking the example to its extreme, because like it is, I believe it is
taking
possible.
the example to a nonsensical degree. I'm not really following what you're saying.
Because
I have a better.
it is-
I think I have a better example about this. Actually, bringing to a topic that Twi brought up about the guy talking about Squid Games.
Yeah.
So the intent of Squid Games, per what the author of the work said, is a criticism of capitalism, specifically about the capitalist nature of modern day Korea. That is mostly what it's targeting. That is most what it's critical of. However, death of the author comes into play in that you can interpret new ideas out of what is presented to you based upon its execution. So what you get is a lot of people that, even in defiance, not in defiance, but like in contrast to what the guy said, is, no, wait, but if you actually look at it from this angle, it's actually more of a criticism of, say, communism or of something like this. Like, because you look at it from a different perspective, you might be seeing different flaws in the execution that lead to different results than were intended. Like, you can do that kind of thing, and that's where Death of the Author comes into play, because it's not ignoring the intent of the author, but it's being like, did you truly follow through on what you intended, or is there more that you can squeeze out of the story, or even in contrary to what you wrote? Like, there's a lot of different ways to that.
I think with that example, it's more of a misunderstanding due to cultural reasons, because we're all in the West.
Yes.
We don't know anything about what's going on in Korea. So we can't understand that it's an allegory for what's going on in Korea unless if we delve into the culture of Korea.
Yeah.
Just like a lot of us here, we understand a lot of what's going on in anime that a lot of casual viewers wouldn't understand what's going on in anime because we delve into the culture of Japan.
Right.
The Hot Springs is a good example of that, for instance. But that doesn't necessarily make it wrong. It just means that you don't have the understanding. But that is why you have to understand who the author is and what they're going for in order to have a full picture of what the actual intent was. Because there are different levels of understanding something. One of which was that one guy who thought that Squid Games was about something completely unrelated, and then criticizing it for being a bad depiction of that thing that it was never trying to be in the first place, and saying that it was a terrible show because of it. And then having a different perspective because of your own relative cultural understanding of the world, while not understanding the author's cultural understanding of the world.
Let's see. Mr. Knight says, the TLDR of this video is just Lily desperately going, I'm not owned! I'm not owned! While unintentionally proving she was in fact owned. Rip Off Production LLC says, I think Death of the Author is best as a tool for analyzing how good they are at portraying intent. Example, Volume 9 accidentally having a pro on a live message. Obviously not intended, but it happened. Yep, there's a lot there.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, is that because I don't think that you'll get like anyone from Rooster Teeth who says that like that is a message that they intended, but that would not match what was actually executed in the story. Is that when you have something, when the author, what the author had intended to put in there is not matching what was actually executed.
Okay, well, let's figure out where we were in this video. And
the win card that online fandoms like to think it is. In my experience, authorial intent changes with the wind, and it's always struck me as lazy to avoid making your own analysis and ask the author to tell you the correct answer, which is why I have respect for authors
Which author has opinions that changes like the wind, Lily?
We all know the answer to this. Why it's her shadow.
It's literally her. It's literally her.
who are consistently unhelpful in that regard.
Explain, Carl!
Well, from here, it looks like a weather balloon.
I'm not in the mood for this!
I think it's just a lens flare and some dust.
Just tell me, Carl!
Okay, I'm glad you actually named someone, but knowing what I know about Utena, is it possible that there are different analogies that can be pulled out of a singular piece of creation? Are they inherently contradictory? Is contradiction part of the point? You didn't go into any elaboration there, so I have to presume that, like, yeah, you're targeting this character, this particular individual, but you're not providing any evidence to back up your claim of it. You're just making a joke. So, I'm not taking your word on it.
Another example of this can be found in All in the Family. Again, one of the most ardently progressive shows to ever grace the screen. Archie Bunker is a very old-fashioned, set-in-his-ways kind of bigot. He's pro-segregation, he's anti-gay, he's patriarchal, pro-war, pro-government, and pro-military. And he always gets into it with his son-in-law, an out-of-work hippie who represents all the anti-capitalist and anti-racist talking points you've heard from BreadTube. But the thing about Archie is that by virtue of being the main character, you end up seeing way more sides of him than just the caricature. It's a progressive show with a conservative protagonist, so there has to be more layers to him than just cartoonish bigotry.
It's almost as if conservatives are people, Lily. It's almost as if there's going to be layers to everyone and what they do, and not all progressives are going to exactly be paragons of progressive values. All right, let's not kid ourselves here. There's a lot of progressives that are maybe progressive on 1 or 2 points, but in other ones they are staunchly against them. Like, you're not
Also,
going to get perfect people in any side of the political spectrum.
Also, I do want to point out, because this is a problem that's been growing in a lot of media discussion, especially in the booktube space, specifically with book talk, more like. Just because they're a protagonist doesn't mean they're heroic.
Right.
Doesn't mean that they are good people. You can have a protagonist that is a bad person, and it is on you to understand the nuances of the protagonist and to see what the author is trying to convey with having this character be the protagonist.
If this is responding to that stream from Anthony that I'm thinking of, that's going to become a lot more relevant than I think you guys realize later on.
Interesting.
Thanks, I hate it.
Also, Ryan Carson, yeah, like TERFs are a good example. Trans exclusionary, radical feminist. Like the concept alone is the idea that you have someone who's progressively feminist, but is exclusionary to a different progressive spectrum because of their own belief system, because of what they believe in the nature of things. So it's like you have these different facets. Good, bad, you can debate it on the merits. You can try and understand where people are coming from and try to figure it out. I mean, I could go into a controversial statement about things, but I'm not going to, like, in terms of, like, trying to understand people who you consider deplorable in some way, shape, or form. It's a very complicated stuff.
Also, can I just say that, like,
the best protagonist is a conservative I know is Hank Hill. Yes, Hank Hill is awesome.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, it's so funny that Lily is able to, like, okay, look at this character who is basically just a conservative guy who's just a human being, essentially, and completely dehumanizes people
you saw that
on that
too, didn't
side
you?
in real life, bro. It is so funny.
Deterex, you're amazing.
Oh my god.
That's great.
Stewardess Pete.
I am the pilot now.
No, you're the stewardess.
I'm the stewardess. No.
You and your wife, Rose, cozying up to them colored neighbors.
Put that in the art chat.
But I didn't think you'd turn into a lover.
Gordy, I'm gonna hit you.
That was funny. In spite of his beliefs, he's generally kind-hearted. If angry is sin, he doesn't openly wish harm on anyone. He abhors violence. He has friends in pretty much all the groups he often disparages, and when he's around those groups, his rhetoric dies down quite a bit. Even when Archie is on a stint of bigotry, it doesn't usually take much to calm him down.
Who the hell wants people like that? Kids are not kids. I'm sure God don't God sitting in judgment.
She didn't hate you, so why should you want to hate her? Archie, I can't believe you'd do anything that mean.
It's almost as if
what
conservatives are people that can also cohabitate in some way, shape, or form with people that they actually disagree with on fundamental levels or even dislike on the most superficial of bases. It's almost as if there are people... I don't know what you're trying to prove here. You're making conservatives look good.
Watch her say that he's the exception and the sole exception.
Oh, yeah, that's probably what we're going to see.
True. But also, like, you know, she says that, oh, it doesn't take a whole lot to calm him down. I'm assuming this chick is, like, Archie's wife. Yeah, I think it's understandable that his freaking wife would be able to calm him down.
Yeah,
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, when you need to involve someone's spouse to calm them down, that might mean there's a potential that someone else couldn't do it. Lily doesn't understand the color gray. This does make you remember that, like, we have Lily on
Archie may be
0.75 speed, and we understand them. We understand her so much clearer than we do the people who actually slowed down.
Yeah.
Pro-segregation, but he balks immediately at the idea of joining the KKK, and there's an entire episode where he's actively palling around with a Jewish militant who wants to crack some Nazi skulls. And throughout the entire series, Archie is—
Wait, why is that surprising?
Lily, just because he's a conservative doesn't mean that he is like a far-right extremist. Those things are not equivalent to each other.
Don't even get me started how Nazi socialists, pointing that out there. National socialists. Anyway, but like, you know who fought in World War II against the Nazis? A lot of fucking conservatives. In fact, it's one of the periods of time that conservatives love going back to. We love talking about killing Nazis. It's a great pastime of ours in media. There's nothing you can do to rile up an old boomer's heart more than throwing on the fucking biography of Audie Murphy and watching him crack some fucking skulls while the red, white, and blue is streaming behind him. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Lily.
This is your stewardess again speaking, that when Raymond says we, he is not necessarily referring to conservatives, but rather just Americans in general. Killing Nazis is something that we just like to do. For those of you who don't know outside of the States. Anyways, back to our—
You still entered the war towards the end of it. Thank you very much.
And you committed the most war crimes.
Say anything
I'm
about
just
that.
saying, I talk a lot of shit for someone who entered when it was nearly over.
You mean when you needed us most, you mean?
Anyway.
Is constantly the one learning the lessons and growing as a person. The Archie of Archie Bunker's Place is a very different person from the Archie of Season 1 All in the Family. Archie has never really been above self-reflection. When his friend Stretch Cunningham died and it turns out that he was Jewish, Archie has to seriously sit there and wonder why Stretch would keep something like that from him.
Can't believe this. If he was really Jewish, why didn't he tell some of his closest buddies? It wouldn't have made no difference.
Maybe he thought it would.
You would think conservatives hate Archie because he's just a guy taking all the L's, but no, they love him. This whole "I'm not evil, I just have opinions" shtick is how every conservative likes to see themselves, regardless of what their policies and beliefs actually are.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yep.
There's the counter move. There's the left hook.
Fuck you, Lily. You do not like to see anyone in the best of lights. You only ever want to shine people in the pitch blackest of spotlights. I don't even know what that means.
It's the opposite. Everything else is a light, but there's a singular spot, and it's just shadow.
It's the vision of themselves they've built up in their head. In fact, conservative fans of All in the Family are the real-life expression of Mike, a guy who builds himself up as this bastion of intellect and morality, only to be none of those things. In the constant conflict between Archie and Mike, Archie might have to take the L time and time and time again, but he ultimately takes the biggest W of them all when Mike abandons his family to join a commune, inadvertently proving Archie right about everything Archie ever said about him.
Okay, I don't know the context there, but I feel like you've probably robbed us of several important details.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't fucking trust you. Just flat out. I want someone who is a fan of this show to come over and talk to me about whether or not this is the case.
Also, I want to point out this is a lot of like stuff that happens in terms of like a story narrative. Lily doesn't like that. She likes episodic shows where things don't matter at the end of the episode.
And also, this is ignoring that, like, what I'm wondering here is, like, maybe there's points on both sides of it. Maybe he made one bad decision because he got convinced of a cult. Doesn't matter how intelligent you are, you can believe some really dumb things. I have met some really stupid smart people before. Trust me. I have been them before.
I imagine Hitler's probably a smart guy.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't get into art school, so I don't know actually how much that tracks.
Yes, Hamtaro is peak fiction to Lily.
Yes.
Well, yeah, ironically. It's in that, like, Venn diagram of what anime is actually good in her mind or whatever.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
God,
she says people don't like, the weebs don't like metabots, which, okay.
Don't point out that Lily is contradicting herself. She doesn't like that. I don't care. I will point out her contradictions all day, every day.
I was gonna say
that's why we're here.
How do you, Lily and contradict? You're tripping over them. You can't step anywhere without them. Like literally, the entire road is just contradiction from start to finish.
And you know what? You know who's really suffering though for that? It's us.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's Raymond mostly.
Currently, yes.
Mainly because she touched the freaking Star Trek.
For now, we're still waiting for the part where the rest of us can start ranting.
Hopefully,
about
hopefully.
it. Yeah. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Archie Bunker is the ideal conservative, and it's very easy for people to point and go, oh, he's just like me for real, even if they embody everything about conservatives that even Archie loathes, because, surprise, surprise, people aren't often honest with themselves and imagine themselves as a more idealized person than they actually are.
Hi, Lily. Your reflection speaking.
Self-report if I ever heard it in my life, you fucking rotten... okay.
Lily is a positive vampire. Completely
Words
drains
do
any
not
form of
exist.
patience or joy from everyone around her. Excellent, excellent analysis there.
Also, I gotta ask, how old is this show? Because it looks like it's at least from the 70s, if
70s
not
or
the
80s.
60s.
What did they say the show was called?
It's called All in the Family.
How many modern people in 2024 or within the last 4 years are actually watching this show, Lily?
Yeah, who even
Let's
know
be
what the
honest.
fuck this even is?
All in the Family started.
Yeah, it's 1971.
1971. Damn. Yeah, it ended 1979.
Yeah. So, like, I'm just asking because, like, she's making this comparison as though most people will know what she's talking about. Obviously, we don't. I don't, because I don't watch live action sitcoms. I think that the majority of them are boring. But even then, like, it's a sitcom that was around when my mother was a teenager.
We have a super chat from Hella Vitrum that says, "I've watched All in the Family. What do you guys want to know about it?" There's apparently an episode involving a guy named Mike. I believe that what she said it was, who was shown to be intellectually superior to Archie Bunker, but then at the end of the episode or end of whatever arc, whatever it is, abandons his family to go live in a commune. Is there any mitigating factors about that? Because, like, the way she described it was that Archie kept taking L after L after L as a result of whatever Mike was doing, or in comparison to Mike. But at the end of the episode, he's shown to be the more virtuous character because he stuck with his family as opposed to Mike, who went off to go live in the commune. Can you elaborate if there's anything about that she left out that would mitigate any of this?
I'll keep an eye on the chat.
Yeah, keep an eye on the chat. We'll come back to that, and then we'll continue here.
Does
It's
this
so
mean-
weird that she'll always use Friends as an example of episode shows better because they're
Oh
more
my
popular.
God.
Yet every other episodic show she brings up is one no one even knows. Yeah,
I've
yeah,
heard it
exactly.
all in the
Exactly,
family.
dog.
That's it. Hellavitrum says, "Ha, okay." Let me break it down.
Let me break it
Oh
down.
boy,
for a
here we
second.
go.
All right, we're turning
Real
it to a
critic
live
challenge.
tweet now. Or I guess we'll react and then we'll get back to you on that.
Thing about conservatives that even Archie loathes because, surprise, surprise, people aren't often honest with themselves and imagine themselves as a more idealized person than they actually are. Does this mean they lacked media literacy? No. They watched the same show you did. They saw the same character you did. They just drew a different conclusion from it. And Archie being a humanized person was intentional. What they lack is self-reflection. And in the big picture, they aren't wrong. If every conservative was like Archie Bunker, the world would probably be a much nicer place.
Oh, hello, Big Bang Theory? What the fuck?
Oh man.
Okay, that's gonna be a fucking whiplash. Anyway,
All right.
Lily, is it so hard to understand that conservatives may have everyone's best interests at heart? Is it so hard to understand that people of different political ideologies may simply think there is a different way to govern each other's lives or otherwise not govern each other's lives in different facets of those lives at different points in time? Is it so hard to comprehend that?
Hello replied, by the way.
Oh, yes. So Mike and Gloria end up leaving the family to go to California. Episode named The Stives Go West. Archie takes it hard because they were leaving for, I think, some hippie thing that I'm blanking on.
So Mike and Gloria.
So it's not just a guy; it's him and his wife, or something like that, or him and a girl of some sort.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
But yeah,
Weird. But even with that whole thing about, like, you know, or I guess adding on to that, this means that, like, pretty much everybody, the majority of people in a certain, like, political, in like either side of the political aisle aren't fucking wackos, basically. They're not far right assholes.
All in the Family was supposed to end with Stives Go to the West, but they all had another season, so there you go. Ah.
Interesting.
Would I watch a sitcom involving Digimon? Depends. Depends on, like, what's going on in the sitcom. Because depending on, like, what you could describe as a sitcom or what you can stretch into a sitcom, you can say that, like, the first half of Tamers could be a sitcom.
It's a show where Agumon.
It really
it's
is.
a show where
actually.
Agumon comes on and he says it's a show about nothing, and then waits for it to end.
Honestly, I would love to watch Digimon Seinfeld. I think that'd be amazing.
110%. Also,
Mike and Gloria is Archie's daughter and son-in-law. So is Mike the daughter and Gloria is the son? I don't know how progressive this show got. I'm kidding, of course. But okay, I see. So it's basically his daughter and son-in-law leaving the family behind. Also, Archie isn't a super mega racist. He's just a loudmouth old white guy. Like, yeah, do what you will with that. But like, all of us know a guy like Archie. Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty much.
I know, like my grandpa definitely has opinions on people. Though he's much more quiet. He's not really like a yelly kind of guy, and he's generally just like a live and let live kind of mentality where he just kind of stays in his own corner. So it's like, I see a lot of my grandfather in Archie. I understand that kind of person because I actually...
I mean, my grandmother was like that.
Yeah, like I wonder, Lily, what is your relationship like with the rest of your family, including older members, and also that, like, I wonder how often do you actually interact with them and spend time with them and try to grow to understand where they're coming from? It doesn't sound like a lot.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Also, I don't want to hear this from the chick who is actively pursuing what was it, getting close, quote unquote, with her older brother who actively denies her existence.
Yeah.
You know?
Hella Vitrum says, my hyperfocus is sitcoms. Well, you'll be a font of knowledge because apparently we're going into Big Bang Theory now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And isn't that just a little sad?
By all means.
Oh, maybe not. Okay, it was just a
Oh.
This cozy coffin of
Yeah, I
yours
thought
and
that. I didn't
continue
think that
to
she.
play
I never saw
the
Lily as like a
games.
Big Bang fan, anyways.
Well, it's weird
Alright,
that
it was-
she's
yeah,
using a
it's more
fucking
of
Big Bang
Friends
clip, so it
later.
implies she's watched it.
Yeah.
Also, now we're talking about Utena.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
joy!
I know
okay,
nothing
you
about
can handle
Utena.
this because I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
Utena either.
Never
Has
watched
anyone here seen Utena?
None of us have seen Utena.
Oh God, no!
Can someone get
We need
Floof on the line?
Floof.
We need Floof.
Oh God!
Get
Floofy
Stein.
one,
Somebody get Stein
Kenobi!
on
We
the
need
line.
your help!
The only thing I've only watched one episode, and that was like Floof's favorite episode, and it was like well into the series, and it was so out of context, and I knew nothing about what was going on.
I've watched one episode, and that's the first episode, and I was still lost to what the fuck was going on. Oh, alright, well, let's just bite the bullet and dive in, I guess.
People are saying call Psy.
Yeah, so-
I
Dude, maybe I should message her and let her know that we're still on.
I feel bad
We're
now
all
because
lost.
I did take a peek at the timestamps in the description. That's partially how I knew that like it was going to talk about Star Trek a little bit. I just assumed
Better
that someone
call
else would
Psy.
have seen Utena or Utena. I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's been on my list for a long time. It's like I am also a lesbian. Ask another lesbian about Utena. So all right, Hella. Pay very close attention to what Lily is saying, and if we miss anything that might be very contextually important, please feel free to speak up. So let's go into this, I guess.
But
Let's
I
go.
have to go now.
Revolutionary Girl Utena, I know it's pronounced Utena, but I don't care, is an anime
Fuck you.
from the
Okay.
90s that is considered mandatory watching for every sapphic weeb over 30. I've seen this show 3 times at different points in my life, and if you only know of it through reputation, you could be forgiven for thinking it's a show about lesbians smashing gender roles and killing abusers. And while that is the barest description of the plot, it's extremely reductive and actually deceptive about the experience someone is going to have with it. The series has a lot of very gruesome and uncomfortable material, and I wouldn't feel comfortable recommending it to anyone unless I knew them extremely well.
Okay, so it's a
Okay.
show that gets gruesome.
All right.
And
Well,
where are we
like,
going with this?
From what I know, there does deal with a bit of like assault in the show, but like Lily, that's what a lot of shoujo deals with. Shoujo deals with a lot of real life aspects that people have to deal with, including assault. Like there's a happy-go-lucky shoujo about cooking and baking that I really, really like, that deals with anorexia and also somebody dying by being hit by a car.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like,
Jonah
you can't.
Williams,
They,
I
like, so-
also-
Oh, Josh says, the only thing I know about is similarities to Witch from Mercury. You can't go into a single Yuri show without tripping over a Utena reference somewhere or Utena inspiration somewhere. It is integral to the DNA of almost all Yuri at this point because of how revered it is as a series, which is why it's painful for me that I struggled to get into it, and I still haven't yet.
That's
Like,
that's
apparently
why a lot of people think that Yoli is a lesbian, because they made an Utena reference in one episode of Digimon when she meets Mimi for the first time, when people say that that's supposed to be like a sort of big sister sort of thing for her. Like she admires Mimi for being an open and outspoken person, whereas she is not. And so she admires her, and that was supposed to be the reference or something like that.
Also,
Hello, Zero.
Jonah Williams said, I also believe that I don't care is a reference to how multiple people called Lily out for her lack of understanding for the Japanese language, having different nuances to English. Yeah, more than likely.
How goes the
Oh,
video?
two people.
Her being the general con.
Sorry.
Two people have messaged me at once. It deals with a lot of grooming in terms of subtext, but she hates that the themes are expressed through symbolism, so she acts as if there is nothing value to find in it. Okay. What does she want us to baby her? Does she want everything to be safe and comfortable and simple? Well, too bad. Yeah, I mean, that kind of basically is what Lily seems to want out of things, which is why she likes shows like Hamtaro, which is a show for very small children. I'm not saying that Hamtaro is bad. I'm saying that it's a show for like 7-year-olds. Of course, it's not going to be very complicated or scary or deep. It's a show for small children.
Hi, Zero.
Also-
I just wanted to shout out because he messaged me in the Tundra. Glad to see you got through Silent Hill. You got the in-water ending as your first ending? Oh, that's rough, man. that's a rough ending to get. Most people actually get the leave ending. I was kind of worried about you. I thought you were going to get the Maria ending. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. I'm glad to hear you finished that. You guys keep on talking.
Oh, also, this reminds me that one of her writing tips is that, the freaking symbolic or allegories for gay or blah, 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 blah is inherently inferior than actually being the thing. I'm guessing that's where the hatred for the symbolism comes from.
Maybe. Which, like, no, sometimes, symbolism can be a lot better written than just blatantly showing it. We see that a lot, especially lately, because people
Sometimes fake can be as real as the real thing.
Yeah, some people have forgotten how to write.
Yeah, for real.
Floof is communicating with me, but unfortunately he is at work, so it's basically me messaging him if we get anything on that. So
Darn.
Yeah.
Right.
Utena is a series that throws multiple layers of visual storytelling onto the viewer, some of which relies on text that is completely untranslated in the official dub, and it gets so far into the weeds of that visual storytelling that it can be difficult for the average Dwayne to parse through it all in one watch through.
The average Dwayne.
It's an unusual word choice, but okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
But,
Also, untranslated things in text on screen that aren't like spoken dialogue, that's just unfortunately the dubbing industry in general.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to watch the dub. You could watch it in subs. That's what a lot of people do. I've been watching, like, there are some anime out there that we can only watch in subs because it never got dubbed.
Hi, Shigokara.
Shigokara. Yeah, Shigokara.
Hi, Monogatari.
And remember, a lot of fan subs love to give those kinds of contexts. Remember when you got really confused at something that Miki and Ron were saying, and I told you that in the fan subs, they mentioned that it was a reference to. Yeah, it was a wall of text explaining that it was a reference to a commercial.
If they aren't familiar with a lot of the symbolism the show loves to use.
Wait.
And it gets so far into the weeds of that visual storytelling that it can be difficult for the average Dwayne to parse through it all in one watch through, especially if they aren't familiar with a lot of the symbolism the show loves to use.
Yeah, that's the point of symbolism. It's to make people be like, wait, why is that there? I'm going to look into this now. What is the significance of Rubber Ducky? Oh, Rubber Ducky is a toy that was used in this period of American history for people when they went into bath time when they were children to play. And now you're like, oh, because I see the Rubber Ducky here, this might refer back to a childhood memory of the character or something like that. It's supposed to make you think and look and research outside of yourself, Lily. It's not a problem.
It's a metaphor
It's almost
for Bert
like
and Ernie.
this is exactly what media literacy is. And that if you don't understand a lot of these things in Utena, then you don't have very good Japanese media literacy, which is okay if you're willing to learn.
Or if you're willing to
Or
just be
know
like,
where you fall
that's not
short.
for me. I'm going to go walk over here now. Like you it's
Yeah, I was about
okay.
to say.
It's okay to walk away from something that you don't completely understand and don't really care to understand. It's okay. It's fine.
But then don't still bitch about it.
Yeah, you see, that thing is that's not walking away from it. That's literally running headfirst into a fucking wall because you don't want to climb
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You're using it as a freaking punching bag when there's no purpose to it.
Worse even, it's a series that likes to deconstruct certain anime tropes, but it does this by playing them completely straight for the first 2/3 before getting really into the deconstruction in the final season. So the point...
I wonder if maybe the setup is important there so that when it deconstructs those things, it actually has a purpose and something to bounce off of. You can't just... You can sometimes do the trope, in reverse or in some kind of different construction, but sometimes you got to build into it to really pull the rug out from under people. You don't jump scare someone by just running up and yelling boo. You got to have the character walk in the room. You got to have the quiet, tense music in the background. You got to focus on different things in the environment in a specific way, and you've got to have different fake outs here and there, and then you go boo, and then it gets you, and you're like, oh, okay, that was fair. That was good. Like, you can't just, we hate the other types of jump scares. There's ones that do it well, though. Oh.
Imagine Erek 7 if the first 20 episodes never happened.
Dude, fuck
Christ.
That. Fuck that, bro. Ain't no way. I would not be able to catch up with that. Would be fucking terrible.
Say that about any kind of show. Just
Well, Erek 7 in specific, because it spends all that time with the setup in order to go forward with that and then go balls to the wall with the plot and stuff like that. But you can't get to the plot and deconstructing a lot of the things that you thought that you knew about a lot of the characters without that initial setup.
Oh, she speed skips scenes in Dragon Age?
Yeah,
that
people
explains
have been dogging on her about that because the new Dragon Age thing came out.
Is she one of those? Wait a minute. What? She does that?
She wants to get to the juicy parts of the story. She doesn't care about any of the build or setup.
That reminds me. Have you guys heard of the guy who was like, you should watch anime with that extension that allows you to fast play at times 2 speed?
Yes!
Oh, I fucking hate
God,
that thing.
I hate that.
Okay. I gotta rant for a second. Because going back to book talk, I watched a video about how a lot of people are dealing with books these days. I mentioned this to you guys, I think once or twice. There are people out there that are encouraging you to how they read books. They only read they don't even know why prose is a thing. Why do we even have prose? Let's just get rid of prose. I only read the dialogue in books. Why are books so long? They only need the dialogue. That's the only important thing. That's the only thing that I care about. There are people out there. There are people out there who don't care about world building, don't care about setup, they don't care about establishing anything. They just want nothing but action. If something isn't happening in their face at all times, moment to moment, paragraph by paragraph, then they get fucking bored. And that is something that is becoming a lot more common in the book talk sphere, which is getting very, very popular, by the way. That is where a lot of the really popular books are getting all their fame from. And we want these people to be influencing what is going to be the norm for book publishing from now on. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, just that.
Why use many word when few word do trick?
Fucking ridiculous, bro. It's like
fucking Seadramon is hanging on for dear life.
Pictures and comments.
Yeah. Hi, Seadramon. People really like Seadramon.
Yeah, I'm really glad that people are liking my Seadramon.
I can understand skipping scenes if you've played the game multiple times. I don't think that's what they're referring to.
No. I do speedrunning for the first Kingdom Hearts now. And that requires you to skip all the cutscenes. But you know what? I've played Kingdom Hearts 1 so many times, I could probably like spout off a lot of that off by heart by this point. I know Kingdom Hearts very well, and you're required to know it very well in order to do speed running.
Oh, god damn. It baffles me, because I'm thinking of something like God of War Ragnarok, where there are moments in the middle of that campaign, or in the middle of different story segments that seem like just mundane conversation, that scenes go from 1 to 1,000 in escalation really fucking quick. There is a particular reveal that comes right the fuck out of nowhere, and you're like, oh shit! And if you skip that scene, you'd be fucking confused after what happened. You'd be so fucking lost. I cannot imagine going through I don't want to spoil it, because I actually at one point want Twi to play, because I think she'd actually really like the story of God of War, especially the Nord segments. I think the Norse stories would be really up her alley.
What gets bigger the more you take away.
Don't, Pete.
No.
Don't. I don't want to cry on stream. All right. I now have that song in my head, and it's really, really depressing. All right.
Ryan says, okay, if we have Kingdom Hearts trivia night, we should have Twi on our team to win. Yeah, because
she's the host. She's the host. There's no way she can be a player. We'd all lose hard.
I had to fight Raymond because he thought that Riku's soul sword was his keyblade, was the way to dawn, and I had to fight him on it.
No. Wait, what?
No,
I thought Soul Edge was the way to dawn.
Yes, actually, I did. There's a whole litany of, because it's never really especially in the, I don't think it's ever spelled out in any way, shape, or form. I thought it was some proto version of Way to Dawn.
It is, but it's still technically considered not an actual keyblade.
I need to understand how that shit works. Anyway,
I mean, magic weapons do just exist in the Kingdom Hearts universe. Just they're not always keyblades.
Point where you really start getting into the nitty-gritty of all of these characters' dysfunctional relationships is after almost 20 episodes of Nanami fawning over her older brother in a way that screams, oh right, this is an anime what I'm watching. All of these things combined means that you could recommend Utena to someone, and if you don't pre-warn them about all of these things, there's a significant likelihood that they're going to bounce right off of it. They could easily watch the first half, go, okay, I see where this is going, and turn it off. And
that's a risk with anything that wants to be subversive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Utena was clearly not a show written for the friggin' normies, lady. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Silent Hill, I went in thinking that the town was actually being besieged by a biological weapon. What's all this bullshit about James killing his wife? What's all this bullshit about people having introspection and worrying about whether or not they're good people and whether or not they actually have any kind of moral focus or if they're just deplorable from the top bottom? What is all this bullshit? I just wanted to fight monsters. Fuck off!
Yeah, what the fuck?
I don't think that's an unfair first impression to have. Some people think you're obligated to stick it out to the end, but I think on a critical level...
Bitch survey so I could write a parody video, and it was only my assurance that the show had actual themes to explore that kept me most of the patrons from dipping by the Black Rose arc. Maybe you're just not a pleasant person to be with, Lily.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly.
Literally, we had 2 watch parties to enjoy both halves of fucking Rebel Moon. And that was packed to the gills. We had to tell people to shut the fuck up because it was so busy. We loved watching it. And that is a show that that is a movie that I guarantee you is devoid of any kind of worth. I have to watch the second half of the director's cut now that I think about it.
Also, bullshit. Lily, make a parody video. No, you just try to say that your videos are parody so that you don't get criticized. Shut up.
Yep.
Oh, please do.
Yeah.
That will actually make my day. That will be the biggest cope
Techni
of all
says,
time, bro.
Undertale, that is all. It's like, yes, Undertale.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Also, like, the whole parodied as a defense thing, if you can still have shit parody, you can accomplish that really badly.
Looking at you, Donkey.
Yeah, looking at you, Donkey. Holy shit.
Well, the point where someone decides they can't take any more of something is valuable information to have. You can stop watching a show at any point you want for whatever reason you want. Your time is your time, and you don't owe it to the egos of loudmouths on Twitter to keep sticking something out if it has already become too much for you. I bring this up because you tend to...
Who the fuck is telling you these things, lady? Shut the fuck up.
Who says you can't? Who says you
Kaiser!
can't?
Kaiser, we've answered this already. It's her shadow.
Lily, okay, I understand what she's saying. She's saying, I don't like this thing, so I'm going to DNF it, and it's nobody's business to tell me that I need to keep watching because it gets better later or whatever the fuck.
Fine.
And it's like, okay, but if you DNF it, then you can only talk about up until the moment that you DNF'd it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, and then if you're still going to have to deal with people who have watched the rest of the show and tell you when you're fucking wrong, or tell you that the moment that you ended it is going to be changed or recontextualized in some way because you didn't bother watching it. You have to deal with that. That is a responsibility that you have to contend with if you still want to be in a space where you talk about the show that you DNF'd. If you leave a show, you have to also leave the space as well.
Yep.
This reminds me a lot of the conversation around Final Fantasy 13, because I remember that was actually a huge element of Final Fantasy 13 counter criticism was, just get to Grand Pulse, which is about halfway through the game, and everything opens up, and the entire game gets really good.
Yeah, 20 hours in, the game
20
gets
hours
good.
in. And I always appreciate Spoonie because he played through the entire game start to finish. He did all the recording, and he's like, people were talking like, this is where the game gets good. This is where the game gets good. Fuck that! Why can't the game be good now? And he goes into all and he elaborates on what he means, because he goes into how even now, at reaching this point, what that people have been talking about is a superfluous element of the story, because by that point, sure, everyone now has access to every single class in the game. Every character can do every class. But why would you ever level them up into a new class when they've already got two completely maxed out classes that they're experts in? There's no justification to like all the reasons why it was supposed to be better at this point was he found lacking as an argument. And he could make that argument because he stuck through it. And so he could say, yes, no, in fact, drop this game early on, because it is not worth the time and effort you put into it, because it's not going to reward you at the end. Do not listen to all the people that say stick it through it. He can say that.
He did the legwork.
He did the legwork. You have not, if you have not actually played through it. I don't try. Like, if people say, man, I didn't finish that game, I stopped halfway through for this reason, for this reason, for this reason. That's a fair thing. If you say, man, that game is overall terrible.
Halfway through and decide to make a whole ass video essay about it, that's an entirely different situation. They should shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, I will admit that, like, for a very long time, I didn't bother watching anything but the first volume of Ruby. But I also didn't talk about anything other than the first volume of Ruby when I said that it was garbage. And I didn't need to watch anything else to say that it was garbage. And people kept telling me, oh, you need to watch more because it gets better after the first volume. It gets really good with the later seasons. And I eventually did watch the majority. I watched 2/3 of Ruby because I didn't end up watching volume 2, 4, and 5. But I watched the rest of it, and guess what? It's still garbage. But now I am better informed, and I can make better arguments to say why it's garbage.
Soreheart says,
Sure.
I like Final Fantasy 13, but I would like a remake of it. Why?
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, if he likes it, then he likes it.
I mean,
and,
yeah, I'm just asking, like, well, I'm not asking. I was just trying to do a comedy beat there. I suppose if you like it, you like it. That's fine. I'm not going to really harsh you for it. I just find it funny.
Like, would you like a remake of it in the style of Silent Hill 2, where it barely changes anything, but it just adds a few quality of life improvements? Or would you like a remake that fixes a lot of the problems of the original?
Like that's
even just like a complete like
a reimagining type deal.
Yeah, reimagining like
Yeah.
Either Resident Evil 2 or the Rebirth series for Final Fantasy 7.
Yep. God, there's another better example. I guess actually Final Fantasy 7 is the better example. Anyway, Utena stuff.
As a show has always been wildly open to interpretation. The show loves its metaphors and its symbols, and the creator is infamously tight-lipped about explaining what a lot of the more weird parts of the show are. Sometimes he lies and contradicts himself, and sometimes he gives hilarious non-answers, and you're led to believe a lot of the things that nobody can explain are just there to screw with you. So while some themes remain ever present, there's a lot of variance between how people interpret the series, even if it was too much for you and you had to leave halfway through. This should hypothetically be a goldmine for wild, out there takes about everything. A place where people just figuring out how to read symbolism can cut their teeth. A place where a wild, barely held together interpretation is welcomed with open arms.
No. The fact that it is a Wild West of symbolic interpretation is the last place you want to put someone who has no idea what they're fucking doing. That is a very bad idea.
Yeah. Like, this is not a show to cut your teeth on in terms of symbolism. You have to... Lily, you have to start in kindergarten, not in 7th grade.
Exactly.
And pop beers and demands to spill the contents of your mind prison. But it's not. Because Utena's status as a pioneer of LGBT animation means its fan base is extremely aggressive regarding anything detracting from that title. So beware what you say, lest some ambitious idiot come by and piss in your mailbox. Multiple people have discussed Utena.
Say her name, bitch. Say her name.
Wait, someone pissed in
Say her
Lily's
name,
mailbox?
bitch. Her name is Sai.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, she mentions Noralities? Ain't no freaking way, dude. I'm fucking
Oh my god.
An anime
Ew.
YouTuber driven off the platform for saying child porn is bad. What are we talking about here?
No. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so for anyone who isn't known, let me tell y'all the saga shortly. The saga of the Noralities trilogy, okay?
Oh, Christ.
Noralities a couple years ago made 3 really, really bad videos that a majority of the anime community just really did not like. It wasn't just because of those videos that she was driven off the platform. She said things that were wildly, like, incredibly untrue, not just about the anime medium, not just about the industry, but some really fucked up and insensitive things about Japan as a culture. And then, even then, after those 3 videos, she didn't stop making videos after that point. She made a couple more, and then she left. And up to my knowledge, she never even explained why she left. I would have to look in her community tab to see if, anything has changed at that point. But yeah, Lily is drastically... Oh, I caught you there. Didn't think I'd catch you there. I didn't expect this mentioned in this video, but holy shit, you weasel.
Kaiser had his "you caught me" monologuing.
You caught me monologuing. Rex, we need that. Now I need Syndrome, but it's Kaiser.
Oh
Get Rex,
my
get on that.
means its fan base is extremely aggressive regarding anything detracting from that title. So beware what you say, lest some ambitious idiot come by and piss in your mailbox. Multiple people have discussed Utena and admitted to the way in which the first impression left them feeling betrayed or lied to, and then having to watch it again. And I couldn't really fault anyone for dipping at the first opportunity. This show is very Lynchian in presentation, and it's not for everyone. And on top of that, David Lynch never triple kicked you in the stomach with codependent incest. If somebody
shows aren't for everyone, Lily. Like, not everyone likes mecha anime. Not everybody likes slice of life. I have a friend who doesn't watch anime if it takes place in a school. Like, she refuses to watch My Hero Academia because the setting is in a school.
Lily, let's get down to the heart of this.
My brother doesn't like anime with, like, main characters aren't adults.
Lily, let's get down to the heart of this. Do you not like Utena because you want what you can't have, and Utena shows someone getting to have that, at least for a little while?
Raymond, first thing you gotta think about that statement in reference to Utena is that you have to realize it may not just apply to Utena when we're talking about Lily.
Ooh.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? I feel like that could apply to a number of different shows or films when we're talking about Lily's taste.
I was gonna say, like, I know some of her takes on Coffin of Andy and Lele, and I find them quite telling in some regards.
Oh my gosh, we're only halfway through this video.
We are only halfway through this video.
Is this gonna be a two-parter?
Attack on Titan is a mecha, right? Yes, it is.
Oh god, freaking damn it.
Oh no, Kaiser.
Don't get me started with that. Don't get me started with that. But before that,
let's just move on.
Well, what do you have to say, Kaiser? What was
one last mention. It's a small thing, but Neurality's after the Neurality's trilogy of bad videos that people were arguing about, the lady made like over 10 videos after that point that went completely under everyone's radar. She's fucking fine, lady. Shut the fuck up.
But he told me, well, I tried it, but it was gross. I probably just gently informed them that it's a story that condemns abuse in patriarchal systems. But the way in which the series immerses you in abuse and takes as long as it does to get to the point is something I would consider a fair criticism of the show to make. You can't douse people in this.
Big brother, you really are the only one for me.
But Mickey's heart is slowly drifting
oh
further
no,
and further
people
towards
slapping
that
each
girl.
other. The worst thing that you could
away
possibly
from
do
me.
to a person.
I'll comfort you as I always do.
People being content in their circumstances and not leaving abusive circumstances. I wonder if that might be a running theme, that people become complacent in the world that they're in. That maybe they get used to the abuse and they stick with it for one reason or another. I wonder if that's an underpining idea for how long it takes to get to the point. I've not watched Utena, and I'm doing a better job of understanding it than you, it seems.
Yeah, like, potentially it can be a good criticism, but like, I don't know.
And then say, oh, no, I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. Some people just won't believe you. And that's okay. But Utena has almost the inverse problem of Lolita. When people talk about it, they talk about it in terms of being a gay show about smashing gender roles. And that's true in the same way that saying Undertale is a subversive RPG.
Oh, fucking hell. Someone even brought up Undertale. Also, Lolita? What the fuck?
Lolita.
Why the fuck?
All right, I gotta get another drink for this. I'll be right back. I need another. I need more.
You haven't said anything.
I need
you
more.
Haven't said anything.
She just flew right by all of those things. Did not elaborate. She just expects you to understand what she means when she says these things. And like, Lily, no, I don't. Yes, Undertale is subversive. Why did you even bring up Lolita?
Yeah,
why?
What is the point of this? I'm I feel uncomfortable. I feel
I don't-
kind of dirty, actually.
I don't care
that's the normal
about
thing. You're an adult.
Undertale. I have never played the game, but I can still understand that it is subversive. I can still understand why people say that it is subversive without having actually played the game. And you're just saying that it isn't subversive. You're just pushing it away without explaining why. You can't just say these things, Lily.
Like, I think it's so, the way she puts this is so confusing because there's a whole lot of waffling throughout this entire goddamn thing. Like, I can kind of understand what she's trying to say, where it's like, okay, the way that people can like pitch certain properties that have other things going on that might turn people off might be very, very surface level, and that can influence the viewing experience. Like, yeah, of course, that's possible, I suppose. But I'm not sure how that's like telling of a lack of media literacy. If anything, that just it's like a lack of communication between people about a piece of media.
I'm trying to think
That's
what
it.
the connection you're making between fucking Utena and Lolita. Because, like, I have read Lolita as part of my college education. Like, I actually read it as part of a class. And it's... I don't know quite how they connect it because, like, Lolita is
because
a very...
she said that Utena has something to do with grooming. Or somebody said that Utena has something to do with grooming. Lolita is about grooming.
Think she'll ever elaborate?
I don't think she will because Lolita is a very complicated book when it comes down to the topic of grooming. Because the entire viewpoint of Lolita is that the man is seduced by the younger woman, like the girl. I should probably use the more accurate terminology. Like she is.
Don't call a 13-year-old child a young woman.
My brain is like I'm thinking to the end of the book where she actually is an adult.
Yes.
But she is a 13-year-old that actively she is a manipulative person, and like he should not have fallen prey to it. Like there's like, it's complicated because he is at fault for everything he does. But the point of the book is to kind of understand, well, not the point. Like there's a point in the book where you kind of understand it. It's like you get in his mind. That's the whole point. It's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable in the fact that like you're in this guy's mind and you're trying to understand that stuff.
Carly is apparently gonna fight you.
Oh.
She said no, she wasn't.
She wasn't? She wasn't by the end of the book?
She wasn't he's not a reliable narrator.
Yeah, okay, that's why I'm trying to also get to as well. There's that element of the book to contend with as well.
Like
he is the bad guy.
When you're saying that the girl is a manipulator, that is from his point of view. This is a child, and he is sexually attracted to children, keeping in mind that as soon as she turns 16, he's already starting to become disinterested in her.
Oh, yes.
Because she's growing too old for him.
Absolutely.
But he has already groomed her to the point where she has become sort of dependent on him.
Yes,
no, he is still the one saying, like, it's her fault for seducing me when she's just there existing as a teenager.
Yes. The blame ultimately does lie with him in all of that. The unreliable narrator of it is, like, it's a complicated book. That's what I'm trying to say. It, like, there are interpretations all over about it. It's a very messy one. Why are you equating it to Utena? I can understand there's abusive themes in Utena, I guess, but like we're also viewing Utena from a third-person perspective as opposed to a first-person perspective, where we're not entirely sure if we can trust the main narrator. Like there are different storytelling techniques at play here.
Lily is Humbert to us.
Oh God.
I'm sitting here like all quiet because like I'm genuinely trying to like, not to say that there is about this, because there obviously is. You guys are, it's just that like there's almost nothing to say about it that I feel hasn't already been said about. Like this is something that she does so often, even just within a single video, and it's a symptom of like Well, it's also a symptom of like the fact that she shadow boxes so much. It's just that when just as she likes to throw out accusations without ever really like saying who she's even talking about, she'll oftentimes like make references to things or like talk about things or not even talk about them, but just like show something and we'll just expect you to understand what she's meaning. She did this so much in her Mary Sue video where she was trying to throw up a bunch of examples of quote unquote Mary Sue characters and was trying to argue these characters are Mary Sue's, but guess what? You actually like these characters. That means Mary Sue's are good, and just shows examples of these characters and never elaborates what about them makes them Mary Sue's and what makes them good if they are.
I want to actually elaborate on like why I approached the way I did, because I want to make it clear. I learned this in a class. This was I took a class, a literary class, and as part of the class, there was the major focal question of whether or not Lolita actually was manipulative of Humbert, or if it was all in his head. It's been years. It's been like literally over a decade. I was getting wires fucking crossed because I have not read it in that time. So like I'm like getting all that conversation just muddled together in my head. I apologize if I came off as fucking weird, guys. That is not my intent.
So, like I had mentioned before, because you had asked like what Utena has to do with Lolita, and Root just said the brother in Utena is a groomer. So that's probably what the connection is.
Oh, but the thing is, she's not elaborating on that. She's not actually making the comparison. She's just throwing it out there as like, to try and say there's a comparison, but she's not actually making any kind of case on that. And also, we don't know Utena. So I'm just like sitting here, I'm like, what the fuck what's the connection you want to make here? Like,
yeah, like she's waffling around with all this stuff when all she needs to say is, hey, Utena's kind of a complicated show for a lot of people. So, but like pressuring people to keep watching when they're not interested or can't get it immediately is kind of cringe and bad, and you shouldn't do it, actually. That's it.
Okay, let's move on.
Yep.
Go in expecting Sailor Moon with sword-fighting lesbians, and you're not expecting to get a Kingdom Hearts world made out of Twin Peaks and flowers in the attic. But it's almost impossible to talk about any of this because its reputation to a bunch of Gen X otaku means that they're so extremely defensive and possessive of it. And if you have a problem with any of the depiction in the series, no matter how nuanced your position actually is, they just scream, "Skill issue, media literacy."
Oh, there it is.
Until they
there she is.
Say
There's
her
Sunny.
name, bitch.
Yes.
Say her name.
Maybe, Lily, maybe the reason why people are getting on your ass about this is because you aren't actually trying to look at the series for what it is. You are just looking at it while scrolling on your phone. And then you come to a completely, absolutely out there conclusion about it that nobody, literally nobody else comes to the conclusion of, unless if it's your sycophantic fans who will agree with you. And whenever they come to a different conclusion than you kick them out of your server or whatever, or tell them that they're a horrible person and then they should die.
Which literally happened recently in their Tumblr, by the way.
I was about to ask. That was the
Yeah.
first time I've like, even for Lily. I mean, I'm not. Maybe I'm a little surprised, but like, Jesus Christ.
I'm done with personal attacks. Time for personal airstrikes.
100%.
They break every blood vessel in their face. This isn't even unique to Utena, I just feel like picking on it in particular. It's what fans do with everything. Media literacy isn't any more dead than it was 30 years ago. The average Dwayne sitting at home watching non-challenging but thrilling Netflix soap operas today is the same guy who was going to see Independence Day in the 90s. That's the thing about art as consumer product. A lot of people don't like to think too critically about the media they consume. They don't find that fun.
I mean, I'm not going to strictly disagree on
though.
this point, but a lot of people do. Also, 1 minute, what the fuck does Dwayne even mean?
I'm pretty sure that it's just a derogatory name because people that like are considered hillbillies are usually named Dwayne.
Oh, sorry. Someone in the male gender.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
Okay.
It's the most. Dwayne is
Also,
the
I
most
feel like
handsome
every
boy on
so
earth.
often,
Dwaynes are
whenever-
normal, strong, dark, and muscularly built. Dwaynes are very funny and awesome to be around. Dwaynes make the greatest boyfriends. They open up all the girls' truth. He is understanding, passionate about his liver. Passionate about his liver? What the fuck?
What?
Dwayne's may be nice.
what?
I'm sorry,
got a
new
liver
stream.
fetish?
We're covering what the fuck this Urban Dictionary post is.
Turned?
Dwayne may be nice
Well, your
to hang out
first
with.
problem is using Urban Dictionary.
Alongside Dwayne's use the. If you have one, you're stupid. Let them go. Dwayne, I really love you. Jada's thoughts. A handsome guy, great kisser, good dancer. Okay, so what I'm getting from this is you don't like handsome men.
Yeah.
Skill issue.
Skill issue.
And if they don't find it fun, then they shouldn't have to do it. I find critical thinking and analysis fun.
Doubt.
No, you don't.
So I do it. What
You
we
couldn't
actually
have
have,
fixed
and
the
what we've
outfit.
they
Well, I don't
consume,
doubt that she
they con-
finds it fun. I just don't think that
Shut the
it's what
fuck
she
up.
says it is. When she says that it's media analysis, I don't think that's what that is that she thinks she's having fun doing.
No, like the thing about Lily is that she's not understanding what media literacy is, to the point where she's saying that media literacy is analysis of media when that necessarily isn't the case. Media literacy is literally understanding what you're watching and understanding what the things that you're being shown means. Again, like with the rubber ducky analogy that was mentioned earlier by Raymond, understanding the context of what the rubber ducky means in Western society. It's literally things like that. And Lily is going off saying that the rubber ducky is just really stupid because 40, 50-year-old men like the rubber ducky and therefore is reminiscent of everything that's wrong with society. That is literally how Lily views a lot of things, and we're telling her that she is stupid, and then she goes and cries and is a piss baby because we tell her that she's stupid for getting the analogy wrong.
She pissed
and she
and
can't
shitted
handle,
everywhere.
Yeah, she can't.
Oh my God.
Don't tell
handle
Lily about
being
Mudang.
told-
No, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's like the bitch of it there. That like she doesn't actually care about media analysis itself. The core of it is she cares about it as far as it benefits her personally and to give her the status and capital over people.
Well, of
that
course she said that it doesn't
herself
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still kicking myself that I misrepresented Lolita. I'm just standing there. I'm like, man, I gotta freshen up on some of my studies from the old,
You know
on the
what?
old books.
Hey, that's admitting that you.
Now you're a better person than Lily, though, because you actually admitted that you got something wrong.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Well, man, that's not gonna help my reputation at this point either. I already have the reputation of throw children into a blender. And it's like, I was gonna make a comment. The reason I put this baby doll in a show and had it torn to shreds is actually representative of my hatred of Yaya from Shukokara. Anyway,
I still think that my favorite thing when watching stuff with you is the very beginning of Eureka 7 when Renton says that he's 14 years old and you're mocking him by saying he's 14 years old. And then the next couple of episodes where he's getting horribly abused by the cast and you're like, he's only 14 years old!
Oh my God.
What I love is
development.
It's because
I know.
It's because he's 14 and he's being a dumb shit. And it's like, man, you're a dumb shit and being annoying. And then he's 14 and being basically becoming an indentured servant on this airship. It's like, what the fuck? This is 180.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh God, what did he do this time?
Wait, did he actually do it?
Syndrome.
Did he actually do it?
It's Kaiser syndrome.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, that jawline. We gotta use that for something. You sly dog.
That should have been my Halloween.
Next year. Next year.
Kaiser confirmed Chad.
We gotta prep. We gotta
Dude,
like find a week to
fucking
just
chin.
prep costumes for next
so
Halloween.
Perfect.
Oh.
I've actually been debating whether or not to get Kelpies for every single like time of the year, like roughly every other month, like that sort of thing, like a Valentine Kelpie, a New Year's Kelpie, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That fun. And if they don't find it fun, then they shouldn't have to do it. I find critical thinking and analysis fun, so I do it. What we actually have, and what we've always had, is a problem of bitchy little drama queens acting like disagreeing with them about something or thinking their favorite work is bad is some kind of moral failing. We've had to deal with fandoms acting like shit.
You do the same shit!
I was about to
say. Yeah, you do.
Time.
The shadow is literally uppercutting you as you speak.
No, literally. You are
biting off your tongue.
Right now. I need a fucking second.
Okay,
I
go
need
for
a
it.
fucking second right here. I need to stand on the green mouse.
Hey,
just real
do
fucking
it.
quickly. Because, hey, bitch, remember that one time a couple years back when in response to your freaking Owl House video about people saying in the comments of your video, people were just saying that, hey, the relationship between these two main characters, the gay one, I forget the name of it. I don't give a fuck. The relationship would have been maybe a little bit better and more compelling if it took longer to a little bit longer to get to that point. Remember what you did after that point? Oh, right. You literally pulled the no bitches meme. You literally said that these motherfuckers only believe that shit because they've never been in a relationship before. That's why you say that freaking slow burn romances are bad, because you think that that's just people that have always been pining after someone but never got it. Which is absolutely fucking deplorable and brain dead of you to do. And then you have the nerve to sit here and say that, oh guys, making moral condemnations at people because their taste in art is bad. Fuck off.
Is the rat okay?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Going that one in for a while.
I was gonna say that poor rat has gone through a lot today.
Yeah. Maybe I should just blow up my Seedramon and have people stand on its head instead. At least it has the size to be able to have people stand on it.
That is true, yeah.
Flinging gibbons since the dawn of the internet. They have been the punching bag of everyone for as long as humanly possible. You know that spot in a YouTube video where the sponsorship usually goes? Well, we used to put this long diatribe reassuring the dumbest motherfucker in the audience that this was only our opinion, and if you had a different opinion, then that was totally okay. Yeah. And we always said it like that, in that really patronizing tone, because we knew who we were talking to. We did this because if you said something even slightly contrary, you'd get the aforementioned gibbons shitting themselves in your comment section. It used to be.
Well, Lily,
It still happens.
I hate the fact that you're using Kingdom Hearts here because you don't understand Xehanort. You don't understand anything about Kingdom Hearts despite the fact that you claim to love it so much. I don't understand how you could claim to love Kingdom Hearts and yet fundamentally not understand it.
I hate...
It is okay.
Yeah.
It is okay for you to say that you only like the gameplay. It is okay for you to not care all that much about the story, but you do say that you care about the story. You think that it's really stupid and it's not all that deep when it actually is. You just fundamentally do not understand because you don't pay attention and you don't dig in.
I hate that she's talking about this because on a principle level, I don't necessarily disagree. Because here's the thing, inherently when humans communicate with each other, we are sharing, almost usually, our opinions. Even the facts that we think we have are opinions that they are in fact facts, and we're just trying to translate to someone else. It gets very complicated when you break it down on that granular level. I'm of the I am of the, ironically, opinion that you don't need to start every video with saying, it's just my opinion, guys. No, assert your opinions unflaggingly, because when you say that, you're trying to avoid people criticizing you. You're trying to avoid that. The problem with you, Lily, is that your opinion typically needs to be supported with actual evidence that you actually provide us in that information. When you assert a statement such as X show is bad, what you want to do is actually provide evidence on screen that proves that X show is bad. You say, it's bad because this happened in this way for this reason or what have you. You know, maybe I'd understand and agree with your point about Lolita and fucking Utena if you actually broke down why they were similar and what exactly elements were going on there. Maybe actually give us information to work with.
I mean, even just beyond that, people can often get defensive about your opinion because you're just a fucking bitch about it. Like, I don't care if if we have different takes about fucking you know, Kingdom Hearts or whatever. But I think the reason why a lot of people take your takes on all kinds of media super personally is that you keep being a fucking bitch about your opinion. Like, you're way too spiteful for no good reason. You throw in these like these tangents about people who disagree with you. You've done this throughout this entire video. And you sit here and you wonder, what did I do to get those motherfuckers mad?
Oh my god, Chronosphere also did.
Yeah, I already put it in the Jack Dart.
What's that Simpsons?
Nice. It was a race in Dead or X one, but dude, these are so funny.
What's that Simpsons meme? Am I out of touch?
No, is it me?
No, it's my viewers that are wrong.
Yeah, it's like, am I out of touch? No, it is the children who are wrong. Exactly.
Yeah, that is Lily every single day of her life.
Sean, we're not opening that door. We're not. That's a whole conversation. We're not going into it. No.
That a large dislike bar didn't mean the video was bad. It meant that your video had made its way to 4chan and triggered a pack of very stupid, very angry people
or maybe your video was
Lady,
bad.
You wish you were that relevant. Shut up.
Whose mothers were keeping them away from small animals and children. That is still the case. It's just that 4chan is called Twitter now. See,
wait.
Say her name.
Are you saying that Psy does things to small animals and children? Fucking deplorable behavior, Lily.
Yeah, holy shit.
That is not. You cannot. That is defamatory. Oh, what is the term? Oh, it's like defamatory per. There's per se and then per culpa or something like that. It's
per hour.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember here. I have it written down somewhere, don't I? No, I don't. Anyway, basically, by inference, it's defamatory by inference, and you know what? That's a thing you can be sued on. Be fucking careful, Lily.
Yeah, you're already in the middle of a fucking potential lawsuit, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What's per se versus per quad?
Per quad, that's it.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's it.
You're welcome.
Per se is basically on the face of it. Per quad is through inference.
Right.
Media literacy wasn't in people's vocabulary because back then they would just call you a retard and report your video for promoting terrorism. It wouldn't be until the rise of video.
Did not expect to use that.
Are we just repeating ourselves now?
It's Lily Orchard. It's entirely possible.
Let's see.
Is still the case, it's just that 4chan is called Twitter now. See, media literacy wasn't in people's vocabulary because back then they would just call you a retard and report your video for promoting terrorism. It wouldn't be until the rise of video essays, hey, remember that I mentioned earlier? That this pack of simpletons would get a whole host of professional sounding words to make what was at best blatantly obvious harassment sound like something more significant than... It actually
What?
This has nothing
And
to do with
Yeah.
Lindsay Ellis.
Yeah, this also, like, people have used, like, do you think that essays about media are brand new to just the fucking Roger and Ebert?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go back to the 80s. Go back to the 50s. Go back to Citizen fucking Kane, where people were writing about the fucking play that his wife was in that bombed the night prior. I'm sorry, this has been around since media has been around. Criticism of media has been around since the beginning of media itself. I guarantee you that when Unga was drawing that fucking horse on a wall, Bunga was going like, ooh, horse no have 3 leg, horse have 4 leg.
Actually, I think that is true because we have seen art on cave painting, like cave walls. The paintings, some of them were actually very bad, and then others right beside them are much better.
Hello,
And
it is
some
Bunga.
people-
I am here with live reaction to Unga art time.
Some people say that it is younger artists like learning from the older ones, but you could interpret that as like some form of media criticism where maybe a shit artist is being showed up by the better artist.
guys,
then-
back then it was called every frame. Every wall a pause. EWAP.
And then when the only difference is that instead of getting into flame wars and throwing slurs at each other, they just bats and beat each other to death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But remember, Lily, we have
Sorry,
discovered
Bats clubs.
messages in caves that are hundreds, if not thousands of years old. I think it was like thousands of years old. That when translated, finally translated, literally just said, Bjorn was here. And it was just,
Yeah.
literally, it was just some wall very high up, and it was some guy just decided to climb it and write his name on a wall. Like, humanity hasn't really changed all that much in the last few thousand years. Like, we're still
like,
kind of the
Stone
same
Age-
idiots.
You find the Stone Age equivalent of Pepe on a wall, and just everyone is fascinated by it.
Now we have an
Silly
entire
frogs be
generational
funny.
overlap raised in an environment where the behavior and mannerisms of a Chan troll are the default status of some of the most popular social media platforms on the planet, all while
Okay,
using
somebody
the
who
language.
talks about media criticism isn't a fucking Chan troll. Come on.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, who needs to
Yeah,
spend
like,
time on the
okay,
4chan anyway?
there are people talking shit about you. Who cares? Dude,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
People talk shit about us.
Yeah.
People talk shit about me. I don't give a fuck.
Lily, I thought you said the internet discourse doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
You know what is
that's what I
actually, you know what's actually worse? Being reported for terrorism? Like, that actually is a thing that could lead to serious consequences, like swatting. Like,
Yeah.
you want to go back to the Halcyon days of people reporting you to the FBI for maybe trying to blow up a Home Depot somewhere, like because
Well, obviously, because it clearly never happened to her.
Language of
that's our
Lindsay
standard.
Ellis to prop that up, like a corpse being animated on strings
Again,
by the
has
fucking
nothing to do
Goler
with Lindsay
clan.
Ellis,
The thing
shut up.
is, you get these people talking long enough, and they'll soon demonstrate that they don't have the media literacy that they think other people lack. A while back on Tumblr, we
Ken, the villain
Oh,
has
here
the
we
point
go.
stories, but done,
Meat kettle.
without doing a boiling kittens in a lava trope. It honestly never
Oh
seen
god,
it done.
this.
The problem lies
Yep.
in this simple question: if they have a point, why are they the villain? Either you're taking it too far narrative, or you're just married to the idea of a villain.
I know what's coming next.
oh boy,
Yeah, we talked about this before the stream.
Yup.
we were discussing
Oh,
the
look how
problem of
giddy
the
he
whole
is.
villain that has a point trope and how it often simply
oh my God, Deterex.
Wait, what did he do? Oh my god, what did he
Lily
do?
being punched by her shadow. That's beautiful.
Knockout.
Wait, hold on.
She's losing to the shadow boxer. That's amazing.
All right, new thumbnail. Right there. Let's go.
And the shadow comes back with the right uppercut, or is that the left uppercut? I can't tell. It's two-dimensional.
Dude, now we need the shadow to do the Dempsey roll against Lily from Hajime no Ippo. Fucking get on that.
Everyone, please wait till the end of the stream. We're gonna show these on, and they are priceless, absolutely priceless.
Oh, wait, I see the thumb. It is a right uppercut.
Devolves into centrist or conservative proselytizing, and someone came in with a big monologue about how it can be really good if it's done well, and I had quite enough of that mealy-mouthed vague crap where they gesture to some hypothetical good version of a bad trope and just straight up said, name 50.
Okay, guys.
This isn't hypothetical.
So
they literally gave an example.
Okay, so here's Pete. You have the list, right?
I do not. I thought that we
it's
Kaiser?
in chat.
Oh, is it?
No, the list is in chat.
Okay. So whoever's gonna read out the list, I would like to make the request that you do it to a modern major general. I'm kidding. I don't actually expect you guys to do that. I think that'd be hilarious, though.
Just Kira, UV, and Light, Yagami, and Crowley, Sephiroth, Akira, Azula, Jennifer, Killmonger, Ben Linus. I can't fucking. No, I can't. I'm sorry.
All right, let me actually look at the.
It's only the first 24, unfortunately.
It's in the first link, not the second.
Oh! I didn't see the Tumblr. Okay, sorry. My mind doesn't. I'm like one of those dinosaurs where, like, you know, they can't see movement, except I can't see Tumblr links.
I'm waiting for Twilight to correct you on that, but let's see.
Do you want me to read out the list?
Yes, please go right ahead.
Okay. John Hammond, Jurassic Park. Magneto, X-Men. Kyubey, Madoka. Roy Batty, Blade Runner. Walter Peck, Ghostbusters. Lord Genome, Gurren Lagann. N, Pokemon. Prince Nuada, Hellboy 2. Dr. Zeiss, Planet of the Apes. Khan, Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan. General Hummel, The Rock. Imhotep, The Mummy.
It's fine. That's just how Critter works. It's not Critter. Sorry, Kaiser works.
Okay.
Yeah. Lucy, Elfin Lied. Scar, Fullmetal Alchemist. The Puppet Master, Ghost in the Shell. Zagato, Magic Knight Rayearth. Joseph, The Changeling, 1980. Stain, My Hero Academia. Itachi, Naruto. Kushana, Nausicaa. Lady Eboshi, Princess Mononoke. Molly Hale, Pokemon. Javert, Les Miserables. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Jar Forgotten Realms character. Luke, Percy Jackson. The Lord Ruler, Mistborn. Half of the Criminals in Columbo. Long John Silver, Treasure Island, Treasure Planet, and Kinda Black Sails. Medusa, Greek mythology. And Roman mythology, apparently. Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney. Dracula, Castlevania 3 and the animated series. Dracula Untold. Dracula in Helsing. Magus, Chrono Trigger. Jecht, Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
Gabriel and Satan, The Prophecy. Meta Knight, Kirby. King Dedede, Kirby. Donkey Kong, The Boss, Metal Gear Solid 3. The Grandmother, Encanto. Haggard, The Last Unicorn. The Ice King, Adventure Time. King Kong, Godzilla, Gorgo. John Kramer, Saw, even if he is a huge hypocrite. Satan, Paradise Lost. Leto 2, God Emperor of Dune. And, my spiciest take yet, any entity that exists beyond good or evil with moral structures that cannot be slotted into our human terms, which includes all cosmic horror entities, the Cenobites, and any computer system that functions entirely on logic.
That's actually a pretty interesting hot take. I accept that, actually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fuck you, Lily. That's the thesis there.
Yeah.
Well, we're about. I imagine. Well, I don't. We'll see.
Well, two of Twitter's cockroaches, Crimson Ender and Anthony Gramaglia, rose to
I know that's not how you pronounce his name, but these grifters can eat my ass. Oh God, well, all right.
the occasion and offered 50 examples. Bear in mind, this discussion was about villains who had a point being done well, which meant that 1, the villain had to have a point, 2, the story had to make them work as a villain, as most of them suffer from the main issue of, if they're right, why aren't we siding with them without straight up making them a genocidal murderer out of nowhere? And 3, they had to be good. There's also an unspoken rule that they had...
so what's the criteria of good then?
Yeah, what is the criteria of good?
There was
Lily?
even some confusion with Anthony and the others on their stream as to whether about like them being good as in like morally good, which is contradictory, and or if like it meant good as in like well written.
She would say whichever one detriments them the most.
Probably.
Yeah.
And even then,
honestly, even if she says that, she will contradict herself in order to have a gotcha, because that is how Lily is.
Yep.
Well, the other thing too
is I'm pretty sure that wasn't even fucking specified in the actual Tumblr chat.
I was about to say
it wasn't.
Yeah, like you go back there. So as far as the story being, I'm trying to find characters like Hannibal Lecter. They are the main characters. Just like they are the main character that we can sympathize with. So like so far, it seems like it is just that it is a villain who you can sympathize with, but they may have gone too far, and usually rationalize that with accounts that paint them in shades of gray. That's basically the criteria that like I'm like moving some of the words around, but like based on like if I were just to reread the whole thing, that is in essence how I am interpreting the criteria that the original poster had set. Whereas like here, I feel like Lily is either being purposefully ignorant of that and just changing it in order to like better benefit her own, or she... No, actually,
right off the top of my head, I have 2 villainous characters that Lily would know very well because she has talked about Digimon before. Ken and Oikawa from the 2nd season of Digimon. They perfectly fit her criteria.
And they're not particularly... Well, I'm not sure. Like, it's a mixed bag with them.
No, like, Ken is both a sympathetic villain and he is considered a good person.
Oh, I meant the writing quality. That's more like... That's O2 in general.
Even then, Ken is still considered the best part of O2.
Okay.
Yeah, but even then, like, and she's also ignoring, like, the fact that, she's making like a false equivalence. Like if you have a point, that means you're completely right and should not be the villain. I'm like, no, that's not how that works. That's not how this works. People can do bad things for the quote unquote right reasons.
You can still be a terrible person even if you have a point. Again, I'm going to elaborate on Ken. Ken was a child who was being pressured by his parents to be the perfect kid as a replacement for the older brother who died that his parents actually gave a shit about. They wanted Ken to basically replace their dead son that they actually cared about. And the pressure to be the perfect kid, somebody that he actually couldn't handle, was like the stress of that was so much for him that he couldn't handle it. And so he thought that he was releasing his frustration out on a video game. But it turns out the video game wasn't a video game. It was actually a real world, and the animals that he was torturing were actually real sentient creatures. But he didn't understand that. And then, of course, the second half of the series fucking retconned that by saying that he had a seed of evil inside of his neck. But that's like beside the point.
I know.
Those darn seeds of evil, man.
I like how she also added this caveat at the end, which she's like being like tentatively dancing around, but we know it's going to be her like bullet in the chamber to get out of a lot of these is don't cite characters who aren't villains.
Yeah.
It's like that's a very meta definition for a character. I don't know if you're a good judge of that, Lily, because you might judge an anti-hero or an anti-villain in different ways. I don't trust your judgment. Anyway, let's actually get into this.
Real quick, actually, I maybe I'll answer my question as we go.
Okay.
Had to be villains in the first place? That might go without saying, but just bear with me.
What if they
here.
became
So with all
villains?
that in mind, did these two men rise to the challenge? Well, most of their examples were anime characters from anime that I had never heard of, but here's the list of the ones I did recognize. Crimson opened with Josh Kiryu, who is technically an antagonist, but
Kaiser, this is from The World Ends With You, isn't it?
Yeah, The World Ends With You. I know this one. Oh, what is she gonna say about him?
All right,
Josh.
All right, gents.
whose point is largely directed at Neku's personal failings. Then he moved on to V.
Wrong! Wrong. Now, of course, half right. Basically, like
wrong by
spoilers for
omission.
The World Ends With You.
Yeah,
wrong by omission. Josh from The World Ends With You is essentially God. He's essentially God in this world. And all of the characters are in this death game that they've gone into after they die, and they're trying to complete it in order to, basically come back to life, potentially, by winning the death game. The double death game, you might say. And the reason why, of course, he is the one who created the death game in the first place, if my memory is correct. Keep in mind, it's been a while since I played The World Ends With You.
Let's try and accelerate
very
where
freaking
exactly
familiar.
where she's wrong on this.
Yeah, we
Right,
don't need the entire backstory of this character and
all the characters.
every single event that happens in this game. Just get to the nitty gritties.
Okay, sure. Basically, he is a sympathetic or villain that had a point, because the reason why he did this is so that people could actually I'm trying to say this as sure as possible. Basically to help them grow as people. It was a flawed perspective because, death game and all that, but he had his reasons there.
It's a form of therapy. He wants to therapy them.
Essentially. Some
Okay.
fucked up form of therapy.
Now we have V.
Who was immediately disqualified because he isn't the villain of V for Vendetta. The Norse Fire Party is. Then
he's a protagonist, he's a protagonist, not necessarily a hero. There is a difference.
Yeah, I mentioned this before.
But I honestly, I think that might be a fair disqualifier. I saw V and I was like, I don't know if V qualifies as villain potentially. He is a terrorist. I'm not gonna say he's not a bad person, but I don't know. He was has a very much protagonist, a hero energy in many regards. He's a gray hero, if anything. Excalibur says Kai sounds so sad with the okay, sure. I'm sorry. It's sorry, Kai.
I'm sorry.
But
I know. The
thing is, we are going through 50 characters potentially here a piece.
Yeah.
We can't labor over all of them. I thought Josh was from Traverse Town. Ha 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 ha. Funny. Like I said, she wants everything to be simple and happy and go lucky. She would love early Ruby. Oh God.
Then he moves on to Light Yagami, who is kind of a villain protagonist, but he fails at the first one because he doesn't have a point. He's just a maniac with a god complex.
The god complex is the point.
He wants to make a perfect world under his control, right?
Well,
that's his idea.
Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing too, is that reading back, I agree with that. I also think that there's another way to look at it. So again, something that was interesting about the original poster's criteria was a good villain will make the hero, if there is one, or the audience think about what they're doing. And while I agree, Light didn't he was absolutely not intending at all to make the world a better place, or at least not more. That was not his goal more than just being a god and being superior to everyone else. It raises the fact that he was so successful, but the story doesn't portray it through the perspective of someone who was intending that and wasn't like a sociopath just raises the question of that. I feel like it can make, like, even if you disagree with it, which I do, but like it raises the question and it can make someone kind of think about that. What if, like, if he wasn't a sociopath, would that make a difference?
Also-
Personally, I don't think so, but like it does raise the question nonetheless, and that meets the original poster's criteria. It makes the audience think about what they're doing.
Also, Lily, don't ha ha ha, you're so funny for putting Hikari Yagami on there when Light Yagami was what they were talking about. You're so hilarious. It's not like everybody and their mother who is a fan of Digimon has made that joke before.
Man, if Kari got the Death Note, man, that's gonna be a wild story.
Well, yeah, like it's a very common joke in the Digimon fandom spaces that Light Yagami and Hikari Yagami have the same name.
Yeah, I want her to be friends with Ryuk and go on little adventures with him. I think that'd be funny.
Ryuk, Digivolve to
Ryuk again.
Something else.
Ryuk, but with an apple. And specifically the one voiced by what's his face, the English voice actor, no, the English actor, the American actor. Sorry.
Oh,
Green Goblin.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. God damn it, I forgot.
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe, yeah.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe.
That Ryuk.
That's the whole point of that story. Then Xehanort. Yes, that Xehanort.
Here you go, Twilight.
What do you mean that
I want to
Xehanort?
be a dictator because people
Yeah,
are dark
that
and evil,
Xehanort.
Xehanort.
One minute, we gotta
Point,
hear-
he's just a maniac
the
with a
argument,
god
and then
complex.
Twilight ran.
That's the whole point of that story. Then Xehanort. Yes, that Xehanort. The I want to be a dictator because people are dark and evil Xehanort. Then is
No, that is not Xehanort's goal at all.
I don't. Okay, look, I have my problems with Kingdom Hearts writing and how it portrays certain villains and goals and such. And I know, even from just having played Kingdom Hearts, his goal wasn't about like controlling people because their hearts were dark. He wanted to end the tyranny of light. That was his phrasing. That was the motherfucker. I know that.
Some of the first dialogue that you read in the first game, the stronger that your light is, the darker the shadows become. The whole point is that the better things are, the darker and seedier things can become, and the worse that it gets. He wanted to even the playing field. He wanted to get rid of the concept of light and dark as good and evil in the first place, because that is the source of his fucking trauma.
Zula, who is a villain but never actually makes a point in the entire series. Remember, having a point means saying something that is objectively correct and it being agreeable. Then we
Azula. Azula was driven. I don't know if she had a point in herself, but her surroundings informed her.
Yeah.
I was confused why they chose
I do
Azula over
agree
Zuko.
with-
I guess like it just kind of depends. Sorry guys, I keep interrupting.
Well, it didn't-
Go ahead.
I would have gone Ozai, honestly.
Oh, I was saying that like, I agree that Azula didn't have a point, sure, but then we get the Lily's criteria. What it means to have a point is just, I'm not sure about that.
We'll get to that, but so like what I was saying, I was kind of a little bit surprised that they didn't choose Zuko, but like maybe it just kind of depended on like what had defined as a villain per se, because like the way I see it is that he is a villain. He is just a villain that gets redeemed, and if anything, I feel like that is kind of like the ideal answer that they're looking for based on the person, they're like the original poster.
Zero, what she's looking for is the intent of the character. He wants Azula to have a goal that is relatable at the end, but also then makes her like she does irredeemable things in order to accomplish it.
Her goal is to effectively be loved and accepted at the end of the day, because she couldn't get she couldn't get love from her mother because her mother viewed her as a monster. So the only parent that she could turn to was her crazy fucking dad. And the only way that she could get validation from him was to delve deeper into being a ruthless monster. And to become a worse person.
I think that's more of a psychological, like, I think there's a distinction between a intentive impulse and a psychological one. I don't know how actively aware she was that was why she was doing what she did.
Well, I mean, she directly said that toward the end when that scene that she took the picture from, where she's directly saying, "My mom thought that I was a monster."
I'm trying to remember the exact language in that scene. Like it's
Well,
you
oh, no,
watched
that
it
was
more
from the-
recently, so I take your word for it.
I think that was
not
from the
Ember
Ember
Island
Island
players,
thing.
or maybe it was Ember Island players.
No, that was right before the final
Yeah,
battle.
I remember that
with
scene was
Zuko and
before the
Katara.
battle. Yeah, I remember that at the very least. I don't.
No, okay. Well, like, but they were on an island. Though. I can't remember. Like,
Oh,
what it was.
that was before.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's earlier in the season when they were on the beach episode.
But the part that you're talking about, like when they were all around the campfire, and she was explaining my own.
She says it twice.
Yeah.
Okay. I think maybe Lily's then going for greater, like she's going to judge it on greater societal, like.
Yeah, because it's called moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
No matter what people say,
Fair.
it's never going to be good enough for her because she is going to always find an excuse to invalidate any character that they come up with. That is the thing. That is the thing with what Lily is doing, is that it's never going to be good enough. There is always going to be some kind of excuse.
Okay, I'm going to turn the playback speed to 1. I think we're just going to risk it.
Sure.
We have Killmonger, who doesn't so much
I
make a
remember
point as he does repeat a point that other people have made within the entire film. If anything, Killmonger is a symptom of Wakanda's isolation and indifference to the rest of the world. But I'll admit I'm splitting hairs, so fine, here's one. The next one,
Okay.
and I swear this is true,
Ironically, I actually think Killmonger's poorly written, but you know what?
Yeah,
Fine, we'll take the
seconded.
win.
was Ashley Graves. Ashley fucking Graves.
You guys
a
want to take this-
self-hating, misogynistic psychopath whose only
I
significant
barely
motivation is getting stuffed with brother dick. Ashley
One
Graves.
minute.
Ashley fucking Graves. A
We could just end the video right here. Media literacy ain't dead, and the ones who claim it is have a fucking... And don't talk...
self-hating, misogynistic psychopath whose only significant motivation is getting stuffed with brother dick. Again.
Whoa, you can't just flash that shit up.
No.
Also, no, that's not. She's dependent upon her brother. They're dependent. It's a codependent relationship.
Yeah, it's a codependent relationship. She isn't wanting necessarily to do the incest. She just wants to control her brother. Her
and
brother
indifference
is
to
the
rest
one
of the
that
world,
wants to
but
do
I'll
the
admit
incest.
I'm splitting hairs.
Not strictly like the vision that
Who
happened.
cares? We're not going to fight about this.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Let's move on.
Yeah, okay. So let's see. I'm trying to like hit this at this right moment. Not there. Okay, it's somewhere around here. I'm going to turn this down to super slow because you tried to sneak this fucking in under the radar.
Asian is getting stuffed with brother dick.
Pause! Shit! I missed it! I still missed it!
You were too busy laughing.
I was too busy laughing. Ah, damn it! That was too funny.
You sly dog. You
True.
caught me
Was Ashley
ruffling.
Graves. Ashley fucking Graves.
All right, let's
A
try this
self-hating,
one more time.
misogynistic psychopath whose only significant motivation is getting...
Okay. All right. Guy, we're just gonna have to keep looking at this one screenshot. All right.
Stuffed with brother dick.
That is the worst possible way I could have described that, and I am not sorry in the slightest because, oh my god, what idiot thinks this Brocon nutcase has a point? Please tell me you don't have a brother. Oh! Lily? You are not one to talk on this.
Yeah, no.
So, like, I've not played. I actually do plan on playing Coffin of Andy and Lily at some point. I kind of like how fucked up these two characters are. I actually really love that, like, kind of messed up dynamic from what I've heard about it. But legitimately hearing more about Lily makes me way more uncomfortable about it, because I'm like, oh, that's right. There are some people that don't realize this is fiction.
Yeah.
But so she has a point, because the entire world they live in, to my understanding, is absolute horseshit, and they should be only looking out for themselves. She's a villain because they ruin several people's lives, and they eat people, they cannibalize them in order to survive, because the world itself is uncaring and cruel, and she decides to become uncaring and cruel and convince her brother to do so as well. That is my understanding of what happens in that story. I may be wrong with some parts of the interpretation, but as I understand it, it is a fucked up universe they live in, and she is just trying to survive, and her brother is trying to survive. In fact, they should both probably be on this.
From what I understand, like, the reason why they have to do that is because, like, they got left to become a science experiment.
They were locked. They were locked in
Well, not even that. They were quarantined.
Quarantined, quote unquote. That's like debatable, like that kind of stuff. Like there's a whole like conspiracy thing.
So, like,
well, yeah, like they were quarantined, but that was just a front
for something.
Yeah. It was a science experiment.
Again, she never makes a point in the entire plot. Sure, she gaslights Darvos like crazy, but that's on you if you believed any of it. To that end, the next one on the list is Andrew, who is immediately disqualified because the villains of that game are Toxasoda and Ashley. But even if we did count...
He is also...
Tim, he once again doesn't actually make a point. His whole character is he's trauma bonded to his sister, and he's extremely evasive about his crimes.
And she's not!
On this list who fail.
And she's not!
That does not absolve him of his own crimes and faults, Lily.
Yeah.
Does she just
think
that, like, if every character like the protagonist just isn't by default? Like it just like evens out or something?
Is if you were traumatized, you're not responsible for what you do.
Oh,
remember that writing tip. Remember number 4. I believe
because they never actually make a point. Gollum, Satan himself, Sweeney Todd, Solus, Starscream. No, really, he puts Starscream on here. Invader Zim, Frankenstein's monster.
Depends which version of
this is
Starscream.
Laura, 2 villains from Sailor Moon, Annie Wilkes, Davy Jones, and Two-Face. Moving on to Anthony.
Oh, you're not going to bother. Wait, what did you say in that? I need to know what you said exactly with all that.
His whole character is he's trauma bonded to his sister, and he's extremely evasive about his crimes. Several other characters on this list who fail because they never actually make a point. Gollum.
Gollum wants the ring. Satan is Satan.
Satan himself, Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd is getting revenge for people that wronged him.
Solus,
I don't know Starscream enough.
Starscream, no, really, he puts Starscream on here.
It depends on which Starscream who has a point.
Starscream is a worm-tail little fucker, worm-tongue little fucker who will do anything for survival, including backstab his own boss.
Invader Zim just wants recognition. Lily, you might relate to that a little bit.
Yeah.
Ed Steven Skew says their parents sold them to organ harvesters. Okay, that makes sense.
Frankenstein's
monster, yes, is a villain, but he is also an understandable one. He ends up like Victor Frankenstein is also the villain. It's 2 villains fighting each other because the monster becomes enraged that he is not given the love that he so craves and the understanding for being a creation. He gets furious at it, and he starts destroying the Doctor's lives as a consequence. Meanwhile, the Doctor does not value the monster the way it needs to. It's an uncaring father and a spiteful son. That's the story there. And yes, Frankenstein qualifies because he ends up killing people in the process of trying to look for acceptance.
Monster, Simon Laura, 2 villains from Sailor Moon.
I don't know enough about any of these.
Annie Wilkes, Davy.
Annie Wilkes is just fucked up. I think actually it's a fair disqualification. Anyone else? Anything else? Anyone?
No. The characters from Sailor Moon, though, they didn't really care about what was going on. They just wanted to help each other survive, and
I think that was
they were in love with each other.
I want to say.
Yeah.
Then
I don't
Davy
remember
Jones,
as much.
Davy Jones,
Davy
he sacrificed his life for his love. Like his entire story was about trying to get to his loved one and ending up enraptured in this curse. So,
Well, no. He was in love with the ocean, and when going to meet her, she never appeared, so he tore his own heart out so he wouldn't feel the pain of betrayal.
right. Again, been a while.
Jones and Two-Face.
Two-Face wanted to clean up the city.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting everything he loved ripped away from him, including like the person he loved the most, because the person he trusted to save her went to save him instead because he didn't realize he had been lied to. This
we're not gonna get any explanation on the show.
No, we're not gonna get any explanation because
we agree with her on them.
She can't fight this woman.
Moving on to Anthony. Anthony cited John Hammond, who isn't a villain, just a man whose vision outweighed common sense.
Read the fucking book.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's still a villainous action.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to bring back the dead.
Yeah, because like I want to say in the book, or at least in like the early chapters, I mean, not to say that this was the only thing that like he was from, but they really like pushed forward how like fascinated he was by just dinosaurs in general, and how he had like an insane, massive, like just was like a really big fan of dinosaurs, and then later came the whole, oh yeah, now I'm gonna bring them back to life to make a theme park and capitalize on that and make money off it.
I was gonna say like the John Hammond in the book is a lot less sympathetic than what he was portrayed as, because the actor did so much heavy lifting. Yeah,
for sure.
Magneto, who is the exact poster child for boiling kittens in lava. Walter Peck, whose only role as a villain
You
is...
defended him!
Cry harder!
In your fucking video, you're the one that claimed that Magneto shouldn't be considered a villain in the first place. Shut the fuck up.
Well, don't you see, Twi? Yeah. That's why he doesn't count, is because he's not actually a villain.
That's not what Lily said.
That's not what she said.
Cited John Hammond, who isn't a villain, just a man whose vision outweighed common sense. Magneto, who is the exact poster child for boiling kittens in lava. Walter...
Aha.
Yeah, interesting. Suddenly turn around.
Villain that shouldn't be considered a villain because of his tragic backstory, Lily.
Also, I'm going to preempt this one. This is the villain from Ghostbusters, who I think is part of the EPA or something like that. I think he's pretty well warranted not to have an active nuclear reactor that's being maintained by 4 guys in an old firehouse in the heart of New York fucking city. I think having concerns about that is not an unreasonable thing to have.
Yeah.
Walter Peck, whose only role as a villain is being a government regulator during the Reagan years. Watch that film again. You'll notice a very capitalist bent to it. N.
Yes. And then he fucks it up because he doesn't take the precautions that they instructed him on, and he unleashes a bunch of fucking ghosts, becoming the main villain by proxy.
Who never makes a point because everything he believes ends up being the deluded ramblings instilled to him by a lying prick. Imhotep.
Has anyone played Pokemon Black and White?
I mean, the way you even describe it,
long time,
even with the way you describe it, he still believes in what he's doing. It doesn't matter if someone else was a rambling lunatic. If he believed the rambling lunatic and acted upon that information, and then you learn later that he was misled, that's still sympathetic. Yeah. Like
that is what happened. He was an abuse victim that believed in the insane ramblings of his adopted father, who wanted to use him as a sort of scapegoat from what I remember.
Yeah, it's almost as if N is a child. Yes. Oh, Imhotep. Yeah. Imhotep.
Of a father.
Whose only motivation is reviving his lover, and the evil comes from the fact that...
People don't come to these sort of ideas on their own.
Bent to it. N, who never makes a point because everything he believes ends up being the deluded ramblings instilled to him by a lying prick. Imhotep, whose only motivation is reviving his lover, and the evil comes from the fact that he must kill to get it.
No. He wants revenge, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does want revenge, but also, like, the whole point of what happened to him in the first place was that he wanted to bone his lover, who was the main concubine of the pharaoh, and he wasn't allowed to touch her. And they decided to murder the fucking pharaoh so that they could be together, and their plot got foiled and they both were killed because of it. And he wanted revenge on that. He wanted to revive himself so that he could revive his lover.
It's like, I don't...
Molly Hale, who again doesn't make a point and isn't even a villain. Nobody treats her as one. She's just a kid who misses her dad. That's not a villain, Anthony. That is a baby.
No, actually, I agree. It's actually Entei in this, or I guess the spirit of the unknown that are the antagonists. Which I guess it goes down into that earlier mention of like the... I'm sorry, wait, you didn't mention all of the abstract things. Like, that was the end of the first list, wasn't? That was side
She's also forgetting that the baby turned herself into a 13-year-old girl who should have a better understanding of how things worked, because that is how the magic works of turning her into a teenager.
I forgot that happened in that film.
Yep.
Really? Because she spends the majority of the film as a teenager.
I know. I have not watched that since I was like 15. I don't think.
I remember.
Been a while.
I remember because
you know that I have the better memory.
Oh yeah.
I remember that because when a friend and I watched that, he would make the joke that she was the only female character that Brock would come across that he wouldn't immediately fawn over because he subconsciously knows that she's actually a child.
Interesting. Pros 10 out of 10, world building and imagery 10 out of 10, development 10 out of 10. This is abysmal. Who could have ever read this? Literally just dialogue 10 out of 10. Now this is peak. Good one, Chris.
Yeah.
Then there's Long John Silver, who doesn't make a point and is operating on the sunk cost fallacy. He's a cautionary tale, my guy. Medusa.
No. What do you mean he doesn't make a point?
Both things.
Isn't his point you take what you can? I'm trying to remember exactly what his like I know the story that he wants to get the treasure island and he becomes the mentor of James, but like I'm trying to remember what his overall motive was for things.
His overall motive was, at least for the Disney movie, because I don't remember if I ever read the book, but it was supposed to be that he had wanted to prove that the treasure was real.
Okay, so
and that he wanted it.
Yeah, right. I guess, I mean, that might be a fair disqualification. It's a very selfish motive as opposed to like a... I don't know.
There is an argument to be made about like the motivations that he had slowly when he grew more and more attached to. But like even then, I don't really know if like any of us has watched it recently enough to really say anything with confidence.
Is the qualification that it has to be selfless?
I guess it depends on what she means with the point.
I guess
is.
relatable within the reason, I guess, is like the in the sense of like...
Well, how is...
I don't know, is esoteric
being
as fuck.
mocked... How is being mocked your entire life for believing something that people believe is fictional is actually real, not sympathetic in some kind of way?
I guess so, yeah. And then, Medusa. All right, it's going to be fun. Let's see what you say about Medusa, because Medusa's really fun as a character.
Who is not a villain. Miles Edgeworth, that is a baby. Then there's Long John Silver, who doesn't make a point and is operating on the sunk cost fallacy. He's a cautionary tale, my guy. Medusa, who is not a villain. Miles...
no explanation needed.
She still is a villainous person for killing so many people and making a garden out of their rock bodies. That is still a villainous thing to do, even if she is a victim. But I know that you don't believe that victims can be villains, but that doesn't mean that they can't be. It just means that she is a tragic person. And that is why so many people are enamored by the idea of Medusa, and why there are a lot of stories out there that turn her into a more complex person and someone to be saved and or able to get herself out of her predicament and find happiness, because her motivations and her backstory are something that people can sympathize with, despite the fact that she is a horrible monster.
Lily, why do we have... Why? What are you going to say about Miles Edgeworth? And also, why are you using the movie version of Miles Edgeworth?
I thought it was the stage.
Also, I'm slowly seeing Polar Express more. I don't know if like that was on there before and I just hadn't noticed that.
Okay.
Miles Edgeworth, who is not a villain, he's just a state prosecutor doing his job.
Motherfucker! He clearly puts he's a prosecutor that actively puts people that are very clearly innocent up on trial. Like,
yeah,
he is a commentary about how the innocent get pinned for crimes in Japan because prosecutors are constantly looking for that 100% win rate. There is a perfection narrative going on that is further emphasized in the subsequent games by characters like Franziska, and at the end of the first game from Manfred von Karma. Like, he is a villainous prosecutor. Prosecutors can be really shitty people. Like, not the
Edgeworth.
If you like, whatever you think of the Rittenhouse trial, watch the prosecutor. He is a piece of garbage.
Oh yeah,
and he did some horrible shit. One of the things he did was ended up flagging the entire fucking courtroom with an assault rifle.
Wow.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
First rule of gun safety is you do not point a gun, loaded or unloaded, at anything that you do not want to destroy. He literally waved the gun in the direction of the fucking jury. It is one of the most neglectful handlings of a firearm in a professional context I've ever seen. That man did not know what he was fucking doing. Jesus Christ. Like, prosecutors can be bad people.
Edgeworth has a point in terms of...
Yes. And
Edgeworth has a point in terms of like pursuing justice to the highest degree, but that ends up potentially or even actually getting innocent people in prison.
Multiple iterations of Dracula, who is a very simple predation and exploitation by the wealthy allegory. Donkey Kong, who is...
Not strictly, depending on what variants you get. You can get quite different, like, I mean, especially ones based on the original Vlad the Impaler. When you go back to the nature of like why he did what he did, you can get some sympathetic stories out of that pretty hard because he wants to protect his land, like he's a lord. So,
basically, what Lily is doing is she is acknowledging that Anthony is talking about very specific depictions of Dracula and then just blanketing it by saying different depictions of this very blanket version of a character and then dismissing it. That is being disingenuous, Lily. You have to address the specific versions of the Draculas because there were 3 of them.
I can't wait to see which.
And they are not all the same person, even though that they are based off of one character.
Isn't a villain. The grandmother from Encanto, who isn't a...
Oh, I guess Donkey Kong's just not a villain.
Donkey Kong was a villain. He was the main antagonist of the first Mario game. What are you talking about?
Literally the game Donkey Kong.
I don't remember him having a point, but
also
he was a villain.
I don't know if I should like give the funny smug answer or just like go like it is still stupid like response on Lily's part. On the list, did it say Donkey Kong from Mario Bros?
It just said Donkey Kong.
Okay.
Okay. And then the grandmother from Encanto, which I've not seen Encanto, but I know enough about Encanto to know that like she is a person that is stuck in her ways. Lily, she would be considered conservative in how she handles things in the story. She's a very conservative woman who won't change her ways and needs to learn to let go of certain things because she is so grounded in things. She's very relatable, but she is a firm obstacle to the main antagonist. So let's see what you say about her.
Well,
the villain doesn't make a point and is the one who learns in the end. King Kong.
Well, if we've learned anything from this video in particular, it's that Lily thinks that good conservatives can only exist.
Anyway.
Was learning something in the end a requirement for them to not be part of the list?
No, Twilight, at the end of Encanto, What's-Her-Face needs to stab her grandmother and kill her. Like, that needs to happen. Her grandmother shouldn't be allowed to live and learn.
She's just projecting her trauma on the freaking diamonds from Steven Universe. On
Oh, God.
Kong and Godzilla, who are animals, John Kramer.
No!
Okay.
They are intelligent! They are intelligent creatures. They actually have things that go on with them.
Yeah.
I am of the I understand the argument that animals can't be evil. I am of the belief that some animals can be, and this is chimpanzees.
Have you ever met a cat?
Oh yeah. Have you ever heard of the Gombe chimpanzee? Genuinely,
yeah, chimpanzees are genuinely evil. They can murder each other for the fuck of it.
Oh, it's not even just murder. It is the fact that they pleasure in some of them inflicting harm on them. In fucking to anyone who wants to look up the Gombe chimpanzee war, feel free to, but be warned, there's some graphic stuff that is described there. There's it really shouldn't even be called a war. It's more like a chimpanzee slaughter. It's one tribe of chimpanzees systematically hunting down and slaughtering all of the other ones from another tribe and then stealing all of their mates. And it's not just killing them. They fucking take they rip them apart, they tear open their throats and drink from them, and they fucking celebrate it. Chimpanzees are some of the most violent animals on the planet. When I say violence, I don't mean deadly or prone to be able to kill. I mean,
I was gonna say dolphins. Dolphins can also be very evil. Like that.
Definitely. But chimpanzees are they are the when I say that they are violent, they are some of the most prone to senseless acts of violence.
Well, I was gonna say, I was gonna say, dolphins. I'm trying to think of how to say this politely. They use not developed baby dolphins. We'll say it like that for sports balls. I am not shitting you. That is a thing. They are also known as the rapists of the seas. So, let's not... They're not... You can't use animals to disqualify things, especially when they are entities that are ancient and intelligent. Anyway.
Not only that, but killer whales can be very sadistic as well.
Yeah.
Who is a lunatic with a god complex. Satan...
No! Jigsaw was not a lunatic with a god complex. His entire thing was people don't value their lives. I'm going to put them in traps, and I'm going to make them value their lives. And I'm typically going to make it themed around what I
Joshua.
think... Yeah, I'm going to put them in traps that are themed around the things that I think they are taking for granted. Now, whether or not he does that properly, or whether or not his apprentices do that properly, or whether or not he's even consistent in how he applies his own methods and morals, that's a completely different question. But his intent was there, his status as a villain was there, and he followed through on all of it. So, fuck you, Lily, he qualifies.
Again, and the last one was any entity that exists beyond good or evil with moral structures that cannot be slotted into our human term, which was disqualified because it was non-specific. Human terms are how all of literature is made, so nothing is truly outside the realm of good and evil. And that
also no fucking
Wait, what?
Lily, you can't just disqualify it for being non-specific because being specific wasn't a qualifier for the fucking list. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, also, it's a qualifier that is specific enough. So it's
it's a qualifier that she made up too. She going off the original post, she made up 3 qualifiers herself under the assumption of what they were talking about instead of trying to give the person who she was responding to the best faith response possible, because
no,
who needs
it's
good
never
faith
going to be good faith. Like I said, Lily will move the goalposts. I said this earlier toward the beginning of this. She is going to make sure that no matter what somebody brings up, she is going to find a way to disqualify that character for any arbitrary reason.
Yep.
And we have watched that happen with every single character that they brought up.
Yep.
Yeah, she's a weasel. She's just weaseling out.
Moral structures that cannot be slotted into our human term, which was disqualified because it was non-specific. Human terms are how all of literature is made, so nothing is truly outside the realm of good and evil, and that entire scale from cosmic horror entities to deities aren't real, so they cannot be compared or contrasted to anything. Now,
that's the point
of these characters.
What?
That's literally the point of the literature. The idea of it is that they are so beyond our comprehension that in Lovecraft's writing, people go mad. And I have no mouth and I must scream is all about the incomparable nature of a supercomputer that has entered pure logic mode and erased humanity because it is too illogical. And he hates them. He despises them because he feels so much pain. Oh my God.
All around me are familiar.
Fucking hate them. My God. My God. This was not supposed to be a video where I got in time.
That's the beauty of Lily Orchard.
Yeah,
is
this
that
is supposed to be our
welcome to Lily Orchard, Raymond. Welcome to the suffering with us.
Yeah.
I'm just chilling right now. I think I've yelled the least at everybody else.
Yeah. I think if anything, the reason why you're getting the most heated about this is because you're the one who's had the least experience with
probably
adapted to her nonsense.
Yeah, he was not inoculated to the Lily,
Mm-hmm.
and that is his own fault. He didn't finish the June video.
Probably noticed halfway through,
All right.
truly outside the realm of good and evil, and that entire scale from cosmic horror entities to deities aren't real, so they cannot be compared or contrasted to anything. Now, you probably noticed halfway through, but it's clear that these two men grossly misunderstood what having a point means. They clearly read this as sympathetic motivation, when that's not what it means.
But that's no. That is literally what was done. That was what was said in the post that you were responding to. Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on.
Post it and I'll put it up on screen.
Yeah. Since the stream is a little bit...
I got it.
Yeah. All right. So they aren't just there to foil the heroes, and sometimes, especially if the character is someone like Hannibal Lecter, they are the main character that we sympathize with. Like that's a key thing there, Lily. You weren't paying attention. You weren't arguing in good faith. You weren't like giving him as far as the story being they've gone too far, who says they can rationalize this from an amoral point of view that accounts for more shades of gray, and they aren't ever going to be the hero, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have a point. A good villain will make the hero. Yeah, so we've read the rest of this. So yeah, like sympathy was something that he literally or she specified in the original post. You can't just say that that's not a thing. Fucking, why am I saying this when we already?
Why the fuck you lying?
Why you always? Because it's
like you could. General Dewey had a point. He didn't boil kittens in lava, but he still tried to genocide a sentient alien species that...
And in doing so also killed hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, for the greater good.
Right.
What was that?
To have a point.
That was I just everything Lily said. Everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh, yeah.
Means to express a correct or valid idea. To say someone has a point is to concede that they are right. This was something easily looked up, but wasn't as far.
No. That is not what having a point means, Lily. That means that there is something correct in there, but they may be coming at it from a wrong perspective. It does not mean the totality of what they've done or said is correct. It means that there is something worth analyzing and keeping in mind in what they are intending. Ugh.
Bear in mind, this is also coming from the person who, not in the same conversation, implied that, taking it too far isn't a thing. Based on her original post, the problem lies in the simple question: if they have a point, why are they villains? Either you're pushing a quote-unquote taking it too far narrative, and given the quotations there, I'm assuming that she doesn't believe that's a thing, in the sense that, if something is like from her perspective, if something is being taken too far, then it was never good to begin with, or if it is good, then there's no such thing as taking it too far. And like that's also like incredibly messed up on its own, but at least now we understand how she includes any of this, because she doesn't seem to. If you're right, it doesn't matter if you take it too. So at least I understand how she reaches this conclusion.
Mr. Knight says, I watched their stream. They were unclear on what Lily meant by have a point. So some of these choices are they're there to make a point in the story. Okay, that's fair. And then Techni says, I'm so mad. Going for a walk, I'm screaming. Okay. I missed that Mr. Knight post. I wish I caught that. All right.
As these two were concerned. And yes, these two spend their day harassing other people for their media takes because they disagree with them. And when they do, they conveniently avoid giving their own takes on media, or they get other people to do it for them. And they do that because they don't actually know what they're doing. And looking through their list of villains, their media diet is made up primarily of schlock anime and cartoons, comic books, and action movies.
Okay.
And so
that's the majority of fucking media, Lily.
Yeah.
Oh! And also, you're completely ignoring that Anthony makes his own motherfucking videos.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm surprised Anthony has the fucking time to harass anyone. I'm surprised to see him on fucking Twitter. That man is a fucking workhorse.
Yeah.
Look, I'm first to say that I don't really agree with a lot of Anthony's takes on a lot of different things. And honestly, bad first impression with the video that we covered of his.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I can respect that the man is just a constant fucking churn out of content. The dude works hard. I'm not gonna take that away from him. So it's like, fuck you, Lily.
Yeah, like the least is the app. This is an absolute lie. If you're trying to say that, oh, Anthony doesn't have any media takes of his own. If anything, especially on Twitter, he's known for being incredibly staunched about his takes. Are you fucking serious?
Let's go back and listen to the list that she dismisses, because I'm pretty sure that that's like in the category of the majority of media that is out there that is consumable.
Okay.
And they do that because they don't actually know what they're doing. And looking through their list of villains, their media diet is made up primarily of schlock anime and cartoons, comic books, and action movies.
So schlock anime, cartoons.
Yeah,
Which, you need to define schlock anime. Please.
Medusa's out. Cthulhu's out.
Cartoons, anime. It's cartoons, anime, comic books, and action movies, which are probably about 65% of all media ever created.
And she ignored all of the video game characters that they mentioned. So video games is also on the list of what is part of their media diet, Lily.
I think you could also debate it to whether or not like they were referring to the film version of a character or the one from the book, because at least from the stream that Anthony had, they had primarily talked more so, at least for the case of God damn it, I'm like blanking on the name.
Dracula?
No, the guy from Jurassic Park.
Hammond. Hammond.
Yeah, Hammond.
Oh,
they
John
actually
Hammond,
talked a little bit more. So, like they covered both characters from the film and the book, but they seem to talk a little bit more about the version from the book, from what I remember, not the one from the film. So I like that also.
Actually, Pete, you fired a neuron in my brain right now. Holy fucking shit!
That's
hey,
terrifying.
Lady, instead of just looking at this raw list, how about you watch their freaking stream and actually get their reasoning as to why they put these characters in this list?
Do you think Lily's going to spend any time listening to people?
No. Long.
No, which is why she's lying. She's being purposefully disingenuous.
Let's see. Fun
Also,
fact,
Chronosphere.
Anthony's list included Jarlaxle.
Why did you draw that?
A character who shows up in Baldur's Gate 2. Lily, BG2 is 60% of my personality. Didn't know who he is. Oh, interesting. And so are you? It says for over 20 minutes. Yeah, that totally happened. Wink. Why would you draw that?
I was surprised it took you guys this long.
We're arguing. We're talking about other things. We're not even talking about that.
I even shut down Raymond so he wouldn't argue over anything.
And so they hear the
hope that's
best
not the last
villains are the
fan art of
ones
the
that
night.
have a point and try to hammer the media they already like to fit into that box so that they can say they like deep and profound media without having to, like, watch a real movie or, heaven forbid, read a book without pictures in it. There's another creator whose bread and butter is harassing other people over their takes on revolutionary girl Utena and loves talking about how media literacy and critical thinking is dead. But when she has to actually make her own takes, she was incapable of recognizing the sexual assault the main villain does to multiple characters because in their eyes, his grooming of them meant that it was consensual and therefore not rape. Bear in mind that all of these characters are underage, and he is not, and one of them is his sister. Bear in mind that when he's in the midst of grooming one of them, the road they're driving on literally says stop repeatedly. There's a point where she can't move because her foot is broken, and the villain takes that opportunity to assault her. Utena's a show with a lot opened up to interpretation, but this ain't even symbolism or subtext. It's straight up text. Akio being a rapist pedophile is the most basic surface level part of the story.
This is Sai she's talking about.
Yeah. What, you didn't know that the moment that she started talking about Utena again?
Also, those
well, no, she said it was somebody on Tumblr that has been talking about Utena, so I assumed it was a
Sai is
different
originally
person.
from Tumblr.
Okay, Jesus, I didn't know that.
Well, you're friends with her.
Yeah, I don't know everything about her.
Try.
I forgot. It's
Try.
real late,
I've been
dude.
friends with you. How many times do you surprise me with some new factoid about your life? And I'm like, oh, wait, I never knew that. It's like, oh, yeah, no, I totally did. What? That happens all the time.
In fairness, if it's not something that's
You
talked about, I can
forget a
understand
lot
it.
of the times when I tell you shit.
Well, there's that,
You have to
too.
Still.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, and
It's not like Sai makes it a secret. She says it enough in her streams. I don't even catch, like, not even 1/10 of her streams, and I've heard her say it multiple times.
I know, but what confused me is that there are like a couple of other people that also rag on Lily's takes on Tumblr about Utena. So my brain is all like, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? And I didn't recognize the tweets either, so I have no idea what she's talking about.
Of course it's gonna be Sai. She doesn't care about anyone else but Sai. And Ant.
Okay, well,
but
how about-
only,
yeah, I was about to
only
say. Okay.
Sai when it comes to Utena.
Literally nobody
well,
should
can
be
we
able
agree
to
to
miss.
yell at Lily for that one, not
Yeah,
me, please?
yes.
You don't even have to have
I
seen
can-
the
I
show
can-
entirely. Takio being a rapist pedophile is the most basic surface level part of the story that literally nobody should be able to miss. You don't even have to have seen the show entirely to know this part. This is the media literacy tutorial level, and she got stuck on, well, technically these 14-year-olds
read that.
consented.
Let's read that.
Yeah, the
Right.
stop is because this is the proverbial devil that is Akio seducing Una into the trap of being a princess and marrying a prince on a white horse and living happily ever after, which doesn't exist, to make her forget, I imagine, about rescuing Anthe from her suffering. Can it not be both? The fact that Utena is raped emphasizes the fact that she is being manipulated into a role that doesn't represent who she really is. Is it rape? You could claim it's statutory rape, sure, but it's not non-consensual. The entire episode is slow-motion train wreck where we see Utena in a very out-of-character place interacting with a mysterious character the audience is the POV of. He was manipulating her and grooming her before this episode. See this scene where she literally can't move because her foot is broken. He's on top of her, and she can sense he is dangerous, but she doesn't know why. The show is telling you this isn't what she truly wants.
Okay, well,
You know, Lily,
sounds like
your actual videos would be better if you argued like this more often. Like
Yeah.
that,
For
that's
real.
actually a well-supported counter argument. And you're not actually making a judgment claim about the person you're arguing with. You're challenging their assertions in a pretty neutral way. You're saying
No, this isn't Lily and Sai arguing.
Who is this?
This is Sai arguing with somebody else, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
That's why
Okay.
both of their names are inked out.
Lily, take notes.
Yeah.
You know she's not going to.
Oh, yeah, no shit.
which they can't do. So that's 3 people who love harassing others for their media literacy, having the media literacy of a dead cockroach nailed outside of a crack in the wall as a warning to the other cockroaches. And all because people disagree with their takes.
Hey, Lily, there's 4 of us here, and we don't harass people. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
And a lot of people disagree with their takes because their takes are complete nonsense. It's easy to believe that media literacy is dead when your takes are so dense nobody in their right mind would ever agree with you. The call is coming from inside the house.
Which makes me wonder why anyone agrees with you, Lily.
Lily, you can't say that when your phone is ringing constantly.
Yeah, for real. Like the fucking
Lily, your phone rings so much in your own house, you're sending yourself your own telemarketers.
As it always has done. We are not seeing a death of media literacy. What we are seeing is a rise of extremely rude, abusive people using academic-sounding language to escalate their personal grievances to a societal level.
It's not academic-sounding language to say media literacy. That is not an academic term from what I know.
It's literally had to be invented.
Yeah, it's literally no different from it's literally no different from reading comprehension.
Reading comprehension.
Is literacy an academic term? Because, like, it is just literacy applied to media.
Yes, it's not it's not like some complicated term like anti-disestablishmentarianism. It's just 2 words that, like, when combined, have a new meaning.
Lily is so stupid that she thinks that a common terminology is fucking academic. I cannot with this woman.
Stuff that people disagree with you about.
Yeah, and given how only 11,000 people even watch this fucking video, yeah, I can see why why your phone is ringing, lady.
From 1997, there must be some societal damage causing it to happen. We need to teach media literacy and critical analysis in school, except we do. It's called English class. Maybe the subject eluded you because
I'm sorry, I can only read so much of, hey, the green light is a representation of the girl that he's pining over so much. Like, I had to read, oh, what was it that I had to read twice? Oh, that's right, Macbeth. I had to read Macbeth twice. I don't like Macbeth because I had to read it twice under the same teacher, and he really taught it shitly. It's one of the few Shakespeare plays that I really cannot stand because I had a shit teacher. So I kind of agree here, but I also had a lot of good teachers that taught how to read fun books and interesting ones and things like fun Shakespeare plays. And they did it in a fun way.
Yeah, but when people usually say that, oh, we need to bring back, we need to put in like critical analysis of media in schools, people are usually saying it because A, their experience within those classes that do exist in our system are dog shit, which was my experience anyway, or B, they're saying this because there are a lot more people, or at least seemingly a lot more people nowadays, with a lot of backwards ass takes on media that the only explanation is that they were not properly educated on the subject matter.
Hella Vitrum, sorry, Lily, not everyone wants to read your weird Pokemon story. Thank you, Hella Vitrum.
Yeah, for real, dog.
Also, Jonah says Lily doesn't even look up the definition of the words that she uses, such as postmodernism, where she admitted on Tumblr that she just uses the word because it sounded right enough. So she is looking in the mirror while saying this shit.
Dude,
why am I surprised?
Dude, Pete, remember that part in our video that we were so stuck on because she used postmodernism wrong?
Oh God, you.
Yeah.
This suddenly explains so much.
God, for the record, yeah, you can get good teachers, you can get bad teachers. I got a bad biology teacher, and it really soured me on anything biology related and chemistry later because he also taught that. So it's like I don't.
Oh, is that why you're so silent whenever I go off on like a biology stint and I just like go off on biology and phylogeny at you?
It's also the opposite, where it's like that's why I go on long rants about time travel and physics and shit at times. I'm like, wait, that doesn't physically make any sense, because I had a really good physics teacher that I was shit in physics, like when it came down to the practical application, but I understood the conceptual application so well. It was good stuff.
Use books instead of anime, but that is something we do. There's a similar
Wait, what?
analysis in school, except we do. It's called English class. Maybe the subject eluded you because they used books instead of anime, but that is something we do. There's a similar...
Honestly, hot take. A lot of English classes would be improved if they used more boilerplate, not boilerplate, but more like popcorn stuff. Like I honestly, if you taught like a Harry Potter, like, I mean, I know it's not the best example, but like if they taught a Harry Potter in school, kids would be way more interested in reading. It would help people get way more into it.
I got introduced to Harry Potter through English class because in 4th grade, my teacher just read us like the first half of the first book, and then she stopped. And if we were interested in it, then we had to read the rest of it ourselves.
Yeah. Oh, that's smart.
Like for me, actually, like mine was like, because I was kind of like the same way. You know, books that we were reading was, you know, usual Shakespeare, just kind of like stuff that wasn't really clicking with me. And then like later down the line, we ended up reading a book that I don't actually remember a lot about. I just remembered a Zero game. It was this interesting kind of like thriller mystery kind of thing. I believe it was even written by a guy who writes comic books normally. Then like that just kind of led one thing to another. We ended up reading The Fellowship of the Ring. It's like, yeah, this kind of stuff can... Anyways, I didn't mean to go on a tangent there.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Hell
tired of
Vikram
Lily.
says, big words from a woman who didn't even look by sign language for her sister fanfiction.
I know.
Oh yeah, let's not even get into that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Lily wrote a fan fiction about like these two sisters, and one of them is deaf, so has to use ASL, and she gets it.
No, she's
completely
not
wrong.
deaf. No, she's not deaf. She has a condition that makes it hard for her to learn how to speak properly. But instead of like going to a facility where she learns to speak properly, the doctors are just trying to figure out why she even has the condition in the first place for some reason, even though that it's well understood like that this is a common thing that children face. And so she doesn't even bother to learn how to speak or use sign language properly, so she just makes up her own sign language, and then half of it is just facial expressions that she requires her sister to read for her. So she requires her sister to be around her at all times, to have her sister read her facial expressions and her weird-ass sign language in order to be able to speak to people, because she refuses to learn how to do it properly.
Lily, what was that you said about Ashley and Andy?
Yeah. How the majority of her stories is codependent siblings.
Yeah.
See, let's see.
Like the Avatar and Neva one as well.
Zero to Hero says, my college had a comic literature class that got a lot of artists there getting into them as a job and passion. I wish we got more of that in like the high school level and middle school level. I think you would see a lot more people interested in literature and interested in reading if you really did a good job of easing them into the harder stuff. Kids don't want to read fucking Great Gatsby. I know it's a fine book, but kids don't really like you gotta get them into the good stuff. Like you gotta get them into like the fun.
Yeah.
The Giver's good. I Am the Cheese is okay. There are other ones. I mean, there's actually some good Shakespeare plays, honestly.
We read Of Mice and Men and The Bridge to Terabithia.
Bridge to Terabithia, Of Mice and Men. That one's fine. I think that's probably a little harder.
I also read A Day No Pigs Would Die.
Never read that one. I did read Animal Farm. That one's
What about The K? Have you heard of that?
I think I actually have.
Oh, there was another book.
Does that one involve like fishing for clams and taking pearls?
That was the one where a boy is stranded on an island with a blind man.
Oh no, that's not the one I'm thinking of then.
Okay.
Hella Vitrum says, I don't know why Lily is harping on about this. Over the Garden Wall would trip her up. I couldn't get into Over the Garden Wall. unfortunately.
Really? That's surprising.
I do not like I'm very particular, and like it people are like, oh man, it has such nice comfortable fall vibes. I actually, fall is my least favorite season. I know it's kind of a petty thing, but like it like when I watch it, all I feel is kind of like cold and lonely because it has these strong fall vibes, and that's kind of what I get from fall. And it's like I'm not thrilled with this.
Well, people are just marketing it to you wrong, because the fall vibes, I mean, yeah, of course it has fall vibes. It takes place during fucking Halloween. That's why they're dressed as they are. One of them is dressed as a wizard, and the other is dressed as a fucking teacup.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that like it created a barrier that I didn't have the energy to leap over. That's
understandable. Like it's unfortunate because like the season also plays, I feel, a big part in the motifs and the themes of the show, which I will not elaborate more, and just that anyone who hasn't seen it,
I get why people are interested in it, and I might pick it up at some point in the future. I'm not gonna say it's like completely off my list. It's just for now not really on my radar. Robot Productions LLC says, I had an English teacher who got mad at me for reading ahead and finishing To Kill a Mockingbird a month ahead of schedule. I hate teachers like that.
What?
I've had them before. They're awful.
What
like
in
that.
the fuck? Oh yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird was one we had to read.
That's a
Another
good.
one
I
was,
do like that book. That's actually really well written for younger audiences. Anyway, we should keep going. We're only 7 minutes away from the end.
Similar version of this in the way Gen Z throws derision on Generation Alpha for having skibbity toilet syndrome, despite the fact that singing nonsense songs has been a time-honored childhood tradition since Ring Around the Rosie.
No, Ring Around the Rosie is about the Black Death! Ring Around the Rosie, pockets full of posies, ashes, we all fall down. It's literally about keeping things in your pockets to keep you safe, or else you'll die, get burned, and basically you'll turn into ash and everyone dies. That's the entire purpose. Oh my god.
So it's exactly what Skibbity Toilet is, except only the death and only the plague.
Well, except that Skibbity Toilet doesn't seem to have any purpose or meaning. So.
Well, yeah, that's the death and the plague part.
That doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. That's enough.
An irreverent Gary's mod.
That's not a nonsense song. That's literally just a song that's like, if there's a purpose to it, it's a gag, it's a joke, as opposed to something that's like I don't even want to try and harsh Skibbity Toilet. It's the new generation's whatever. But like, you're not really saying anything anyway.
Videos are older than most of you, but instead of just saying, God, I'm so sick of hearing the annoying toilet song, it has to be escalated to, the tablets are melting children's brains because I don't understand what they're saying.
I mean, I kind of agree with this one a little, but whatever. I don't care.
I found the book, by the way. A Handful of Time was another book that I read for English class.
Skibbity Toilet reaction when... No.
I used to be with it.
No.
Then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and what's it?
I pause for copyright because this is a pretty long roll.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems weird and scary to me. It'll happen to you.
Oh my god, the kids are saying Riz. Clearly their brains are melting. This generation is doomed. Yeah, fucking heard that one before. I mean, the word was shoddy back in my day. Remember back...
Fine.
I mean, it's still there, but okay.
Like, Riz is just short for charisma. Like, out of all the like things for like this generation to make popular and repeat a lot, like Riz was one of those kinds of things that really didn't bother me. It's literally just charisma but shortened.
Yeah.
Like, I hear a lot of people use Riz, even older people. Like, of all of the things, I don't know why you're saying that is controversial when that seems to be one of the most accepted things that Gen Z or Gen Alpha or whatever are using.
Can you synthesize a point for us, Lily?
Yeah.
No. Back in the 90s when TV was rotting our brains because we were watching flashy cartoons about ninjas doing calisthenics, instead of the cartoons our parents grew up with where a rabbit tricks a duck into getting his face blown off with a gun, and that dissonance was making them feel old and out of date. Or when the Game Boy came out and it was ruining children who had their face in a screen all day. Or when Facebook came out and the plague of 13-year-old girls posting duckface was the worst thing ever and was destroying a generation.
Okay. Yeah, great. We get it that people that over time The older generations are looking at the younger generations and shaking their heads. Look, I think we're actually on the same page in the rare instance here, Lily. It's fine that they have stupid things in their lives.
This has nothing to do with media literacy, though, Lily.
Yeah. Get to a point, please.
Kids everywhere with those stick hoops lately.
No, me too. It's gotta be bad for their brains, right?
Yeah, it stunts their attention span. I read an article in the paper.
Yeah, I saw that. It's like they lose the power to innovate because they're staring at the stick hoop.
Do we want to pause it for like copyright?
It
doesn't matter. It's
I'm dead inside.
5 more minutes. Just
How
5
about
more
the
minutes.
over-medication of society? Back in the 2000s, you couldn't blink without finding some late-night talk show host or animated squirrel, apparently,
I'm not
bitching
I
about
don't
how
care.
everyone has ADHD now. Every child's on drugs, when in reality, the ability to adequately identify and treat ADHD meant that more people were getting diagnosed who would have otherwise been left to struggle and slip through the cracks of the system. In reality, old
We still
fucks-
slip through the cracks in the system, Lily.
Yeah.
It's called adult autism.
Hi! From the man that was only diagnosed with ADHD at the ripe age of 30.
were just cranky that the world was changing and people who had previously been left to just rot weren't acceptable to abuse anymore. Like, no, Janet, your kid's problem isn't that she doesn't
are we going
apply
back to-
herself. Your kid's problem is that she needs medicine. People take their personal grievance.
What is this animation? What are we...
I don't know who this is.
I think it's a reference to a Newgrounds character, but I don't know who.
Yeah. I don't know what this has to do with.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with this. Get back to your point about media
Neptune-
literacy.
Yeah.
Neptune says, I think her point is that people are overreacting about the apparent lack of media literacy. Yeah, but we've already talked about the fact that media literacy is kind of important because understanding what media is about and what people are trying to say through media is very culturally relevant and important.
Yeah.
And that is why people having a proper understanding of media is it's just important. And Lily doesn't even understand what media literacy is, which is why she made this video talking about something that isn't even relevant to what media literacy actually is.
I was about
so
to
it's
say,
really
if-
embarrassing.
If this was her point, that like, oh yeah, people are overreacting, 2 examples is good enough, lady. Jesus.
Oh God, Christ. All right.
Grievances, be that annoying children, children you can't bully anymore, kids being kids, black people apparently, or being disagreed with on the Bird app for the brain damaged, and spin that into a culture that's ruining society. This is what the death of media literacy really is. It's what it's always been. And to that end,
What
No,
the
you're
fuck?
an idiot.
There's
There's so many things to deconstruct about this.
I told
Yeah.
you that she doesn't understand
old
what media
Brandolini.
literacy is. She's twisting it into being something completely unrelated because she doesn't like the fact that she gets told that she is media illiterate.
Yeah.
Lily, can you
It's
even
all
read?
smokescreen.
The fact that I
That's why
was
we have the
able to
thumbnail.
get
Yeah.
the fact that I was able to like precog this at the beginning of the podcast shows that I am much more media literate than you are, Lily. Jesus fucking Christ.
who the fuck cares if media literacy is dead anyway? What's the real cost of people's media literacy dying? You have to see their takes on your feed?
One minute,
I'm
one
sorry,
minute.
that's on you if you get so angry about that. I'm a YouTuber. I have to see awful takes in my feed every goddamn day.
Okay, no, we already went over this. It's because it's how we communicate and connect with one another, which you don't fucking understand because you have all the relationship skills of fucking my can.
Also,
I want to see you and Mike Hand in the same room, and I want to see who walks out. 10-1, it's him covered in blood. I want to see that pure white costume red by the end of things.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. But like more to the point, you're so fucking hypocritical. Like you could just avoid a lot of the bad takes that you see online and just focus on talking about what you want to talk about without engaging in these fandoms that you sound like you want to strangle yourself every single time you want to talk about them. But no, you're actively admitting that you're torturing yourself, and not in the fun way. You sound fucking miserable.
Dakota Miller, stupid question. Should we push ourselves to reduce swearing? Fuck that noise.
Why?
Like, okay, like I don't think you should be like fuck. I actually I just demonetized the stream now that I think about it. I don't know. Actually, we're past like the three hour mark.
You released the curse from that South Park episode.
But no, like you don't need to worry too much about that. You really don't. I mean, maybe in chat you do because you don't want to get banned by YouTube censors or demonetize the stream or whatever, because YouTube can be very cruel about that. But other than that, like in your real life, don't worry about it. In fact, I'm less the more older I get, I'm like the less and less I feel like bad about like swearing around kids. I'm like, they're gonna curse anyway. They're gonna learn these words at some point. I'm just not gonna like. Anyway. I still hold my tongue, but like I still am polite. But in the back of my head, I'm like, does this really fucking matter? They're going to end up sailors by the end of the day.
I would have made so much money off of you when I was a kid, because I used to have a swear jar for the adults, and every time that they swore, they had to put some money in the jar. I made so much money.
You shouldn't swear to kids. I mean, I don't. I try not to, but like that's just you don't. I just like, oh my god. I remember when I was in middle school and I was just everyone just said the F word constantly. Anyway.
Just this morning, I had to read through a 10-paragraph essay on how an entire human history of art and literature peaked with some 20-season show about pirates for 12-year-olds. I had to read through that list.
I'm sorry, after the first 2 episodes of the live action, I'm actually leaning more that they're correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And also, if it's about an anime that you don't really care about, why the fuck did you...
I think he's dead.
Yeah, he died. Lily, like, you have to have actually watched the show to a certain degree to be able to mock it as being something that nobody should care about. Because, yeah, it's a show about pirates, and it is a shonen show, which is typically around the 8 to 14 year range, which is a child, but that doesn't mean that the show is bad. Or it doesn't mean that the show is lesser because it's meant for a younger audience.
I
fucking hate.
Huh? Kaiser went dead and Raymond got mute. Am I still muted?
Oh.
No?
Can you hear us, Kaiser? Because we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Kai. You might want to bop out and bop back in.
Yeah.
Well, assuming he can even hear you. If he said that, like, he could only just not hear you, I'm curious if he can hear Twi and I.
Interesting.
Huh.
Kaiser's dead. Lily watch kids. Lily watch. What?
What?
Don't have Lily watch kids.
Don't.
No.
I'm back.
Like, I find it so strange that she's mocking One Piece for being a show for 12-year-olds when she likes Hamtaro so much.
I'm sorry, Lily.
And she thinks that Pokemon is great.
I'm sorry.
Also,
you hold... No, sorry, that's Lilith. I keep seeing you mixed up with Lilith Farron, who holds fucking
No. She also had Pokemon on her anime list.
Well, I was going with Precure. I was going to talk about Precure.
Right.
Which is much younger audience. Anyway,
also, I think we're biblically fucking boxes on screen. Biblically accurate.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That is what happens when Kaiser does.
We're almost there.
List of villains that completely missed the point of what we were trying to talk about in the first place.
Because you changed the fucking rules, dumbass.
And that weird shrews pro-pedophilia arguments.
I can't speak on that, motherfucker. Like, and you've not really produced any context around that shit.
Nothing about Utena.
Also, wait, if that wasn't... I'm sorry. If that wasn't you arguing with Sai, that means the arguments you made were stolen from that other poster. Because that was the exact thing that you said earlier.
Oh,
you fucking plagiarist Cotton 4K. Because earlier you said you didn't understand what was written on the road. I will give you the benefit of the doubt.
Mission
I don't
failed.
like
we'll
it.
Get them next time.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I do not trust that you were the one that came up with that analysis.
I'm no stranger to the fact that the average person taking part in discourse has as many brain cells as they do eyeballs. I have watched people look me dead in the eye and say, maybe you just don't like RPGs, because I criticized the writing in a crappy JRPG in a video where I cited as comparison some of the greatest RPGs ever made. I have had people tell me films like Riding in Cars with Boys are boring because they don't have villains, indicating that they have literally never matured past the age of 12. I have discussed anime—
Wait, what?
Do not bring a place further from the universe into this, you bitch. Do not, you do not touch these girls. You do not hurt these girls. I will strangle you.
She likes this show. Did she literally say that she doesn't like Riding in Cars with Boys because it's a slice of life and it doesn't have a villain?
No, she said other people didn't. I'll roll back. Sorry, it's one of my favorite shows. I don't want her near it.
It's one of her favorite shows too.
Well, she can die in a ditch somewhere.
She doesn't get to like it when I do.
In the eye and say, maybe you just don't like RPGs, because I criticized the writing in a crappy JRPG in a video where I cited as comparison some of the greatest RPGs ever made. I have had people tell me films like Riding in Cars with Boys are boring because they don't have villains, indicating that they have literally never matured past the age of 12. I have discussed anime on this channel, which means having to deal with weebs and all the bullshit therein. At a certain point, it stops bothering you. It becomes—
Pausing for copyright.
Does it though?
Doesn't bother you.
Really though?
Then why are you still talking about it then?
Why are you DMCA striking videos where people argue with you about it?
Yeah, because if it's not because
about this show, except for what Sai has said when she was picking apart like Lily for liking it, just because Sai likes to be contrarian sometimes, and I will criticize her for attacking a show just because Lily likes it, because she did that with Digimon too, and I don't agree with it then, and I don't agree with it now. But she did point out that the show isn't as innocent as Lily likes to say, because there was a lot of like really older men gawking at these girls sort of moments in the show.
Yeah, no, the show I wouldn't say is like, it's innocent in a lot of different respects. It's a very pure show when it comes down to it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't, like, I could say the same thing to some degree about Eureka 7. It's like, I consider that like a very, I don't know, that's, I'm trying to think of how to word this, because it has an innocent soul to it, but like there is still anime stuff going on in there. I don't know how to explain it better than that. I could probably find better words, but Lily has fried my fucking brain, and I'm just, I haven't watched this in several years, and don't worry, it's on our list.
Yeah,
we'll get to it.
Yeah, it is on our list.
Comes expected. When covering the discourse around Hazbin Hotel and how a lot of people thought that the depiction of sexual abuse was fetishistic, hearing people jump to that wasn't even surprising. People lash out reflexively at works that make them uncomfortable all the time. It doesn't really matter. Give them a couple of months, they'll have thought about it a little bit more. I think there's this fear—
I don't—
Really?
I remember they played it for a joke when they really shouldn't.
You've always been so...
Yeah,
I remember that being a point that was raised by Critter at some point, where like they the tone they set when it comes down to it is conflicting and not in like an intentional way. It's like in 1 minute it's treated seriously, then it's a joke, then it's serious again. Like, as opposed to what apparently it seems with Utena, where it's lighthearted, it's threading these seeds in, and then it starts to pull the seeds out when they start to spurt. It's like we're finally getting to the point where we can reap the harvest. Like, that's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
In some people that this kind of discourse might sanitize media, because that's another paranoia of these people. And first of all, media is already sanitized, and it's not because of imaginary Puritans. It's because pursuit of profit means trying to hit the largest possible audience.
What do you mean imaginary Puritans? It's a known fact that there are groups out there that go after media companies and all of that in order to get things sanitized. There is a reason why Digimon got censored with cyber sleuths. Cyber sleuth is a good example of that with Sistermon Noir. Noir had to be turned into CL because the West they were afraid that the West wouldn't accept that a Digimon that looked like a Catholic nun was packing guns, so they turned it into a blue mouse instead of a black cat.
Which we all know, a gun-toting nun is just badass and should be the norm. I'm just putting that out there. If you're a nun out there, get strapped, be badass.
Yeah.
Nuns
But,
don't
like,
work on
there's-
Sundays.
That's your neck.
There's like parental groups out there all the time
Yep.
that go after people. The cast of the original dub of Sailor Moon talked about how they wanted to actually make the dub more faithful, but they were afraid of people like that. So they had to make it as it was because of those people.
Oh, good old fisheye.
We even need to talk about
Yeah.
D&D.
Dude, we could go into everything. Like, there is social pressure all over the place that people are afraid of. I'm pretty sure the creator of Andy and Lele got death threats.
Yeah,
That
more
doesn't
than likely. I'm not
surprise me.
surprised.
And the streaming
Like-
ghetto has killed niche audiences. It's capitalism all the way down, baby. But second of all, complaining about something doesn't equate to
Do not bring Princess Tutu into this.
Yeah,
Please.
no, please.
trying to
Hopefully.
destroy it. If people bitching on Twitter or a single YouTube video can completely and utterly destroy a piece of media's reputation, you were probably overvaluing it in the first place. In reality, people bitch on...
No, because that video could be wrong, and that could be what upsets you, or it could be correct, and you found a new facet to appreciate things, even if they're wrong. What I get is that one problem I have with a lot of media discourse is that people are so obsessed with broken or incorrect things or wrong things being automatically like damnation. Like somehow a flawed product or something that you love being like inherently broken in some way is a condemnation against your character or against the piece itself. Like it makes it more fascinating in many regards. Sometimes there are actually really well written, solidly done things that are actually kind of boring just because there's nothing really to grasp onto, and it kind of just fades away into the background. Like sometimes that flaws can give character and make it more interesting to dig into, and the what if can fuel you. I mean, someone just posted that whatchamacallit from Alan Moore, that video where he's like, read bad shit, read bad books.
Yeah.
That's like you're thinking of rewriting Ruby.
Yeah.
So, like, when it comes to, like, she's talking about how media doesn't affect anything, and if you see a bad take, then you're putting it on too much of, like, you're putting that as as too high of a value. But media does affect things in the real world, and the only thing that you have to do is just talk about oh fuck, what the Jaws has done so much damage to the idea of sharks in the public eye, to the point where some species of sharks are becoming endangered because people have an irrational fear of them, to the point where the author regretted writing the book in the first place and has dedicated the rest of his life to shark conservation because of the damage that he has caused to sharks as a whole.
And
that is something that is still affecting sharks to this day.
Now here's a question though. Like the important question is, does that mean that Jaws should never have been made for what it was? Like, because it's still, like, I mean, the movie in particular, because I've never read the book, the movie is still a classic. It's absolutely brilliantly done. It's an incredibly well-written film. The acting is superb. The direction is superb. The technology at play is superb. It's just one of those really good, nearly perfect films on when you get down to it. But it's done damage. So it's like, how do you rate that? Do you say that it should never have been made? It's like I don't know. I honestly I don't know what the answer to that is. It's one of those classic conundrums of Star Trek type fame, where it's like you've got a really great good that's culturally relevant and enriching that also did irreparable damage, and it's like give and take, which is worse.
Yeah, like
Yeah, and like
if-
you know, I have my oh god.
If anything, I would say that this is the moment where you would have like a warning and something on screen and being like, this is a fictional story and real sharks aren't like this and something like that. And maybe that wouldn't have done a whole lot, but it would have probably dissuaded at least some people from being afraid, and that some sharks could have been saved from that.
And even aside from that, all of this is just a meaningless smokescreen. Granted, I have my own takes about like, oh, you know, how much level of responsibility can a YouTube video have in regards to a wider conversation. But even putting that to the side, I think people have the right to, you know, obviously, as evidenced by this podcast, people have the right to argue and
Kaiser and I argued about this last night because I think that
argue against. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to finish this quickly. Argue against the points somebody made in a video, and it doesn't have to be labeled as harassment. The problem is that Lily labels all of it as harassment, which just isn't true.
Like Kaiser and I had argued about that point like last night, because I do believe that videos can cause significant harm to discourse when it comes to media. And he doesn't agree with that. And like, I'm not going to cancel Kaiser. Shush your face. It's my turn now. We disagreed on that, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to like cancel Kaiser, or that Kaiser is now a bad person because he disagrees with me and all that kind of stuff. It just means that we have a different opinion on these things, and the only way
he needs to be shushed to oblivion.
I was gonna say, definitely I'm gonna cancel him, but I am gonna tell him to shut up.
Sit in your corner. Why
I had to appreciate that irony. Anyway, please finish your point so we can get through this fucking video. We're almost there.
No, I'm gonna. No, I'm not gonna finish my point.
Wow.
Nah.
Damn.
Well. Okay, we'll just watch the video then.
No! I'll never hear.
On Twitter about all kinds of things that bother them and likely only them all the time. That's kind of the point of Twitter. Less than 4% of the global population uses Twitter. Its opinions don't matter and never have. The death of media literacy only
4% is still pretty fucking significant on the grand scheme of things. That's what, 8 billion people. What's 8 billion people? What's 4% of 8 billion?
I don't even.
That's still quite a.
Oh, I can't even do that high on my calculator. I gotta rotate it. And rotate.
What is this?
Computer. Calculator. Rotate. Not rotating. Fine. Fuck you. Fuck you.
320 million.
Yeah. Hi. 320 million. Do you know what that accounts for? The entire continental United States.
Yeah.
That is the population of one of the largest countries on the planet, Lily. That is not insignificant.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I do agree that people tend to go really get like freaking what I call
Oh no.
He's the one that
trauma or Tumblr trauma when they see like some people. Oh wait, did it happen again?
It's fine.
Well, we
get
hear
it. Yeah, people get really wrapped up in Twitter and Tumblr and shit. We get that. Like there's opposite end of the spectrum of where she's at. Like there is extremes. Be somewhere in the middle, guys.
Oh yeah, it's like night and day.
Starts becoming a problem if other people's boneheaded, or let's be honest here, personal and subjective takes bother you so deeply in the first place. Media analysis is supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be having fun coming up with ways to analyze media. If you spend all your time deconstructing other people's takes instead of making your own, well, you're a grifter. This just isn't a real problem. The general
But like part of the reason why people deconstruct other people's takes is because they want to like people want to expose themselves to ideas that are opposite to their own so that they can refine their own, so that they can. I know that's a new concept for you, Lily, because you clearly don't do it a whole lot. But
It's the mental equivalent of weight training.
I was like, I am
Exactly.
like falling asleep, and then immediately when she said that, something perked in my head, and now I'm never getting sleep tonight.
I don't lift weights I don't lift weights because it's fun. I lift weights because it's healthy for me and it's helping me develop my body. Like that's what a lot of this is. Like you can do it for fun, yes. But like if you don't also have like discipline behind it, you get problems.
Yeah, it's literally what I did when I was getting into Ruby. Like back, at first I only saw like videos that were criticizing the show, but then I'm all like around like volume 5 or whatever. I'm like, you know what? Let's see what Murder of Birds has to say. Let's see what Cal had to say. Yeah.
So yes, I do lift weights.
Oh no, I was making the joke. No, I was since. Like, because you went from, like, you were lifting weights, and then that immediately went to Kaiser getting into Ruby. I was like, oh, you lift weights to get into
Ruby.
Yes. That was, why do you think we're called Team Jack?
Public has overwhelmingly preferred simple thrills in media since the dawn of media itself, and that hasn't stopped good art from being made. The rise of the blockbuster never killed unique and interesting and profound films. Streaming did. The rise of peak TV did.
But no, it didn't. It just made it more accessible to find the shit. Like that's the thing, is you would never go to see shit films that you weren't interested in, but now on streaming, they're right in front of you. Like you have such an unlimited option. It's not killing anything. It's just making it more noticeable.
Yeah.
Didn't kill off interesting shows that had
potentially good art from being made is people like you, Lily, who have no fucking standards or inconsistent standards. And that tells the people making this stuff that they can get away with making whatever.
Eric, don't say that Lily is jicked off. Don't. No, we're not. I'm not. My hand is never reaching anywhere in that vicinity. In fact, I'm keeping it well behind the bars of the cage.
Interesting things to say, streaming did. And the rise of the 100 gigabyte mega game with eyes bigger than its belly hasn't stopped good games from being made and doing well. Conversely, when was the last time the supposed Puritans, which are definitely real and not you just being a drama queen about people disagreeing with you, ever managed to successfully kill anything? The Hays Code ain't coming back, honey. You're just...
There's a lot of stuff that got killed for reasons like that.
Steam's actually a good example of this. It's flip-flopped before several times on whether or not it allows explicit content on its storefront. I think right now it's finally kind of settled on allowing explicit content, but like for the longest time you couldn't get those kinds of games for a really long while. So it's like you could get it through other means, but like it stifled the largest community for game consumption on the planet.
Also, a lot of bad media gets propped up a lot more than good media, and because the bad media usually has like a lot more access to marketing for toys or action figures and all that kind of stuff, they make a lot more money than an art piece that has no grounds for something like that, for marketability, and thus it fucking dies. Whereas the crap gets a lot of money and gets like 5 to 10 sequels and whatever. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean that these bad shows don't hurt anything or don't kill anything? When we're talking about fucking Velma, a lot of people say that it doesn't matter if we talk about it, but it's still, I'm pretty sure it's still known that it's going to be talked about and it's going to make a lot of money because people's eyes are on it. And they probably pre-gamed it to the point where it was going to get 3 seasons because it was going to make that kind of money anyway. Like
it's corpo rage baiting.
It's the same thing with Rings of Power. Like, it was going to make a lot of money, so they made it so it was going to get multiple seasons anyways, regardless of whether or not people thought that it was good.
yeah, the potential gets destroyed. Rings of Power could have been a potentially really good, return to form for Lord of the Rings, much like how it is, with X-Men 97, for example, which ended up
Yeah.
being very good. But there was a huge risk that it wasn't, because we're just in a climate where a lot of intellectual properties keeps getting sold off and hoarded off to a bunch of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, who don't respect the actual either the source material or the people who like it.
And in a way, like, this can also like affect how new media comes out. Is that when people who want to make movies or like are in position to do that, make shows and that kind of stuff, see the success of all the Drek and how like because they get more attention because of like hate watches and stuff like that. That's I know that like then like that encourages other people to like want to go the way of like the kinds of stories, like the kinds of elements that are in those kinds of stories or those kinds of shows, and then we just get more of it.
Okay.
2D died because 3D just made more money.
Yep.
And
especially in
like
Disney.
Yeah, and like just because 3D doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be garbage doesn't mean that the majority of 3D shows and movies out there don't have the potential to be the nastiest garbage out there. Have you seen a lot of Treehouse shows? Because I have when I was babysitting. A lot of them are garbage.
Okay. We're so close.
Yep.
Being hysterical.
there.
All the works we talked about as examples were chosen for a reason. They're all pop culture icons. Their status is legendary. They are beloved
Lieutenant's
works of art.
niche.
There's no chance in hell a single tweet or YouTube video is going
All
to
in the
change
Family
that,
hasn't been
no matter
relevant
how
for,
influential
like, 3 decades.
you think it might be. If you think CinemaSins or the Nostalgia Critic or, hell, me can single-handedly destroy a piece of art's reputation, I'm sorry, you are fucking insane. There's always going to be people who don't like the things you like, and no amount of screaming and harassment is going to change that. So
it's
maybe
because
just...
One minute.
It's because
calm down. Take a deep breath.
No, shut the fuck up.
End your video.
And out.
Go to hell, Lily.
I wish I could. She had a neck.
How's that
Anyway,
11K
Revolutionary Girl
views?
Utena is actually Stalinist propaganda. In this essay, I will...
All right, you know what? If I had liked anything else in that video, I would have liked that joke at the end. That's a good joke for a better video from a better creator and a better human being.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. All right, Twy, please go off.
Okay.
Sorry for
God,
stressing you. I just wanted to
fucking-
end this fucking thing. I am
Well, no,
so
now
tired.
I fucking lost my point.
We can go back.
Uh,
Now we can rewatch it.
Icons. Their status is legendary. They are beloved works of art. There's no chance in hell a single tweet or YouTube video is going to change that, no matter how influential you think it might be. If you think CinemaSins or the Nostalgia Critic or, hell, me can single-handedly destroy a piece of art's reputation, I'm sorry,
Okay,
you are
I got it now.
fucking...
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
Go off.
No, the reason why it is so integral that as a media critic that you make good points and that you understand what the fuck you're talking about is that it doesn't matter how big you are still considered an authority that people are going to look up to as being correct, and that people are going to follow your points because you are considered an authority simply for having a YouTube channel. I am the same way, and I am a tiny fucking channel, but because I have this YouTube channel, I am considered some sort of authority, and that is not something that I have chosen for myself necessarily. That is just the nature of how human beings work. When you have somebody standing up on the pedestal, they are considered the leader. That is how that works. So therefore, if you have really bad points, you can change the tide of people's mindsets about something for the worst, which is why you have the responsibility to
the audience and to the piece of media that you are talking about to be as honest and good faith and steelman-y as possible, or else you are going to get dragged through the mud for being a dishonest piece of shit because people trust you.
Okay.
And even aside from that, let's be real fucking clear. You're not getting harassed, at least not by the main people criticizing you, Lily. You're being, well, criticized. I know you often confuse the two, so let me help you out here. Fucking Sai makes fun of you in like most, if not all, of her streams because she thinks it's funny. It's not because she thinks you're destroying media critique on YouTube, as far as I'm aware. Maybe she does think that way, I don't know. But as far as I know, she does it because she thinks you're freaking hilarious. You're a fucking alien, lady. You're not real. You're a maverick. You're an unhinged fucking weasel who doesn't know how to engage with people on their fucking level. And the way that you try to condescendingly act that way in this video at the very end there says all of it right fucking there. Keep your fucking DMCA strikes to yourself, you unhinged fucking animal.
For the record, I am swapping over to the art now because I want to get through that. We have 25 minutes before my hard cut off, so we gotta. Pete,
Gotcha.
as we go, I'm gonna highlight. This is me as a turkey, and then this is from Deterix.
We got a super chat right
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get that as well because I just saw that. Ripoff Production says one raindrop raises the sea / depth by 1,000 cuts. Describes the effect where all these tiny unimportant media takes have on a wider culture. Exactly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Kaiser, that's how Kingdom Hearts gets to be known as the convoluted series, even though it's relatively straightforward. Here's Padoru Kelfi. It's Kelfi. Super cute. Continue your thought. Now it's why.
Oh, yeah, no, like, there are so many people that have come to me genuinely saying that Kingdom Hearts is a convoluted series and argue with me on it when they've never played the games or they've only played a couple of them. And I have to explain to them, like, don't listen to these people because either they are in on the joke and they're memeing or they are genuinely bad faith about it. Because when you actually understand the story from start to finish, it's not a very complex story at all. The only thing that is different about it is that it is not told, it is told out of order, and that not everything is wrapped up in a neat little bow at the end of one game, and that sometimes it takes multiple games for something to be fully understood, and sometimes things get recontextualized. But that is not something that is considered complicated or convoluted.
I'm just gonna keep threading in here. Me asking for pictures of Spider Kaiser, which is great. I didn't realize it was Kaiser at first. But, that's great. Then me getting on the mouse. I think it's the second person we have stepping on the mouse. I think the first one is Twi.
Yeah.
So now we have two versions of someone stepping. Maybe we gotta get Kaiser on the mouse next at some point. Also, Abby Sheck, your guys' opinion on EFAP's criticism style. I generally like it. I know people here. Some people are. I know Twi is mixed on it.
Yeah, I like it sometimes, but then other times I think that they're nitpicking or they're going off on things that isn't really important, or because they're going off on their own little jokes, they kind of miss the point of what's being said in the first place. So, like, it can be good, but it can also be bad. Like, it's not a perfect system.
Yeah. Sora Heart, we need a Twilight stream about Kingdom Hearts. That's almost definitely on our criteria at some point. Here is Kaiser and his how he wears his headphones.
No, like how it was earlier. I think I remember how that happened because like I just had the volume up on them because sometimes they can get uncomfortable, so I just had to the side so I can hear you guys in the video without wearing them.
Periodic Pete as our flight attendant.
We're out of peanuts because it's November.
I'm sorry, our stream has encountered a delay on account of a Star Trek rant. God, that was so nightmarish.
I hope that I don't feel like I was too silent for most of the stream. I tried talking where I could. It was just the fact that like that and then the other show that Lily was talking about I had no experience with. And then like later on
it's fine. You're fine, Pete.
Yeah, you're fine. Here are the I'm not gonna click on both of them separately. Dedarex and Chronosphere. I'm melted. They're different versions of Kaiser as whatchamacallit. As
you caught me
syndrome.
You caught me you almost caught me lacking.
Fantastic.
You didn't think I missed out on that freaking neuralities mention.
This is
I'm really glad that I made that reference.
Lily getting shadow boxed. It's so good.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah.
It's what I always wanted. As soon as I made that joke.
Dedarex, just absolute legend with this.
Yeah.
Chronosphere at it again with her judging this prose world building imagery, all 10 out of 10. It's abysmal. Who would ever read this? Literally just dialogue 10 out of 10. Now this is peak. Absolutely true. I really hate how cute I find the style she has like animated or whatever for her little character. Like I actually find it really cute. So I wish it were with a better creator.
Yeah. Well, it's inspired by Yahtzee's avatar, I believe.
It has evolved differently. Me and Twilight, so we argued about the implications of the coffin of Andy and Laylee's incest for over 20 minutes. Yes, it's totally happened, winky face. I need to play that so I can reference that. I watched as a compilation of all these different VTubers reacting to that scene, and it's just hilarious.
I watched a playthrough of like the first part of the game as well, but I wasn't super confident in my memory on it.
Me drooling, and it's like, well, sorry that I forgot what we were talking about. I didn't forget. What was that, Twy? I never forget. But you forget often. Why did you transcend mortality? Honestly, talking with Twy sometimes intimidating. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, like I referenced something that we talked about like 3 years ago, and you're like, when did we do that? It's like, well, 3 years ago. Like,
why do you remember 3 years ago? I don't remember 5 minutes ago sometimes. So far I have not found a medication that helps with my memory. That's still an ongoing search for the cure to ADHD, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's our stream on Lily Orchard's god-awful takes on media literacy.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. I was not expecting. Why is it that every single week that we do these kinds of streams, it's like me walking into a minefield where I just need to scream at someone? Oh,
listen, it's that workout.
I don't know. I could use a break week. I think honestly, if we do Unicorns of Balador next week, it would be very nice. We'll see if
okay.
We'll see if anything crops up in the short term. But if it doesn't, I think that'll be a nice little decompress.
Sounds good. Yeah.
All right, so everyone, yes, you'll get your sleep. It's almost 12 here. Everyone, quick roundup, please. Anything at all. I'm just gonna throw it to all three of you. You guys figure it out. Which do you guys have anything coming out recently?
I'm
this Friday. Go ahead,
rock paper scissors, bitch. Go first.
God damn it. Okay.
You're the guest.
Streaming this week. Working on a video. That's it.
For me, you guys already know. Well, these three already know I've got something for way too long. Honestly, I've been doing way too many rewrites on a response video, on a detailed breakdown of Anthony Gramulia's video on YouTube Critics Are Lying to You, as well as covering the discussion that you guys had, with the context of the discussion that you guys had, and then a follow-up stream that he had thereafter. I've been spending way too much goddamn time on this. Too many rewrites, too many times where like my voice sounded awful. So that's what that's working on. But if you want to chat with me, I stream every Friday just before Bad Fanfiction Night. You can just like hit me up, and I like chatting with whoever's there. Like in the chat, we're going back to Kingdom Hearts 1, and we're doing all the secret bosses this Friday. So hop by if you like Kingdom Hearts.
Awesome. Twilight?
I'm going to open up my server so that it's not patron only anymore, because I no longer have to worry about weirdos coming into my server from the server that I mod, because it's practically dead now. And I have I have an event set up that I forgot to do last week, but we're going to be watching Digimon in preparation for my next Digimon video. So we can look forward to that. And also I stream Digimon Cyber Sleuth every Saturday. Although sometimes if Streamlabs stops recognizing my capture card, then we play Don't Starve or Kingdom Hearts. So there's that.
Okay, so tomorrow I may stream. I'm thinking about doing another Signalis stream, continuing that story, because I've actually been itching to continue it, even though I've been super fucking busy.
Woo!
I really had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun making fun of Kaiser. Although it's hilarious how you got stuck for a long time on one puzzle, I got stuck for a long time on another, and we both did different puzzles so much faster than the other. It's great.
Yeah, like I did like one puzzle like in 10 minutes, and you did one in you
20.
did the same one in like 20.
Yeah, the water puzzle, man. That's always like, I have fun with them, but they're like, it always trips me up. And then Bad Fanfiction Night, of course, every Friday night, 10 p.m. here on the channel, where we read bad fanfiction. We'll be continuing Sith Resurgence. And then I'm still working on Fruby. I'm still working on my MHA full review. And yes, I saw it asked in the chat by the aspiring writer. I don't have a public Discord, but if you donate $1 or more to my Patreon, you get access to the Team Frostbite Discord server, where I, Fatman Following, Dashy Lee, and of course, my lovely hosts here on the Team JYCT podcast are regularly active, and we love interacting with you guys. So if you want to check it out, I highly recommend. And it also means you get in there to participate in Bad Fanfiction Night if you want to be a part of that. Though, being mindful that we do have rules about participating, about when you can say things and talk and that sort of stuff. So just be mindful of that. I think that's really it. I am really tired. I'm going to go rest and then go, panic about the death of my country.
And also hope this stream is still up by the time.
Yeah, hopefully I don't get killed
crossed.
by Lily. All right, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a wonderful time. I love these long streams, even though they are very tiring. Have a good night, and we'll catch you all on the